Chapter 475. Mu Ling had been embarrassed that Han Yunqi had saved her. Now that she heard Han Yunqi's words, she flew into a rage out of humiliation. Who told you to save her? Meddling in other people's business. Han Yunqi had more important matters to attend to, so she couldn't be bothered to argue with her. But Mu Ling once again blocked the carriage's path and refused to let them go. Guqi Sha silently picked up the hidden dart in his hand and began to play with his bony fingers. He didn't seem to be in a rush to leave either. But Long Fei Ye's patience was limited. He ordered the driver in a low voice, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" His angry voice was loud enough for Mu Ling to hear. She had always feared Long Fei Yi from the bottom of her heart, so she grew anxious. "Wait a minute, Han Yunqi. I only want to ask you one thing. I'll say it one last time. We weren't the ones who imprisoned Mute Granny." Han Yunqi grew angry as well. Mu Ling stared at her for a long time before saying faintly, "Do you know where my Chi brother is?" She couldn't even afford to pay for her room, so she came to the mountains to pick medicinal herbs. She hoped that she could find some herbs to exchange for some money at the medicine hall. Who would have thought that not only would she not find any valuable herbs, but she would also encounter some bandits. Although there were wild, medicinal ingredients everywhere, they weren't worth much. A whole basket of them wasn't even enough to pay for half a day's rent. After all, the inn she was staying at was the most expensive in Tianning's capital city. Leaving aside the silver, her father had sent her 2 letters yesterday and the day before yesterday, both urging her to go home. His attitude was much tougher than before. If Chi brother still didn't show up, she wouldn't know what to do. She had steeled her heart to run away from home and wander the world. But the person who was supposed to accompany her still hadn't shown up. When Han Yunqi saw the disappointment in Mu Ling's eyes, she felt a pang of heartache. She even wondered if her brain had gone haywire. Why was she suddenly feeling sorry for this naughty girl who'd pushed her and cursed her? Well, she was also looking for Gu. Only the heavens knew where that demon had run off to. "Your Chi brother is not familiar with me. You asked the wrong person," Han Yunqi said angrily. Guqi Sha's fingers stiffened when he heard this, but he quickly regained his composure and turned his head away, pretending that he hadn't heard anything. Mu Ling was angry. "Chi brother is so good to you, and you say you don't know him well. How can you do this?" Han Yunqi felt a chill run down her spine. She didn't dare to imagine Long Fei Ye's expression. This stinky girl was simply looking for trouble with Gu. Gu Qishao had treated her rather well, but not as well as Mu Linger's so-called good. He'd been flippant as soon as they met and spouted frivolous lies. Leaving aside a married woman like her, he couldn't even treat an unmarried woman like this. "I really don't know him well, and I don't know where he is. Get out of my way," Han Yunqi said bluntly. Mu Ling suddenly wanted to tell Han Yunqi that Chi brother was the one who first became suspicious about Mute Granny. However, she felt that it was inappropriate and could only helplessly back away. Han Yunqi was about to return to the carriage when she suddenly stopped and said provocatively, "Mu Ling, I heard that you are the most talented pharmacist in the history of Medicine City. Do you dare to challenge my pill fiend pharmacy?" Challenge? Inside the carriage, Long Fei and Guqi Sha were both puzzled. What's the challenge? However, Mu Ling's main point was the word dare. Her biggest weakness was that she couldn't stand being provoked. "What do you want to challenge? Just say it," she proudly replied. Han Yunqi was secretly delighted. She originally wanted to find Gu to persuade this girl to come to Pill Fiend Pharmacy, but it seemed that today's situation was better than waiting for Gu to come knocking on her door. She might as well find Mu Ling herself. If she had directly brought this up with Mu Ling, the girl might have rejected her and even insulted her. However, the result would be different if she provoked her. Han Yunqi pretended to be disdainful. "Your skills are only so-so, but your tone is quite big." Mu Ling immediately became angry. Han Yunqi, you just want me to challenge you. You haven't even seen me make medicine. So what right do you have to judge me so casually? Mu Ling wasn't arrogant, but she hated this kind of slander. All right. Then, on the next opening day of Pill Fiend Pharmacy, come and challenge His Excellency Pill Fiend, and let me see. Everyone present was stunned by Han Yunqi's words, but she continued with a smile. If you win, you can name any conditions you want. If you lose, haha, you can name any conditions you want. In any case, I just want to see it for myself. What? You want me to challenge His Excellency Pill Fiend? Mu Ling finally caught the crux of the matter. Inside the carriage, Long Fei Ye's lips curled into a beautiful smile. But Gu Qisha couldn't help but snicker. Han Yunqi, oh Han Yunqi, you really are the worst. Mu Ling was a genius pharmacist in Medicine City. Her talent was extraordinary, and her future was limitless. However, she couldn't be compared to Gu Qisha. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Qisha was expelled from Medical City and had a bad reputation for hoarding medicine and not selling it, he would have been revered as a grandmaster long ago. Yes, I want to challenge His Excellency Pill Fiend. Han Yunqi was quite serious. Mu Ling was about to speak when Gu Qisha laughed even louder. Haha, you have guts. This daddy likes it. Girl, up until now, aside from Han Yunqi, no one has dared to challenge this daddy. You're the only one. Mu Ling wanted to cry, but no tears came out. How did things turn out like this? No matter how arrogant she was, she still wouldn't dare to challenge His Excellency Pill Fiend. If news of this got out, no one would admire her courage. They would only laugh at her for overestimating herself. Seeing Mu Ling's awkward expression, Han Yunqi's lips curled into a mocking smile. His Excellency Pill Fiend, I think we should just forget about it. This joke has gone too far. Joke? This daddy thinks she's serious. Humph, how boring. Gu Qisha was even more disdainful. The words grated on Mu Ling's ears. She didn't know where she found the courage to agree. All right, I'll definitely go. Losing wasn't shameful, but not daring to go was the most shameful thing. All right, we'll wait. Han Yunqi was overjoyed. Mu Ling was finally willing to open the way. Only after Han Yunqi had entered the carriage did she say, Han Yunqi, if you see Qi brother, please pass a message to him. Tell him that I'm looking for him. Han Yunqi originally didn't plan to reply, but in the end, she couldn't bear to and replied, All right. She sighed inwardly. She didn't know if Mu Ling, or falling for Gu, was a blessing or a curse. Was it fate or a debt? Was it right or wrong? When it came to feelings, everyone was willing. How could there be such a thing as right or wrong? The carriage gradually moved further and further away, gradually picking up speed. Long Fei, you picked up the scroll again. However, not long after, he asked, I heard from the hidden guards that Gu came to the residence to look for you? Han Yunqi was shocked. Sure enough, nothing in the residence could escape this guy's eyes. Yes, he's a guest, she admitted honestly. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi didn't get angry. He asked again, Why did he look for you? Han Yunqi was puzzled. Long Fei Yi had previously warned that if he saw her hanging out with Gu again, he would break Gu's legs. Judging from the current situation, this guy seemed to have forgotten what he said. Still, she's hanging out with Gu Qisha, and Gu Qisha's a guest were two different things. They couldn't be lumped together. Han Yunqi was wishful thinking on her part. Long Fei was probably quite reasonable in this regard. Thus, she answered honestly, send something. Although Long Fei didn't get angry, he kept asking questions. What is it? Han Yunqi smiled. It's a lobster. That guy probably went to Yuzhou Island too. Did you accept it? No. Han Yunqi actually wanted to say that her stomach still twitched when she heard about lobster. That's it. He also sent a can of tea leaves, Red South Mountain. Is it authentic? I don't know. Heavenly Fragrance Tea House has been closed for almost 2 years. Where did he get Red South Mountain? He has tea seeds. He said he planted them somewhere else. Long Fei Yi nodded thoughtfully and asked again, why did he send you lobster and tea leaves for no reason? According to Gu, the lobster was to nourish her body. As for the tea leaves, it was purely a misunderstanding. How should Han Yunqi answer this question? One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. It turns out that he has something to ask of your highness. So he came to curry favor with me. I didn't accept the lobster and Red South Mountain. Han Yunqi was obviously saying nice things and saying careless words, but she knew clearly in her heart. After all, she was a woman. She still had the sensitivity that a woman should have. Therefore, she always rejected Gu and never accepted anything that Gu gave her. Long Fei Yi looked at Han Yunqi. His eyes were as dark as midnight, as if he could see through her. Han Yunqi really didn't like to discuss this with Long Fei Yi. It was awkward and awkward no matter how she said it. Fortunately, Long Fei Yi didn't ask any more questions. He stretched out his big hand and pulled Han Yunqi into his arms. Holding her, he continued to read his book. Han Yunqi decided to sleep. When they arrived at the black market, who knew if she would still be able to sleep? Not long after, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Thunder rumbled and the wind blew, followed by rain. No matter how fast the four-wheeled carriage traveled, it was still very stable. Han Yunqi snuggled up in Long Fei Ye's arms. Surrounded by his unique scent and sense of security, she slept very soundly. Let alone a storm. Even if the sky collapsed, she wouldn't be disturbed. Long Fei Ye's gaze had unknowingly shifted from his book to Han Yunqi's face. He silently looked at her for a while before unconsciously putting down his book. He gently lifted her scattered hair and carefully tucked her bangs away, then quietly planted a kiss on her forehead. Inside the carriage, it was quiet and warm. Outside, the wind and rain were getting heavier. Gu Qisha, who was chasing after them on horseback, had long been drenched. He and his horse were both faster than Long Fei Ye's carriage. Moreover, he could find a place to hide from the rain and chase after Long Fei Yi after the rain passed. It wasn't as if he didn't know the way to the black market. However, he didn't speed up or change his route. He continued to follow behind the carriage, allowing the rain to soak him thoroughly. The rain became heavier and heavier. The distant figure seemed to be washed away by the rain and gradually became blurry. However, no matter how heavy the rain was, it could never wash away the stubbornness and persistence of that figure. After the rain stopped, it was already late at night. Han Yunqi groggily woke up and glanced at Long Fei Yi. Seeing that he was leaning against a high pillow, she didn't dare to move. However, Long Fei Yi sensed that she was awake. He glanced at her and changed his position to make her more comfortable before closing his eyes and continuing to sleep. Is this how it feels to sleep together? Han Yunqi suddenly wished that the sky would never brighten. Of course, the sky would eventually brighten. After that, they would arrive at the black market. Note to readers, follow the official WeChat account. There are wonderful book reviews every day. WeChat ID, Teinkexia Chapter 476. They'd arrived at the black market. How was Long Fei Yi planning to deal with Zhang Sun Zilin? The three of them entered the black market and stopped at Wu Shu's grain store. When the informants of the Wu clan saw Han Yunqi, they all gathered around to take a look. After all, Long Fei Ye's subordinates in the black market had all admired and worshipped their mistress ever since the incident at the imperial uncle's estate. How they hoped that one day their mistress would come to the black market and lead them to do something big. With their mistress's ability to trick people, they would definitely become a big force in the black market of the Tianyu domain within a year and a half. Of course, when they reached the backyard, this group of people consciously stopped and didn't dare to follow them in. Only Uncle Wu followed. As soon as Long Fei Yi sat down, Wu Shu presented him with a stack of documents. It detailed all of Zhang Sun Zealand's businesses in the black market, including his stores, warehouses, and residences. Han Yunqi was secretly alarmed. She never expected that Long Fei Ye's men in the black market would be able to dig up so much information as soon as Ouyang Ningnua gave them the information. Most likely, this fellow knew more about the black market than they'd imagined. Long Fei Yi looked at the documents intently, but Gu Qisha couldn't sit still. Long Fei Yi, what are your plans? Tell this old man. Long Fei Yi ignored him, but Han Yunqi wanted to ask him the same question. Although she'd come with Long Fei Yi, she wasn't sure how he was going to deal with Zhang Sun Zealand. Ouyang Ningnua had given them enough clues, but this wasn't an easy task. If evidence of Medicine City and Zhang Sun Zealand's collusion reached the hands of others, it would be a blow to Medicine City's reputation and Zhang Sun Zealand's reputation. As long as this matter was made public, Zhang Sun Zealand's businesses would be ruined. Who would dare to do business with someone who would betray their partners? Thus, there was only one way to force Zhang Sun Zealand to hand over the evidence. That was to threaten him with evidence of smuggling gunpowder. Here was the crux of the matter. The matter of gunpowder was 100 times more serious than the matter of medicinal ingredients. This was an enemy of Tianning's imperial clan. Zhang Sun Zealand definitely would not easily leave behind any evidence that could be used against him. Even if they found it, Zhang Sun Zealand might not admit it. After all, this was a black market. They couldn't possibly bring a large group of soldiers here to search, could they? Moreover, if the Long Fei Yi wanted to use this chance to get rid of Chu Qinga as the empress candidate, he couldn't beat the grass and startle the snake. He'd have to find some evidence to present to Emperor Tianhui first. Han Yunqi carefully considered the matter. The more she thought, the more she felt that they shouldn't have come to the black markets so early. Perhaps it'd be easier to start with Chu Qinga instead. After Long Fei Yi finished reading the information, he casually tossed it to Gu Qisha. Take a look and see which of these places are most likely to hide gunpowder. What are you trying to do? Gu Qisha asked in confusion. Look for gunpowder, Long Fei Yi said. Han Yunqi and Gu Qisha were both surprised and asked in unison, and then, let's talk after we find him, Long Fei Yi said indifferently. That's the stupidest way to do it. Even if you find him, Zhang Sun Zealand won't admit it. Gu Qisha said before adding kindly, moreover, you'll lose a good chance to deal with the Chu clan. How about we make a bet? Long Fei Yi asked with interest. What are we betting on? Gu Qisha was interested as well. Let's bet on Zhang Sun Zealand, Long Fei Yi said. And the stakes? Gu Qisha asked next. If your lordship wins, all the medicinal ingredients in your courtyard will go to Han Yunqi. If your lordship loses, you can do whatever you want. Han Yunqi couldn't help but laugh at Long Fei Ye's words, but Gu Qisha only chuckled and said, I'm not betting. Gu Qisha wasn't as easy to goad as Mu Ling. Nor was he as stupid as Mu Ling. He didn't know anything about the black markets, so he wouldn't bet against Long Fei Yi just for the sake of winning. Why would this guy take the initiative to make a bet if he wasn't completely confident? Han Yunqi chuckled. Long Fei Ye's lips curled into a sneer, but Gu Qisha continued to hum a strange tune as he flipped through the documents. He looked like he wasn't paying much attention, but after a while he was still able to accurately pick out a few suitable places to hide gunpowder. He asked suspiciously, Long Fei Yi, are you planning to investigate them one by one? Do you have a better idea? Long Fei Yi asked. Gu Qisha didn't need to think about it, because even if he did, he didn't have one. He stood up and stretched lazily. Take your time, then. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. Where's the best room you have? Half of Pill Fiend Pharmacy belongs to you. If you want to stand by and do nothing, turn right when you leave. I won't be seeing you out. Long Fei Yi said. Turning right was the way to leave the black market. Gu Qisha shrugged resentfully. Fine, I'll look for them one by one with you. That should be fine, right? Han Yunchi didn't understand. Long Fei Yi had always been a loner and was straightforward in his dealings. This time, however, he seemed to be deliberately dragging Gu Qisha into this. Could this guy have some other motive? The matter with Pill Fiend Pharmacy has already been settled. So what other motive could he have? Han Yunchi couldn't figure it out, so she remained silent. She was about to follow him when Long Fei Yi told her to stay in the grain store. Your Highness, Han Yunchi panicked. You won't be able to help with a secret investigation, Long Fei Yi said indifferently. Girl, he's saying that you'll only be a burden if you go. You don't even know how to climb over a wall, right? Gu Qisha laughed. Han Yunchi glared fiercely at him. Gu Qisha was amused. If that's not what he meant, then what is he trying to say? Han Yunchi was furious, but she couldn't refute him. Long Fei Yi and Gu Qisha were going on a secret investigation. Bringing her along would indeed be very troublesome. She knew her place very well. Your Highness, I'll be waiting for your good news. Long Fei Yi lovingly stroked her bangs and gently said, Be good. You don't have to climb over a wall. Go and rest. The dark clouds in Han Yunchi's eyes dissipated. So there's only a difference between disdain and pampering. So what if I don't know martial arts? As long as I have someone to protect me. Seeing Gu Qisha staring at her, Han Yunchi purposely stretched her back lazily. Her languid and leisurely posture was enough to make anyone who couldn't sleep envious and jealous. After a sleepless night, Gu Qisha's eyes were filled with doting love. He wanted nothing more than for this girl to eat and sleep well and grow fat. How could he really let her be a burden? Just like that, Long Fei Yi and Gu Qisha left the house, leaving Han Yunchi alone at the Wu clan's grain store. Her laziness was nothing more than an act. As soon as Long Fei Yi and Gu Qisha left, she carefully flipped through the documents and wondered if there was anything she could do to help. At this moment, a rustling sound came from her wide sleeves. What's that? Han Yunchi quickly grabbed it. Cheap. Lil Thing immediately shrieked. Mama Yunchi, you can't do this. You're squeezing my insides out. Han Yunchi pulled Lil Thing out and dangled it in the air. When did you follow us here? I thought you weren't coming back. Lil Thing ran to Gubei Yue's place every 2 to 3 days. Most of the time it wouldn't show up for days, so she'd almost forgotten she had such a poison beast. Lil Thing had no idea what Han Yunchi was talking about. It waved its paws wildly as it tried to act cute. It only hoped that Mama Yunchi would put it down quickly. But Han Yunchi didn't let it go. Instead, she looked at it with interest, her smile growing wider and wider. She'd thought of a good idea. Lil Thing, I'll give you a chance to curry favor with His Highness Duke of Qin. Do you want it? Han Yunchi asked seriously. Cheap, cheap. Lil Thing replied seriously as well. Actually, it had no idea what Mama Yunchi was talking about. Han Yunchi quickly took out a medicine from her medical pouch. Sulfur. That's right, sulfur was a chemical substance that could be used to make medicine or poison. Most importantly, sulfur was an important component of gunpowder. As soon as she took it out, Lil Thing covered its mouth with its paws. So smelly. Seeing this, Han Yunchi was amused. She placed the sulfur in front of Lil Thing and said, Take a good sniff. Gunpowder has this smell as well. Lil Thing wasn't half an animal. Although it couldn't understand human speech, it was very perceptive. Seeing Han Yunchi's actions, it immediately understood that Mama Yunchi wanted it to find something by smelling. Its nose was even sharper than a canine's. Any poison within a 1 li radius wouldn't be able to escape its nose. As for this kind of extremely pungent smell, it was confident that it could find it. The little thing grabbed the small piece of sulfur and sniffed it seriously. It didn't know why, but the more it sniffed, the less smelly it felt. It was even a little addicted and almost ate the sulfur. Fortunately, Han Yunchi stopped it in time. You're looking to die. Sulfur wasn't medicine or poison on its own. It had to be mixed with other things to create both effects. Heaven knows what the consequences would be if it ate it alone. Lil Thing gave an aggrieved squeak. It wasn't a glutton, but it hadn't eaten anything good in ages. Recently, it had given all the nourishing medicines it found to Imperial Physician Gu. As for poisons, Mama Yunqi's weren't to its liking. Its body hadn't recovered yet, and its blood hadn't recovered its detoxification properties yet. Lil Thing let go of the sulfur and scuttled to the windowsill. It didn't run out immediately, but stared unblinkingly at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi saw through it at a glance. Without a choice, she took out an extremely rare poison from her medical pouch. Here, be a picky eater. As soon as Lil Thing smelled the delicious food, it pounced on it and wolfed it down. It knew Mama Yunqi was hiding something good. How could it not loot a burning house? Seeing Lil Thing eat like this, Han Yunqi was both angry and amused. She couldn't bear to take out another rare poison. Here, eat until you're full. The black market's huge. There'll be plenty for you to run around. Lil Thing turned around and opened its mouth wide, swallowing the poison in one gulp. If she wasn't hallucinating, then Lil Thing's mouth had been wider than its body. Frightened, Han Yunqi looked at her hand to make sure it was still there before she relaxed. The little thing grinned at her and quickly flew out of the window to look for the smell of sulfur. Naturally, Han Yunqi wouldn't follow it. Even if she wanted to, she didn't have the strength. She'd long seen Lil Thing's speed for herself. She could only sit there and wait with a clear conscience. She wasn't sure if Long Fei Yi and Gu Qisha would find the gunpowder first, or if Lil Thing would come back to give her a surprise. If someone made a bet with her this time, she wasn't sure she'd win. But what would the result be? Chapter 477. In less than half a day, Long Fei Yi and Gu Qisha had scoured the warehouses behind several large markets. Unfortunately, they couldn't even smell the slightest bit of gunpowder, let alone find a large quantity of it. The two of them hadn't spoken a word since they left the Wu family's grain store. They traveled together for the entire journey, but when they reached a warehouse, they split up and left at the same time. Neither of them spoke a word, as they both knew that the other had not found anything. At this time, they had snuck into another large warehouse and were in the same room. They split up to search for the secret rooms. After spending a lot of time, they still found nothing. The two of them looked at each other, then tacitly left. Gu Qisha leaped onto the wall as soon as he left. Long Fei Ye's martial arts were far superior to his, but he was always one step slower. Along the way, Long Fei Yi kept an eye on Gu Qisha's movements. He observed his qigong, the strength of his legs, and the way he leaped onto roofs and vaulted over walls. He had sparred with Gu Qisha a few times before, but he hadn't paid much attention to his movements. Now, however, he was especially attentive. After observing carefully, Long Fei Yi leaped into the air and landed on the roof. "Cold," he said. "The next warehouse is this way. Let's split up. Otherwise, we won't find anything, even if we search for 3 days and 3 nights. Gu Qisha replied unhappily. In reality, he hadn't planned to search seriously when he came out with Long Fei Yi. The reason why he hadn't suggested splitting up from the start was because he wanted to slack off with Long Fei Yi. After all, he didn't need to worry about anything else as long as he followed him. But now he realized that foolishly following him was tiring. He decided to sneak back to catch up on some sleep. If he couldn't fall asleep, he could still drink tea and chat with Han Yunqi. "This prince will head west. I'll leave the east area to you," Long Fei Yi said. After half a day, he had a rough idea of Gu Qisha's skills. He was too lazy to mix around with him. Splitting up would indeed save him a lot of time. Gu Qisha didn't even reply, but simply turned to leave. Long Fei watched his retreating form as a mocking smile rose to his lips. He seemed to have realized something. He continued to head west and was about to sneak into a hidden warehouse when he caught a glimpse of a familiar white figure. That figure was faster than him and had snuck in before him. Why would they meet here? Bewildered, Long Fei silently followed suit. But he hadn't even gotten close when the white figure abruptly stopped in its tracks. Long Fei, you did not stop. In a flash, he appeared in front of the white figure and said coldly, Why are you here? Other than Little Thing. What else could the white shadow be? It was no longer a white shadow, but a real white ball. In front of Long Fei, there wasn't a moment when it wouldn't explode. It didn't know what Daddy Long was talking about. It only felt that he was terrifying. It began to retreat timidly. Long Fei was indeed very fierce. Since the little thing appeared here, perhaps Han Yunqi was also nearby. This restless woman. Didn't he tell her to stay in the grain store obediently? How dare he sneak into the warehouse of the black market with only a few hidden weapons and no martial arts? If they were caught, they wouldn't even know how they died. Where's Han Yunqi? Long Fei asked. Lil Thing was already afraid. After being yelled at, it was so scared that it didn't care about anything else. It turned around and ran for its life. Although it couldn't die, it couldn't help but worry whenever it was alone with Daddy Long. It was afraid that Daddy Long would secretly kill it one day behind Mama Yunqi's back. Seeing Lil Thing run, Long Fei assumed it was looking for Han Yunqi and immediately chased after it. Lil Thing grew even more afraid and ran for its life. It had no idea what Daddy Long wanted to do. Besides that time in Medicine City, Daddy Long had never chased after it. Long Fei chased after Lil Thing until they reached the back courtyard of Wu Shu's grain store. He stopped abruptly, suddenly realizing that Han Yunqi hadn't left the house at all. Lil Thing leapt onto the tall wall and fell into the courtyard without looking back. It hadn't planned to come back, but Daddy Long had chased it so closely that it could only seek Mama Yunqi's protection. It really couldn't figure it out. Mama Yunqi was so smart, but why did she fancy a fiend like Daddy Long? Why wasn't Mama Yunqi with its gentleman? If Mama Yunqi and the gentleman were together, its world would be perfect. Long Fei was about to turn and leave when he suddenly turned back. It wasn't clear whether that woman was resting or doing something else. Han Yunqi was currently researching Beauty's tears and perplexing butterfly illusion in her room. Although Long Fei hadn't asked her about it recently, she'd take out the two poisons whenever she had time to study them. She'd either mix them with other poisons or try all sorts of methods to extract the ingredients. Of course, Han Yunqi was also keeping an eye on the poison pond in her detox system. Last time, the detox system had leveled up because of the pond and gained the ability to nurture poisons and create antidotes on its own. When she poisoned June Xia, the pond had only produced a handful of poisons. Moreover, she hadn't even created an antidote yet, but now she could produce 10 mature poisons. Right now, Han Yunqi had a bold idea. She wanted to take out the pond water and mix it with perplexing butterfly illusion and Beauty's tears. She wanted to see if it was the two poisons that swallowed the pond water, or if it was the poison pond water that swallowed the poisons. One had to know that there was also a situation of black eating black when it came to poisons. Whoever had a stronger poison would often eat the weaker poison to increase their own toxicity. Han Yunqi took out the poison pond water, along with some perplexing butterfly illusion and a bit of Beauty's tears. She tossed them separately into the pond water and was about to observe when Lil Thing suddenly flew in through the window and slammed into her back. The 2 bottles of poison in Han Yunqi's hands almost flew out. Fortunately, she held on tight. Lil Thing didn't even care about the poison. It grabbed Han Yunqi's clothes and climbed onto her shoulder. It slid down her arm like a slide and hurriedly hid in her sleeve. What's up with this little guy? Just as Han Yunqi was puzzled, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? She asked. Unfortunately, the person outside didn't make a sound and kept knocking. Strange. None of Uncle Wu's subordinates would dare to do this. Who's at the door? Han Yunqi looked at the 2 bottles of poison. Seeing that the poison didn't fuse and didn't react, she casually put the bottles into her medical pouch. She didn't make a sound and walked to the door. She held pear blossom teardrop rain and was on guard. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued. Han Yunqi's lips curled into a cold smile, but she didn't make a sound. Very soon, the person outside stopped knocking on the door and left without a sound. Han Yunqi grew more suspicious as she grew more guarded. She vigilantly looked at the windows on both sides. One of the windows was tightly shut, while the other had been knocked open by Lil Thing. Han Yunqi was vigilantly looking at the open window, who knew that a few golden needles suddenly shot into the crack of the door. She completely didn't notice it until the golden needles brushed past her cheek and broke the teacup on the table. She was shocked. Almost at the same time, Long Fei Ye's voice came from outside the door. Open the door. It's him? Han Yunqi was stunned. The moment the door opened, she saw Long Fei Yi standing outside. Long Fei Yi looked at her and was somewhat helpless. This vigilance of yours, although there were shadow guards protecting her, but if she met with an expert, the shadow guards might not be able to stop him. And how could he always stay by her side? Long Fei began to consider whether or not to teach this woman martial arts. He hadn't taught her in the past because he thought she was a good-for-nothing in martial arts. But now it seemed like he had to find a chance for her to start learning martial arts. All right, Han Yunqi also admitted that her vigilance was very poor, but she had no choice. Why has your highness returned? Have you found the gunpowder? I met Lil Thing and chased it back to take a look. If you're not tired, let's go look for it together. Long Fei Yi said indifferently. Han Yunqi was overjoyed. Really? Let's go. Long Fei Yi turned around and left. Was it because Long Fei Yi saw that Han Yunqi wanted to follow him, or because he liked to let Han Yunqi follow him? Only he himself knew. In any case, Han Yunqi was happily led away by Long Fei Yi. By the time Gu Qisha returned, they were already far away. Gu Qisha couldn't find them in the courtyard and asked everyone in the inn, but no one could give him an answer. Gu Qisha wanted to go to sleep, but when he lay down he couldn't. What a tragedy! When she found out that Long Fei Yi and Long Fei Yi hadn't found any clues, Han Yunqi forcefully pulled Lil Thing out of her sleeve and hung it in front of Long Fei Yi. Your Highness, it has a way. Han Yunqi smiled mischievously, but Lil Thing began to cry. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What way? Long Fei Yi slapped Han Yunqi's hand away. Don't you think it's dirty? How many times have I told you not to keep this thing on you? Even now, Long Fei Yi still didn't think much of Lil Thing. It wasn't because he looked down on its abilities, but because he really didn't like furry little animals like Lil Thing. Lil Thing fell to the ground and hid by Han Yunqi's feet, feeling wronged and terrified. Han Yunqi squatted down and snorted. Lil Thing, go find the gunpowder and show it to him. As she spoke, she took out some sulfur for Lil Thing to sniff. Lil Thing seemed to have been emboldened by Han Yunqi, because Lil Thing actually leaped onto her shoulder and stuck out its tongue at Long Fei Yi before fleeing. Your Highness, hurry and chase after it. It'll find it, Han Yunqi said anxiously. Could Long Fei Yi refuse? Obviously not. For the third time, the great Duke of Qin chased a little squirrel through the streets and alleys, leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls. Lil Thing seemed to be holding a grudge this time. It purposely took the most difficult paths, and even went through the dog hole that it disdained the most. It made it seem as if Long Fei Yi would follow suit. Long Fei Yi flew over the high wall with a light tap of his foot. The dog hole had nothing to do with him. Han Yunqi watched, truly anxious for Lil Thing's intelligence. Just as Long Fei Yi was about to lose his patience, Lil Thing suddenly braked, turned around, and squeaked at Han Yunqi. Found it. Han Yunqi was overjoyed. Lil Thing nodded furiously and turned to enter a restaurant. This restaurant was the only one in the black market, and it was listed in Long Fei Ye's information. It was just that he hadn't had time to come over yet. Long Fei Yi led Han Yunqi to catch up with Lil Thing. They went all the way to the wine cellar in the back courtyard of the restaurant. As soon as they reached the entrance, they were greeted by the strong smell of alcohol. They avoided the manservants in the courtyard and entered through the window at the back. They saw that the wine cellar was filled to the brim with wine jars, leaving only a small path for them to walk through. Lil Thing was like an arrow that left the bow. It darted into the depths of the cellar and scratched the ground incessantly. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi chased after it and quickly discovered that there was an entrance to the cellar. However, after they entered the cellar, they saw that it was still filled with wine. Where was the gunpowder? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi both looked at Lil Thing. Lil Thing ran headfirst into the nearest wine jar and actually smashed it into pieces. Then, Chapter 478. Afterwards, gunpowder as black as coal spilled out of the jug to scatter on the ground. They'd found the gunpowder, hidden in the wine jug in the underground cellar. Han Yunqi was thrilled and immediately took out a bottle of poison to reward Lil Thing. Beautifully done. You're better than both of them. Lil Thing seemed to understand because it held the bottle of poison in its hands and skipped around happily. Long Fei Yi only pretended not to hear. Cold, he said. Zhang Sun Zilin is quite smart. He used alcohol to cover up the smell of gunpowder. It's stored in a separate altar, and these porcelain jugs are fireproof. Your Highness, this is the safest place, but also the most dangerous place. It's filled with wine. If it catches fire and explodes, the consequences will be unthinkable. Han Yunqi said seriously. Once the gunpowder exploded, the wine jug above would shatter. Under the influence of alcohol, both the explosion and the fire would multiply. Long Fei Yi nodded with interest. He walked over and began to count the number of jugs as if calculating something. Your Highness, what should we do now? Han Yunqi asked. They'd found the gunpowder, but now came the real problem. How were they supposed to threaten Zhang Sun Zilin? Directly threaten Zhang Sun Zilin and force him to hand over evidence of his secret dealings with Medicine City. Otherwise, they'd expose the matter of the gunpowder. Under normal circumstances, such a threat would be effective. But this was the black market, and Zhang Sun Zilin was half its head. How could he be threatened so easily? Most likely, they'd beat the grass and startle the snake instead. Heaven knows how much power Zhang Sun Zilin had in the black market. If they really threatened him, they might never be able to walk out of the black market's gates. Thus, they'd have to take their time and think things over carefully. Your Highness, why don't we just leave the matter to Tianhui, then extend an olive branch to Zhang Sun Zilin? Han Yunqi asked thoughtfully. The reason the black market had existed for so long without being suppressed by the imperial court wasn't because the court feared its power, but because it had a wide range of connections behind it. If the imperial court tried to suppress it, they'd be smashing their own feet with a rock. Thus, the imperial court had always turned a blind eye. As long as the black markets didn't do anything too outrageous, Emperor Tianhui wouldn't make trouble for them. But things were different when it came to gunpowder. It was a direct threat to the capital and imperial power. As soon as Emperor Tianhui found out, his first thought would be to destroy the entire sky domain black market. Thus, as long as Long Fei Yi reported the news to Emperor Tianhui, the emperor would definitely exterminate Zhang Sun Zilin. At that time, Zhang Sun Zilin would have no way out. Long Fei Yi would then extend an olive branch. As long as Zhang Sun Zilin handed over evidence of his secret dealings with Medicine City, the Duke of Qin would guarantee his life. Han Yunqi thought for a moment, then added, Your Highness, we can let Zhang Sun Zilin expose the Chu family first, then save him. This way, we can kill two birds with one stone. Rather than using gunpowder to threaten Zhang Sun Zilin, he might as well use his life to threaten him. It had to be said that Han Yunqi was becoming more and more skillful. Still, Long Fei Yi only gave her a one-word evaluation. An unnecessary move. Han Yunqi gave a start. Your Highness has a better idea. Aside from blowing things up and getting the imperial court involved, Han Yunqi couldn't think of a more complete and safe plan. Long Fei Yi didn't reply but kept walking inside. He pulled out a few jugs of wine and opened them up for inspection, only to discover that they were all filled with gunpowder. After walking around in a circle, Long Fei Yi had a good idea of how much gunpowder there was. He took Han Yunqi's hand and said, "Let's go." Han Yunqi knew how to deal with the situation. Long Fei Yi had an idea of what to do, but she couldn't guess what he was thinking. After the two of them returned to the Wu clan's grain store, Long Fei Yi whispered a few words to Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu's expression changed before he quickly left the store. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Han Yunqi couldn't help asking. Long Fei Yi smiled but didn't say anything. He held her as they leapt onto the highest roof. Han Yunqi was confused. Just as she was about to speak, Long Fei Yi suddenly pulled her into his embrace from behind. This was her favorite action. His gentle embrace was like bringing her into his world. Her back, which was the weakest part of her defense, was completely exposed to him. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Han Yunqi's voice became gentle. Long Fei Yi still didn't say anything. He hugged her and rested his chin on her shoulder. He didn't say anything, so she didn't ask. Even if she didn't know anything, she still couldn't help but enjoy this moment of warmth. At this moment, it was as if there was no distance between them. Those 100 steps seemed to have disappeared, as if they would never be separated again. Not far away, at the same height, Guqisha was nestled in a tree branch and sleeping with his arms behind his head. He was having a beautiful dream. He dreamt that he had returned to his childhood when he was very, very young. Before he had been punished or abandoned, when he was still an ordinary child, his biological father, the dean of the medical academy, had hugged him and gently coaxed him to sleep. "Chi, be good. Chi, be good." After a while, there was a sudden commotion on the streets. Very soon, Han Yunqi saw many people fleeing in panic from the direction of the restaurant. Gradually, more and more people gathered, as if they'd all turned out in full force to head for the grain store. Amidst the commotion, Han Yunqi heard someone shout, "Zhang Sunzilin is hiding gunpowder. It's going to explode. The Eastern District is going to explode too. Run. Let's retreat. If we don't, we'll lose our lives." Han Yunqi seemed to have realized something. Just as she was about to turn around, Long Fei Yi gently covered her ears and said gently, "It should be very beautiful. Be good and watch carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a deafening boom. Huge sparks suddenly exploded in the darkness ahead, like a red lotus blooming in the dark night. It exploded. The gunpowder in the wine cellar exploded. Soon, the sound of explosions rang out one after another, followed by the continuous explosion of sparks. Everyone was running for their lives in panic, trying to escape from this terrifying disaster. Only Han Yunqi was in the arms of the man who dominated everything. She covered her ears and enjoyed the magnificent fireworks. Long Fei Yi was right. Putting aside the horror of the fire, it was really, really beautiful to look at from the high roof. Han Yunqi was stunned by the sight. Beside her, Guqisha had been jolted awake by the explosion. He jumped up and almost fell down, but fortunately he managed to grab hold of a tree trunk in time. He had already forgotten what kind of dream he had been dreaming about, and had forgotten the gentle and loving "Chi" he had heard in his dream. He cursed. "Fuck, Long Fei Yi did this? He's playing so big?" Yes, this explosion had been caused by Long Fei Yi. He had just estimated the amount of gunpowder in the underground wine cellar and estimated the area of effect if all the gunpowder and the wine in the wine cellar exploded together. After returning to Uncle Wu's grain store, he immediately ordered Uncle Wu to spread the news that the gunpowder was going to explode and to evacuate everyone in the area of effect. There were not many people in the black market, so it was easy to evacuate everyone. After everyone had left, Uncle Wu went to start the fire. Everything had happened so suddenly that Zhang Sunzilin probably still did not understand what was going on. The explosions became more and more frequent, and the fire grew bigger and bigger. Before long, the beautiful fireworks could no longer be seen, and only a raging inferno was left. The restaurant and everything around it had been destroyed in an instant, turning into a sea of fire. It was the epicenter of the explosion, and the fire was so big that it quickly spread to the entire street. At this time, not only the Eastern District, but even the Western District was in danger. Not to mention whether they would be affected by the fire. Just the thick smoke alone was enough to kill many people. Soon, the black market's mysterious elders guild appeared and opened several escape doors that had never been opened before. They also mobilized the black market's guards to maintain order and evacuate the crowd. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi stood on the high roof and saw everything clearly. Han Yunqi was so shocked that she couldn't help but laugh. "Your Highness, you actually, is it beautiful?" Long Fei Yi asked seriously. Han Yunqi nodded. "It is indeed beautiful." Could this be considered the first time Long Fei Yi had accompanied her to watch fireworks? It was so thrilling and grand. This fellow always gave her such extravagant surprises. How could she forget? Of course, despite her shock, Han Yunqi was still very calm. "Your Highness, you've destroyed the evidence. What can we use to negotiate with Zhang Sunzilin? This fellow has a large sum of money in this prince's private bank. What do you think we should use to negotiate with him?" Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunqi was shocked when she heard this. "Your Highness, you've known Zhang Sunzilin for a long time?" Han Yunqi then recalled that when Ouyang Ningnua had mentioned Zhang Sunzilin, Long Fei Yi had not asked much about it. He had only asked who the other owner of the black market was. "I found out about it not too long ago. This prince has known him for a long time, but I didn't know that he was half an owner of the black market," Long Fei Yi said calmly. Han Yunqi's idea was brilliant, but it wasn't as perfect as blowing up the black market. For one thing, the explosion of the black market would be felt by everyone within 100 li radius. Soon enough, the capital would get wind of the news as well. Emperor Tianhui wouldn't be able to sit still and send people to investigate. Once they found traces of gunpowder, things would get serious. With Emperor Tianhui's distrustful personality, he'd hesitate if Long Fei Yi reported the news. Perhaps he'd even suspect that Long Fei Yi was trying to use the chance to destroy the Chu clan. But if the black market explosion caught Emperor Tianhui's attention, then things would be different. Emperor Tianhui was no fool. Judging from the amount of gunpowder and the power of the black market, he'd easily suspect the Chu clan. Secondly, once the black market exploded, all of Zhang Sunzilin's most profitable businesses would be destroyed. Long Fei Yi only needed to secretly spread the news that Zhang Sunzilin was half an owner of the black market. That way, the imperial court would keep an eye on Zhang Sunzilin. Although they'd have no evidence to arrest him, they'd at least put him on the list of suspects. Then all of Zhang Sunzilin's legitimate businesses in Tianing would be frozen. Then Long Fei Yi would have the perfect excuse to freeze all of Zhang Sunzilin's silver in the private bank. For a successful businessman like him, what could be more tragic than being penniless? What else did a businessman value more than money? Long Fei Yi wasn't planning to threaten him with gunpowder or his life, but money. Thirdly, once the black market exploded and the gunpowder was destroyed, neither the Chu clan nor Emperor Tianhui would be able to get their hands on it. The power of Tianing's black market would disappear as well. For Long Fei Yi, he'd have one less enemy when he took control of the capital in the future. Han Yunqi didn't know what to say after listening to Long Fei Yi's analysis. She didn't just admire this man, but worshipped him. The flames were starting to spread, but the explosions were still going on. There was no way to put them out. Long Fei Yi took Han Yunqi with him and left as well. Gu Qisha couldn't help but sigh as he watched them leave. Ouyang Ningnua, what's the point of writing it down in black and white? Chapter 479. What's the point of it being written in black and white? Ouyang Ningnua tore the contract to shreds as soon as he escaped from the black market. This was the biggest failure of his business career and the most thorough loss he'd ever suffered in a business negotiation. The contract stated that he wouldn't take a single cent of the profits from the partnership between Pill Fiend Pharmacy and Medicine City. However, Long Fei Yi wouldn't interfere with any of Zhang Sunzealan's businesses. When Long Fei Yi had agreed to this condition, Ouyang Ningnua had been puzzled. However, he couldn't find any loopholes in the contract. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Long Fei Yi would detonate the gunpowder and blow up the entire black market. After all, he was the other boss of Sky Domain Black Market. When he first learned that Zhang Sunzealan was working with Western Zhou's Chu clan to smuggle gunpowder, Ouyang Ningnua had been looking for an opportunity to topple Zhang Sunzealan and swallow the other half of Sky Domain Black Market. When Gu Beiwe told him about Pill Fiend Pharmacy, he knew his chance had come. Once Long Fei Yi found out about the gunpowder in the black market, Zhang Sunzealan would be finished. Ouyang Ningnua was waiting for Long Fei Yi to make a move. He was waiting for Zhang Sunzealan to be driven into a corner and sell off his businesses. Then Ouyang Ningnua would be able to keep a low profile and slowly become the only boss of Sky Domain Black Market. But this perfect plan had been ruined by Long Fei Yi. Not only did Ouyang Ningnua lose Zhang Sunzealan's businesses, he'd also lost the other half of his business. Moreover, Long Fei Yi hadn't broken the contract. The contract stated that he couldn't interfere with Zhang Sunzealan's businesses, but it didn't say that he couldn't destroy them. In any case, would Long Fei admit that burning it down counted as a form of meddling in their affairs? Would Long Fei Yi admit that he was the one who started the fire? Damn it! Ouyang Ningnua, who had always been good-tempered, was furious. He scattered the pieces of the contract on the ground and stomped on them several times, but he still couldn't calm down. Although legitimate businesses were profitable, how could they make money as fast as the black market? Who knew how long it would take to recoup the losses this time? Moreover, Sky Domain Black Market was connected to many officials in Tianning's imperial court. Now that the black market was gone, the chain of profits was gone as well. If he wanted to win over these people to facilitate his other businesses, he'd have to think of another way. Long Fei Yi, you better not fall into my hands one day. Ouyang Ningnua spat out those words before turning around to leave. Meanwhile, the other boss of the black market, Zhang Sunzealan, had just arrived. As soon as he got off the carriage, he saw that the black market's emergency exits had all been opened. Everyone had fled, and thick smoke billowed out of the black market. He stared blankly for a moment and was about to rush in when a servant hurriedly pulled him back. "Master, everything has been blown up and burned. We can't go in." Zhang Sunzealan fiercely slapped him and said angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? Scram!" Pushing the servant aside, he recklessly rushed towards the door. However, just as he reached the door, he was choked by the thick smoke that gushed out. He coughed for a while before he could catch his breath. None of the servants behind him dared to approach. Zhang Sunzealan stared blankly at the exit, forced to accept the fact that the gunpowder had exploded. He felt like he'd suffered a huge blow, and it took him a long time to recover. When Chu Tianyin had first sought him out for a partnership, he'd drawn him a beautiful blueprint. The first thing he'd promised was to use the power of the imperial court to help him seize the other half of Sky Domain Black Market from Ouyang Ningnua's hands. But now, Zhang Sunzealan recovered his wits and roared, "How did the wine cellar explode?" Was the explosion an accident, or was it man-made? If it was an accident, he might be able to escape. If it was man-made, then he was doomed. "Master!" News of the gunpowder in the wine cellar suddenly spread. Half of the black market knew about it and fled. That's why the wine cellar exploded. "Someone must be messing with us on purpose," the servant reported. Zhang Sunzealan's expression turned even uglier. Just then, the sound of hurried, hooves could be heard. It was the arrival of the government. The first few explosions in the black market had caused as much of a commotion as an earthquake. Everyone in the surrounding villages had sensed it. It had only been a little over 2 hours, but the nearest government office had already sent people over. Soon, the capital governor's men, the imperial guards, and many other forces would arrive. Despite his despair, Zhang Sunzilin still managed to calm down. He immediately boarded the carriage. Return to the imperial capital, quickly. Someone had done this on purpose. The imperial court would definitely investigate him soon. He had to hurry back and prepare a backup plan. At the very least, he had to transfer all of his assets and businesses. Stockpiling gunpowder was a threat to the imperial capital. If the imperial court wanted to investigate him, they didn't need any evidence. They would first seal off all of his avenues of escape and trap him in the imperial capital before slowly discussing the evidence with him. With the departure of the 2 leaders of the black market, the council of elders that had been established by them naturally disbanded on its own. Everyone had left, leaving behind a burning mess. By the time Mu Qinggu arrived with a large group of imperial guards, Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi had finally left. Emperor Tian, we must have heard of the situation by now, but they'd hardly reached the city gates when they saw Long Tianma leading a group of men out of the city. Han Yunqi laughed out loud. Your Highness, this crown prince is probably even more impatient than His Majesty, isn't he? Long Feiyi replied mildly, his tone light and breezy. In the past, Chu Qingge had repeatedly invited Han Yunqi to the palace. It wasn't clear what the woman's motives were, but she couldn't escape the label of crafty plots and machinations. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager had been keeping an eye on her the entire time, hoping to sow discord between her and Chu Qingge so she could reap the benefits. Now that the gunpowder case had been exposed, neither Chu Qingge nor the Empress Dowager would have time to make trouble for her for a long time. They were too busy dealing with each other. Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi couldn't help but sneak a peek at Long Feiyi, only to see the mastermind behind the scenes reading a scroll with his head bowed. It was as if the impending storm had nothing to do with him at all. He never interfered with the affairs of the imperial court, but every time he made a move, he could stir up huge waves in court and even the harem. This was His Highness Duke of Qin's methods, and one of his most revered traits. By the time Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi returned to the Duke of Qin's estate, Guqi Sha was already waiting for them at the gates. As soon as he saw them get off the carriage, Guqi Sha rose to his feet. Long Feiyi, why didn't you tell this old man that you found gunpowder? Would Long Feiyi answer him? Of course not. Besides the woman he was holding hands with, who else had he wasted his breath on? He didn't even look at Guqi Sha as he led Han Yunqi through the gates. Guqi Sha immediately followed after them, but the guards blocked their way as soon as they entered the estate. Han Yunqi, for better or for worse, we're business partners. Is this how you treat your guests? Guqi Sha asked loudly. Do you need something? Han Yunqi finally spoke up. This old man was planning to stay in the capital and personally follow up on the Medicine Ghost Valley's affairs. Guqi Sha replied. And then Han Yunqi asked patiently. Guqi Sha chuckled. This old man thought it over and over and decided that it's more convenient to stay at the Duke of Qin's estate. Han Yunqi was about to speak when Long Feiyi suddenly agreed. He ordered cold. Chu Shifeng, prepare a guest room. Leaving aside Han Yunqi, even Guqi Sha was taken aback. But since Long Feiyi dared to let him in, he had the guts to stay. Just like that, Gu Beiwei settled down in a small courtyard in the Duke of Qin's estate. If Gu Beiwei's recuperation last time didn't count, he would be the first guest ever to stay overnight at the Duke of Qin's estate. When they returned to the hibiscus courtyard, Han Yunqi finally spoke up. Your Highness, are we really keeping him here? So you don't have to run away all day, Long Feiyi replied mildly. If Guqi Sha had stayed anywhere else, he would have gone to Han Yunqi every 2 or 3 days to discuss the Medicine Ghost Valley. She really would have had to run away all day. Your Highness is too considerate. Han Yunqi didn't think much of it. As expected, Gu Qisha found Han Yunqi that very afternoon to discuss the design of Pill Fiend Pharmacy Storehouse. Han Yunqi invited him to the flower gardens to discuss the matter. Naturally, Long Fei Yi accompanied them. Needless to say, Gu Qisha was quite attentive. He'd picked out a few details on the storehouse design plans since he was the most knowledgeable about medicine. Han Yunqi would listen to him unconditionally. A few days later, various versions of the gunpowder explosion spread throughout the capital city. Some of the rumors came from Long Fei Yi himself. Emperor Tianhui was furious and ordered a strict investigation into the source of the gunpowder. He also listed Zhang Sunzilin, Ouyang Ningnua, and a few other merchants with connections to the black market as suspects. All of their businesses in Tianning were sealed off for further investigation. Although Zhang Sunzilin and Ouyang Ningnua were both bosses of the black market, Zhang Sunzilin couldn't compare to Ouyang Ningnua, the head of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Ouyang Ningnua's businesses in Tianning were sealed off, but he still had plenty of businesses in Northern Li, Western Zhou, and even Medicine and Medical City. He wouldn't go bankrupt, and Emperor Tianhui wouldn't dare to be too rude and unreasonable with his status. But Zhang Sunzilin was in trouble. Most of his businesses were in Tianning, so Emperor Tianhui was sure to eat him up. Less than 5 days after the gunpowder explosion, he finally decided to give up everything in Tianning and went alone to Tianning's largest private bank, Abundant Treasure Private Bank. He told the manager directly, "I'll have to trouble you to inform His Highness Duke of Qin that Zhang Sunzilin requests an audience." Few people knew the identity of the owner of Abundant Treasure Private Bank, so the manager had no choice but to make the report. How many taxes had the Sky Domain black market stolen from the National Treasury? How many legitimate businesses had they suppressed in Tianning? How many people in dire need had they cheated? How could Long Fei Yi treat Zhang Sunzilin nicely? Currently, he was brewing tea with Han Yunqi in the back courtyard. Coldly, he ordered the manager have him wait a moment. Wait a moment. Thus, Zhang Sunzilin waited anxiously for an entire day in the private bank. If he wasn't under someone else's control, he would have slammed the door and left. All of the silver drafts in his hands were of high value. The 10 or so of them were the real gold and silver he'd saved up over the years from both illegal and illegal businesses. It was also the only thing he could use to escape overseas and make a comeback. Because the face value was too high in order to prevent theft, if he wanted to take out these banknotes to trade or receive cash from foreign banks, he had to stamp it with his own seal and that of the master of Baofeng Bank. Thus, he had to see His Highness Duke of Qin no matter what. He waited and waited until it was finally time for dinner. The manager brought Zhang Sunzilin to the tea room. Chapter 480. Zhang Sunzilin had already waited an entire day to see His Highness Duke of Qin. Although he had been filled with anxiety, nervousness, and fear, he still maintained his rationality and considered the pros and cons of the situation. He didn't know that the mastermind behind the gunpowder case was His Highness Duke of Qin, but he could more or less sense that His Highness Duke of Qin was deliberately making things difficult for him. Anyone who deliberately made things difficult for him must have ulterior motives. Thus, he had been pondering how to deal with it. After entering, he calmly bowed with clasped hands. "This one is Zhang Sunzilin. Greetings to Your Highness Duke of Qin and esteemed Wang Fei." Long Fei, you looked down at him with disdain. "You're half a master of Sky Domain black market. With such a powerful background, you dare to call yourself a commoner in front of this prince? This prince can't afford it." The trace of mockery on Long Fei Ye's lips made Zhang Sunzilin tremble with fear. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he still feared this cold prince. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, you're shortening this one's lifespan," Zhang Sunzilin said anxiously. Long Fei smiled coldly. To what do I owe the honor of your presence today? Zhang Sun Zilin pulled out a stack of banknotes from his sleeve. Your Highness, this one is here to ask for your stamp. This banknote has been in your bank for several years. It just so happens that there's a good project coming up, so this one wants to use it all. Zhang Sun Zilin spoke as if the gunpowder case hadn't happened, and the rumors outside weren't true. Han Yunqi felt admiration. Unfortunately, His Majesty has sealed off all of your assets. What do you think this prince should do? Long Fei asked. Zhang Sun Zilin grew anxious. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, this one can accept that others don't believe me, but you can't not believe me. This one wants to ask you to uphold justice for this one. As he spoke, he actually took out half a stack of banknotes and placed it on the table. Han Yunqi walked over and picked up the banknotes, counting them one by one. Seeing this, Zhang Sun Zilin was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Esteemed Wang Fei, the bank belongs to His Highness. Everything here is decided by His Highness. Even His Majesty can't interfere, right? That's right. Han Yunqi smiled beautifully. Zhang Sun Zilin became even happier and handed over a few more. Esteemed Wang Fei, please kindly accept them. Han Yunqi still took it and said with a smile, There's a total of 15 pieces. That's 60 million taels. Zhang Sun Zilin nodded repeatedly. This was half of his savings and was not a small sum. He had asked around before coming here. Apparently, if he could deal with Qin Wang Fei, he could basically deal with His Highness Duke of Qin. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi turned to look at Long Fei Yi. Your Highness, is a mere 60 million enough to bribe you? When these words came out, Zhang Sun Zilin was so scared that his face turned ashen. Esteemed Wang Fei, this one didn't mean that. This one only wanted to. If it's not a bribe, then it must be a bribe? Your Highness, when did you become so easy to bribe? Han Yunqi asked in shock. Zhang Sun Zilin's legs almost turned to jelly. Esteemed Princess Consort, you've misunderstood. You've misunderstood. This one doesn't have any other intentions. It's just that I came in a rush and didn't prepare a greeting gift for your Highness. So, I ask your Highness to kindly accept it. Kindly accept it. Since you don't have any other intentions, this prince will accept it. Long Fei, you really did accept it. Zhang Sun Zilin let out a sigh of relief, then offered up the remaining banknotes in his hand. Your Highness, please bestow a seal. But Long Fei, you didn't even look at it. This prince heard that you have private dealings with Medicine City. Surprise flitted through Zhang Sun Zilin's eyes before he immediately denied it. Your Highness, medicinal ingredients are used to save lives. They can't be used privately. After escaping Tianning, he still wanted to continue doing business in the black market. Medicinal ingredients were the most profitable business, and the fastest way for him to make a comeback. No matter what, he couldn't betray those young masters of Medicine City. This prince didn't think it was possible when I heard about it either, Long Fei said. Zhang Sun Zilin didn't know why the Duke of Qin was inquiring about this matter, but he didn't have time to think about it. He offered up the banknotes again. Your Highness, please bestow a seal. This prince already said that His Majesty has orders to seize all of your assets. Do you want this prince to go against His Majesty's orders? This Zhang Sun Zilin glanced at the banknotes that Han Yunqi had taken away, then at his own. Despite his anger, he didn't dare to say anything. He had deposited the banknotes in the Duke of Qin's private bank precisely because he wanted to use the chance to form a relationship with the man. Now, he truly regretted his actions. Despite his regrets, he remained calm. After some hesitation, he said in a low voice, Your Highness, Duke of Qin, this one knows that there are many rumors and slanders going around outside. His Majesty has also listed this one as a suspect, but this one really wasn't responsible for the gunpowder case. This one really doesn't have the guts to do such a thing. On the other hand, the other boss of the black market, Zhang Sun Zilin, wanted to speak, but stopped himself. He thought that Long Fei Yi would be curious, but Long Fei Yi didn't say a word. Zhang Sun Zilin could only continue. Your Highness, the other boss of Sky Domain Black Market is the famous head of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, Ouyang Ningnua. Long Fei Yi was laughing coldly in his heart. His guess was right. Ouyang Ningnua was indeed the other boss of Sky Domain Black Market. Still, he didn't say a word. Zhang Sun Zilin really couldn't figure out the Duke in front of him. He glanced at Qin Wangfei and saw that she was calm and collected, but didn't say a word either. Without a choice, he could only brace himself and continue. Your Highness, this gunpowder must have been sent in from outside the country. Ouyang Ningnua has the strongest connections at the border. Ouyang Ningnua had exposed Zhang Sun Zilin in hopes of using Long Fei Yi to deal with him and swallow up half of the black market. Now, Zhang Sun Zilin was framing Ouyang Ningnua and dragging him down with him. As Han Yunqi listened, she couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Is there anyone more cunning than a businessman in this world? The Duke of Qin? Thinking up to here, she couldn't help but chuckle. Your Highness, Ouyang Ningnua owns half of Sky Domain Black Market and has many businesses in three-way black market as well. With Ouyang Ningnua's skills, a shipment of gunpowder is nothing to him. Your Highness, the Emperor may be muddle-headed, but you're not, are you? This is the best chance to restrain Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. If your Highness is willing to investigate Ouyang Ningnua, this one will do everything in my power to help. Long Fei Yi allowed Zhang Sun Zilin to speak as he watched, but didn't say a word. Zhang Sun Zilin had been full of confidence, but faced with Long Fei's silence and icy gaze, he gradually lost his confidence and began to feel guilty. Some people couldn't convince others with a pile of nonsense, while others could command respect with a single glance. Long Fei Yi was the latter. Once Zhang Sun Zilin shut up, Long Fei Yi spoke up cold. Zhang Sun Zilin, don't worry. As long as the gunpowder isn't yours, His Majesty will definitely prove your innocence. As for Ouyang Ningnua, even if His Majesty doesn't touch him, the true owner of the gunpowder won't spare him. Long Fei Yi hadn't spoken clearly, but Zhang Sun Zilin was already enlightened. Without proof, Emperor Tianhui would at most seal off his businesses and confine him to Tianning's capital city. But Chu Tianyin would kill him to keep his mouth shut. Zhang Sun Zilin was so shrewd that he forgot the most important thing in his rush to escape. Finally, Zhang Sun Zilin realized that his life was in danger and panicked. Your Highness, he cried in alarm. Someone come, see the guest out, Long Fei Yi said. Zhang Sun Zilin didn't hesitate. Your Highness, as long as your Highness can protect this one's life and escort me safely to Northern Li. This one is willing to provide detailed evidence of Medicine City's 3 clans supplying gunpowder to the black market over the years. But this Wang Fei is still very curious about the origins of the gunpowder. How much do you know? Han Yunqi asked with interest. Since Qin Wangfei is curious, why don't you tell me everything you know besides Ouyang Ningnua? Long Fei Yi said. Zhang Sun Zilin finally realized that Qin Wangfei was the most difficult person to deal with, not the Duke of Qin. She was definitely a woman who wanted a yard after getting an inch. At this point, other than denying that he was the one who had obtained the gunpowder, he could also expose Chu Tianyin. To reply, esteemed Wang Fei, this one understands that the gunpowder came from Western Zhou's Chu clan. The Chu clan's young master, Chu Tianyin, smuggled it in through wine jugs. There was supposed to be another batch next year, but it looks like there won't be any more, Zhang Sun Zilin replied. Chu Tianyin? How many people does the Chu clan have hidden in the capital? Han Yunqi asked. This one understands that there are quite a few, but this one doesn't know the specifics, Zhang Sun Zilin replied honestly. Han Yunqi couldn't help but recall Su Xiaoyu's rainbow signal flares. It looked like the Chu clan had long set up an ambush in Tianning's capital. Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, This one even saw Chu Tianyin once last month. This one estimates that he should be in Tianning right now. Perhaps he's even hiding in the capital. Zhang Sunzilin didn't dare to speak. After all, Chu Tianyin was probably looking for him everywhere to silence him. Originally, Long Fei and Han Yunqi only wanted to get evidence of Medicine City's collusion with the black market, but they ended up getting news of the Chu clan instead. Both of them were surprised and wary. "Hand over the evidence, and your lordship will arrange for you to leave tonight." Long Fei Yi finally opened his golden mouth. Delighted, Zhang Sunzilin hurried back to retrieve the evidence. Naturally, he wouldn't leave such an important item in the black market. The evidence was a thick ledger that recorded in detail who the three great clans of Medicine City were, what they sent to the black market, how much Zhang Sunzilin had sold for, and how much he'd split with those people. Every stroke of the ledger was extremely detailed and stamped with a seal. Han Yunqi flipped through a few pages and was truly happy. With this evidence, would Medicine City still refuse to compromise? Once the evidence was in their hands, Long Fei Yi finally stamped Zhang Sunzilin's banknotes and arranged for guards to escort him out. As for the silver that Zhang Sunzilin had offered, Long Fei Yi said to treat it as a black market donation to the Han clan's clinic. "Your Highness, how about we go to Medicine City tomorrow?" Han Yunqi was especially excited. "What are we going to do?" Long Fei Yi asked. "Negotiate, of course. Have them supply us with goods. They must always supply us with low-grade, high-quality ingredients." Han Yunqi said seriously. Long Fei Yi stroked her bangs and smiled. "If they want to negotiate, it should be them coming to the capital. What are you going to do?" Why did this stupid girl like to run away all the time? With a bargaining chip in hand, as long as he sent a message to the three great clans of Medicine City, they would be in a hurry to come. Just like that, Long Fei Yi took Han Yunqi back to his residence. Of course, before returning, he sent someone to let Long Tianma know that Chu Tianyin might be in the capital. Let Long Tianma and Chu Tianyin slowly fight it out, and let the people of Medicine City come from afar. He had to find some time to deal with the person living in his residence. After dragging things out for so long, it was time to take off the mask. One by one, they weekly posted their username on Weibo, I am GMO. Chapter 481. Early in the morning, Han Yunqi had just woken up when Zhao Mama came to report. "Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness has invited Pill Fiend to drink tea in the garden. He wants you to come along." Han Yunqi almost thought that she was still dreaming. Long Fei Yi was inviting Gu Qi Sha to drink tea? Did the sun rise from the west today? Really? Han Yunqi asked doubtfully. Before Zhao Mama could answer, Su Xiaoyu spoke first. Acting like a big sister, she placed her hands on her hips and said confidently, "Mistress, His Highness must be plotting something. He's up to no good." After returning to Leisurely Cloud Pavilion after losing her memories, Su Xiaoyu was much more diligent than before. Every day, she would snatch away Bailey Mingxiang and Zhao Mama's chores, disliking them for being slow. Now, she was fighting with Bailey Mingxiang over watering the poisonous plants in the courtyard. Impudent. Is His Highness someone you can criticize? Zhao Mama immediately reprimanded. Han Yunqi had long since gotten used to Su Xiaoyu's mouth. She smiled and said, "Let's go. Come with me to see what His Highness is up to." When they arrived at the garden, Long Fei Yi was already sitting down to brew tea. Today he wasn't dressed in his usual black robes, his black hair tied up in a bun, looking cold and mysterious. His hair was tied up with a white jade hairpin. His white robes were embroidered with cloud sleeves, making him look noble and elegant. He was sitting cross-legged on the bamboo couch in the pavilion. He was so handsome that he looked like a celestial in a painting. His every movement was elegant. Han Yunqi had forgotten how long it had been since she last saw His Highness in white. She liked this kind of His Highness, Duke of Qin. This kind of him had the smell of sunshine, was more approachable, and lacked that cold and cruel aura. She purposely stopped in her tracks and quietly watched him. It was as if time would stop at this moment if she didn't move. "Mistress, you like His Highness Duke of Qin very much, right?" Su Xiaoyu asked. Han Yunqi tilted her head and looked at her. "Nonsense. How much do you like it?" Su Xiaoyu asked again. Han Yunqi pretended not to hear and did not answer. Su Xiaoyu asked again. "Do you like him so much that you'll die without him?" Han Yunqi finally couldn't ignore her. She looked at her with disdain. "You're so young, but you're always asking about death. You're not cute at all. Cuteness can't be eaten." Su Xiaoyu snorted. As the master and servant chatted, Guqi Sha suddenly appeared from the side. "Good morning, little girl." Han Yunqi and Su Xiaoyu were both startled. At this moment, Long Fei Yi had already stood up in the pavilion and looked over from afar. "Morning," Han Yunqi replied indifferently. Su Xiaoyu sized up Guqi Sha, who was dressed in black, and said coldly, "What the hell is this early in the morning?" Unexpectedly, as soon as she said this, her throat suddenly tightened. At the same time, Han Yunqi's detoxification system warned her that there was poison in her surroundings. Su Xiaoyu clutched her neck, unable to make a sound. She was so frightened that she grabbed Han Yunqi's hand and begged for help. The detoxification system had already determined that Su Xiaoyu had been poisoned by a mute poison. The most frightening thing about this poison was that if it wasn't neutralized within the time it took for a joss stick to burn, it would never be neutralized. Han Yunqi immediately took out the detoxification system's antidote from her medical pouch and gave it to Su Xiaoyu. However, just as Su Xiaoyu's throat felt a little better, her legs suddenly turned to jelly and she fell to her knees without any warning. Poison again! This was a poison that could harm a person's shins and bones. It needed to be neutralized immediately, otherwise the person would be permanently crippled. The detoxification system quickly gave her another antidote. This antidote could not be taken directly. It had to be sprayed on the knees for it to be effective. "Sit down and roll up your trousers," Han Yunqi immediately ordered. When Su Xiaoyu saw Han Yunqi's serious expression, she didn't dare to delay and hurriedly did as she was told. However, just as Han Yunqi was about to spray the antidote, Su Xiaoyu suddenly burst into tears and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Finally, Han Yunqi grew angry and stood up. "Guqi Sha, don't you know that children's words carry no harm? How could you use such a vicious poison?" The poison that Su Xiaoyu had been poisoned was naturally Guqi Sha's doing. Guqi Sha chuckled and said, "Children's words carry no harm? Do you think she's a 3-year-old child?" Han Yunqi couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him and focused on neutralizing Su Xiaoyu's poison. Who would have thought that Guqi Sha would continue to poison her? When Han Yunqi smelled the scent of poison, she immediately said coldly, "That's enough!" Guqi Sha glanced at the white figure in the pavilion and grinned. "An apology is enough. Don't even think about it." Su Xiaoyu fumed. Wouldn't it be a loss for her to apologize after being poisoned so many times? Blood began to flow from the corner of her mouth again at those words. Han Yunqi handed the antidote to Su Xiaoyu and shielded her behind her back. "Cold!" She looked at Guqi Sha from head to toe. "Your Excellency Pill Fiend not only has superb medical skills, but poison skills as well. How unexpected!" Han Yunqi had seen everything clearly just then. This fellow hadn't even gotten close to Su Xiaoyu before he'd poisoned her. Moreover, he'd done it with such precision that it was no small feat at the very least. As far as she knew, there weren't many people in Cloud Realm continent with such skills. Jun Yixie was one of them, while Gu should have similar skills as well. Medicine and poison come from the same family. Guqi Sha admitted openly, but stopped using poisons. In a moment of excitement, he'd revealed his poison skills. He really shouldn't have done that. He was about to change the topic when Han Yunqi wouldn't let it go. Your Excellency, Pill Fiend couldn't have been banished from Medical City for secretly studying poisons, right? Han Yunqi couldn't figure out why Pill Fiend was so talented when she first heard about him. How could Medical City bear to throw him away? Just what kind of crime did he commit to be banished by the Medical Academy? Could he have committed a crime against the Medical Academy that involved the poison sect? Although medicine and poison came from the same family, his poison skills weren't ordinary at all. Gu Qi smiled, but a sinister glint flashed past his eyes. No comment. His original plan was to use Su Xiaoyu's insults to cause a ruckus with Han Yunqi. But now that they'd changed the subject, Gu Qi stopped himself. As he spoke, he turned to leave. Han Yunqi hurriedly chased after him and beat around the bush. Gu Qi, do you know how to cultivate poisons? Gu Qi didn't answer, so Han Yunqi smiled and said, "It's not like being able to use poisons is something to be ashamed of. Why don't you share it with us so we can compare notes?" Gu Qi still didn't speak, but Han Yunqi didn't give up. Gu Qi walked quickly, then slowly. Sometimes he'd look back, sometimes he'd laugh out loud, but he still refused to answer. From Long Fei Ye's perspective, this scene looked like a couple flirting with each other. He narrowed his eyes dangerously, his gaze frighteningly deep as the temperature around them dropped. He picked up the cup of red South Peak he'd prepared and threw it without warning. Heaven knows how much strength he'd used, but the teacup flew like an arrow towards Gu Qi face. He'd originally planned to sit down and have a drink of red South Peak and have a nice chat, but now he was going to rip off Gu Qi mask. Gu Qi sensed the approaching threat before Han Yunqi did, so he abruptly turned around and gestured for Han Yunqi to follow him. However, in the next instant, he turned sideways and allowed the teacup to fly towards Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi suddenly saw a teacup hurtling towards her. For a moment, she couldn't recover her wits and froze in place. Long Fei panicked. He was about to throw a hidden dart at the teacup when Gu Qi beat him to it. He raised his leg coolly and viciously, kicked the teacup out of the air. He chuckled and turned around to look at Long Fei. "Who is it? Why are you in such a bad mood so early in the morning?" Han Yunqi's mind was preoccupied with Gu Qi extraordinary poison skills, so she wasn't in the mood to flirt with him. How could she possibly have realized that there was something wrong with their chase just now? She looked suspiciously at Long Fei. This guy's temper really isn't small. Why did he suddenly invite Gu Qi over for tea? Long Fei didn't speak, but tossed out another teacup and aimed it at Gu Qi face. Naturally, Gu Qi dodged out of the way before doing a somersault to land on a nearby tree. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, are you certain you invited this old man here for tea?" "We're here for tea. Why wouldn't you dare to drink?" "Long Fei," you retorted. As he spoke, he threw another teacup at Gu Qi. Gu Qi immediately caught it. Gu Qi's skill in throwing out teacups was impressive, but his catching skills weren't bad either. Not a single drop of South Peak red spilled out of the teacup. After all, not everyone was like Long Fei, who could tell the difference between the same type of tea with a single sniff. Gu Qi only knew that this was black tea. After determining that it wasn't poisonous, he slowly tasted it. As he sipped on it, Long Fei walked over with the teacup in his hand. "How's the taste?" Gu Qi vaguely sensed that something was wrong, but he didn't back down. He jumped down from the tree and said, "Give me another cup." Long Fei poured the tea as he spoke. Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop's specialty tea is South Peak Red. I drank it back in Medicine Ghost Valley too. What? You're not familiar with this tea? Gu Qi's eyes turned cold as he tensed up. On the side, Han Yunqi didn't notice the tense atmosphere between Long Fei and Gu Qi. She finally realized that Gu Qi had given them the original South Peak Red. No wonder she found it so familiar. Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop had already been sealed up by Long Fei, so the South Peak Red there belonged to Long Fei. He wouldn't sell it. Could it be that Gu had planted it somewhere else and was selling it again? Or Han Yunqi was still puzzling over the situation when Chu Shifeng suddenly ran over, his face full of anxiety. "Your Highness, there's a guest requesting an audience." Long Fei Yi didn't even ask who the guest was, but simply said, "I won't see him." But Chu Shifeng was put in a difficult position. After some hesitation, he hurried forward to whisper something in Long Fei Ye's ear. It wasn't clear what he said, but Long Fei Ye's expression shifted slightly. He told Han Yunqi, "Wait for me in the pavilion, I'll be right back." Then he left in a hurry, as if something urgent had happened. As soon as Long Fei Yi was gone, Han Yunqi called over a servant girl. "Serve His Excellency, Pill Fiendwell." Anyone who could come to the Duke of Qin's estate to request an audience couldn't be an ordinary person. Moreover, someone who could make Chu Shifeng so nervous was even more unusual. At the very least, the visitor had to have the ability to gain face from the Duke of Qin. Just who had come? Did they have something urgent to discuss? Han Yunqi was filled with curiosity as she stealthily chased after him. Gu Qisha stared doubtfully at the teacup in his hands as a complicated look flickered past his eyes. Then he followed after Han Yunqi on the sly. But when Han Yunqi entered the guest hall through a side door, she saw a woman standing very close to Long Fei Yi. This was none other than Western Zhou's princess, Duanmu Yao, whom she hadn't seen in ages. Chapter 482. Duanmu Yao was here. Although she had been crippled by the Western Zhou royal family and had been hiding in the Celestial Mountain sword sect, she seemed to have lived a good life for the past 1.5 years. She was originally as beautiful as a fairy, but she was a little skinny. Now that she had put on some weight, coupled with her half-exposed strapless dress, she seemed to have become more voluptuous. Han Yunqi immediately noticed her sword. It had an icy blue scabbard and was of the same style as Long Fei Ye's treasured sword. Duanmu Yao didn't carry a sword when she was still Western Zhou's princess. Now that she carried a sword, it meant that she had left the imperial family and was now a true member of the Jianghu. Han Yunqi knew that she and Long Fei Yi were both closed-door disciples of the Tian Shan Kenzo sect master. They were both top-notch swordsmen. From Han Yunqi's angle, she could only see Long Fei Ye's back. She could see Duanmu Yao's smiling face and adoring eyes. They were speaking so softly that she couldn't hear them clearly. Han Yunqi watched in silence. She still felt uncomfortable. She had thought that Long Fei Yi was in a hurry and couldn't let her join in. That was why he had her wait in the garden. She had snuck over and didn't go in directly because she didn't want to disturb him. But she hadn't expected Duanmu Yao to be here. Long Fei Yi had already explained the situation to her. Long Fei Yi had promised his master that he would protect Duanmu Yao until she turned 18. A master for a day is a father for life. Han Yunqi understood that he couldn't go against his master's orders. But why did Long Fei Yi tell her that Duanmu Yao was here today? Why did he have her wait in the garden? If he had something urgent, he could have just told her. Was there a need to hide it from her? Han Yunqi was still feeling gloomy when Long Fei Yi suddenly leaned over. Duanmu Yao quickly moved closer and whispered into his ear, "Long Fei Yi." Han Yunqi was infuriated. She immediately walked in and grabbed Long Fei Yi's arm as if she was declaring ownership. "Your Highness, Princess Yao is here. Why aren't you serving her tea?" Duanmu Yao glanced at Han Yunqi, a cold smile flashing in her eyes. She said gently, "I'm not done yet, senior brother." A complicated look flashed across Long Fei Yi's eyes. He gently patted Han Yunqi's hand and said, "Go prepare some refreshments." Preparing refreshments was purely a matter of issuing an order. The Duke of Qin's estate had no shortage of servants, so Long Fei's words were undoubtedly meant to send Han Yunqi away. What kind of secret was Duanmu Yao hiding from her? Why did she have to whisper in her ear? Han Yunqi didn't want to leave, but her heart softened when she saw Long Fei Yi gently stroking the back of her hand. She pulled Long Fei Yi over and intimately whispered into his ear. It seemed like she was whispering, but she didn't actually say anything. She just breathed into his ear. Amen, go ahead. Long Fei Yi seemed to understand. Such an intimate action was an eyesore to Duanmu Yao, but she still managed to keep her cool. It wasn't easy to get a chance to leave the mountain, so she definitely couldn't screw it up. Although Duanmu Yao kept staring at her, Han Yunqi didn't pay her any more attention. Confident and at ease, she lifted her chin high and gracefully left without looking back. She didn't want to lose her confidence in front of this woman. However, after she left, her eyes couldn't help but darken. Long Fei Yi, how many more steps are there between us? The past few days have been too warm. I almost thought that we finished those 100 steps. There are many things about you, about Tian Shan Kenzo, about the Tang sect I haven't asked. Are you not going to take the initiative to tell me? If one day I stubbornly ask, will you be willing to tell me? Han Yunqi really didn't turn back to look at the situation in the room. She personally went to prepare tea and snacks. When she returned, Long Fei Yi was already sitting in the main seat. Duanmu Yao was in the guest seat. When she saw Han Yunqi come in, Duanmu Yao didn't say anything, as if afraid that Han Yunqi would overhear her. This was undoubtedly a silent protest. Han Yunqi didn't mind their silence. She laid out the tea and snacks, then gracefully sat in the main seat across from Long Fei Yi. She personally took a piece of cake and handed it to him. Your Highness. Long Fei Yi didn't like to eat cakes, especially desserts that this woman liked. When they were drinking tea together, she had offered him desserts several times, but after being rejected, she stopped. But now Long Fei Yi looked at the transparent cake in front of him. He was a little helpless, but he still took it and took a bite. However, this mouthful immediately refreshed him. So sour, comparable to vinegar. Your Highness, you don't like it? Then try another one. Han Yunqi hurriedly brought over another cake and handed it to Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi looked at her innocently. He still didn't refuse and took another bite. He almost vomited. It was extremely sour. It was so sour that his teeth hurt. You don't like it either? Han Yunqi asked seriously. Long Fei Yi was helpless, but he also wanted to laugh. How could there be such a woman? He loved and hated her. She brought over 2 cakes, and they were both sour. No doubt, she was warning him that she had knocked over a jar of vinegar. Long Fei didn't reply, but silently ate the 2 pastries. Han Yunqi wasn't appeased at all. Instead, she felt sorry for him and hurriedly poured tea for him. Duanmu Yao couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and asked seriously, Senior brother, can we go now? Go. Where were they going? Han Yunqi finally cast a questioning look at Long Fei Yi. However, Long Fei Yi didn't explain anything. He said in a low voice, be good and stay in the residence. Don't run around. I'll be back in a few days. There were many things that she didn't ask. She had been waiting for him to tell her. However, this time, Han Yunqi asked without hesitation, where are you going with her? Did something happen? Long Fei Yi evaded the question. I'll be back in a few days. Must we go? Oh. Han Yunqi was silent for a moment. Then she whispered, Your Highness, can you take me with you? At this time, Duanmu Yao urged again. Her voice was soft and coquettish. Senior brother, let's go quickly. Han Yunqi looked at Long Fei Yi. Her lovely eyes didn't contain pleading but hope. Pleading and hope were 2 completely different things. She liked him, but she never forced him. She only hoped and hoped for him. Your Highness, I want to go. She was very honest. However, Long Fei Yi ultimately disappointed her. He stroked her bangs as usual and said indifferently, be good and stay here. Don't run around. Stay away from Guqi Sha. After saying that, he got up and left with Duanmu Yao. Han Yunqi sat in silence and watched until Long Fei Yi and Duanmu Yao's figures disappeared into the distance. Only then did she reach out to stroke her bangs. She foolishly stroked them. Suddenly, her heart felt suffocated. It was so suffocating that it felt unbearable. It turned out that it was just her own wishful thinking. There were still many more steps to take. No matter how important or confidential the matter was, as long as Long Fei Yi didn't want to, who could stop him from keeping it a secret? Who could stop him from bringing her along? It turned out that she hadn't entered his world. She was still at the door. Outside the window, Gu Qisha narrowed his eyes when he saw Han Yunqi's disappointed expression. He walked over carelessly. "Little girl, did you get dumped?" Han Yunqi glared at him. "You were eavesdropping." "I was eavesdropping. I didn't hear anything either. I don't know what that Duanmu Yao was whispering to Long Fei Yi," Gu Qisha said unhappily. Whispering? Han Yunqi was shocked. Gu Qisha's gaze was somewhat evasive, but he still said loudly they were really close. "Io, if this princess Duanmu had married into the Duke of Qin's estate as a concubine, it would have been better than being crippled." Han Yunqi's attention was completely focused on the first half of Gu Qisha's sentence. Her face darkened as she got up and left. Gu Qisha quickly chased after her and followed Han Yunqi all the way to the back gates of the Duke of Qin's estate. Han Yunqi was about to leave when Chu Shifeng appeared. "Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness isn't here. It's best if you don't go out." Han Yunqi gave him a cold glare that made Chu Shifeng subconsciously back away. Her gaze was even more frightening than His Highness's, enough to kill. Of course, Chu Shifeng did back away, but none of the page boys dared to open the door. All of them were blocking the way. "Out of the way," Han Yunqi said coldly. The page boys all looked towards Chu Shifeng, who only pursed his lips in silence. "Don't make me say it again. Out of the way," Han Yunqi said sternly. The page boys were scared out of their wits, but they still didn't move. Han Yunqi activated her assassination weapons and shot out multiple needles at the page boys' knees. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, their legs numb and unable to move. Chu Shifeng panicked and rushed forward to block the needles. "Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness has orders." Before he could finish, Han Yunqi said coldly, "To put me under house arrest?" "No." Chu Shifeng was scared to death. His Highness had only said to be on guard against Gu Qisha, but nothing else. If esteemed Wang Fei left the estate, how are they supposed to guard against him? "If you're not, then out of the way. Don't." Han Yunqi hadn't finished when Chu Shifeng stepped aside. He didn't want to be poisoned. How was he supposed to follow her out if he was poisoned? Gu Qisha grinned from one side. When he saw Han Yunqi leave, he didn't go through the back door, but climbed over the wall to follow behind her. "Lass, let's go take a look at Pilfine Pharmacy. They're starting work on the warehouse today. Stay away from me." Han Yunqi mounted her horse and rode off. Naturally, Gu Qisha chased after her relentlessly, while Chu Shifeng and a large group of guards followed suit. It wasn't until the front and back gates of the Duke of Qin's estate had quieted down and Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had left the estate that Chu Tianyin ordered his scouts to withdraw. After the black market explosion, Long Tianma had been causing trouble for the Chu clan in front of Emperor Tianhui. Chu Tianyin should have focused on dealing with the man himself, but Ouyang Ningnua's secret missive had allowed him to see through Long Fei Ye's plans. As long as Duanmu Yao could keep Long Fei Yi busy, he'd make Long Fei Yi regret detonating the gunpowder. Both Gu Qisha and Chu Shifeng assumed that Han Yunqi would leave the city to chase after His Highness Duke of Qin. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi rode her horse in a circle around the city before heading for the Gu estate. Currently, Gu Beiwa was reading medical books in the garden. Lil Thing was curled up on one side sleeping, but as soon as it smelled its master's scent, it jumped to its feet and stared at Gu Beiwe with wide eyes. "What's wrong?" Gu Beiwe's voice was as warm as the winter sun. Lil Thing really liked this voice. If it could die while listening to it, it'd feel happy. It squeaked a few more times before running out the door. Gu Beiwe immediately chased after it, only to see the steward walking towards them. "Master, esteemed Wang Fei has graced us with her presence. There's also a black-robed man who looks like His Excellency Pill Fiend." Gu Beiwe was a little surprised, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. His smile brightened as he said, "Quick, receive her." Chapter 483. The main gates of the Gu estate were tightly shut all year round, never opening for anyone. Gu Beiwe held a high position, but he stood alone. He didn't involve himself in politics, nor did he make friends with anyone in the imperial court. He didn't even make friends with anyone. There were many nobles in the imperial court and palace who tried to curry favor with Gu Beiwe, and some even tried to blackmail him. However, the Gu estate's main gates had never been opened for anyone. Imperial physician Gu had always said that he would come to the imperial physician courtyard if there was a problem. But today, he had personally opened the main gates to welcome Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi didn't know that this was a special case. She only thought that Gu Beiwe was being polite. Gu Beiwe was indeed very respectful. As soon as the gates opened, he bowed respectfully. "Esteemed Wang Fei, you've graced us with your presence. Please forgive this humble official for not going out to meet you. No need for formalities." Han Yunqi was already used to Gu Beiwe acting this way. She glanced at him. "Aren't you leaving yet?" "Leaving? Where?" Gu Qi Sha feigned ignorance. "You're not welcome here, Imperial Physician Gu," Han Yunqi said bluntly. "Io, esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness Duke of Qin dumped you. You should go look for him. Don't vent your anger on me." Gu Qi Sha sighed helplessly. This guy really has a foul mouth. It's no wonder Han Yunqi doesn't like him. Han Yunqi was still fuming, so when she heard this, her face darkened. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Gu Qi Sha became serious. "Girl, this old man isn't joking with you. Long Fei Yi isn't a good person." "And you're a good person?" Han Yunqi retorted. "Didn't you see him and that little junior sister of his?" Before Gu Qi Sha could finish, Han Yunqi coldly cut him off. "His Highness's sect has an urgent matter to attend to. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll poison your mouth." "TSK, TSK, TSK." Gu Qi Sha sneered. "Esteemed Wang Fei is so magnanimous. You're the good-for-nothing one." Han Yunqi didn't forget to curse back. She was a stubborn girl. Even though she was extremely depressed, she still maintained a proud expression on her face and defended Long Fei Yi to the end. The couple's internal conflicts should be resolved internally. There was no need for outsiders to interfere. Gu Qi Sha seemed to be really angry now. "You damned girl, that portion of antidote was actually—" Before Gu Qi Sha could explain himself, Gu Beiwe cut him off. "Esteemed Wang Fei, it's windy outside. Please come inside." "It's windy in the middle of summer?" Han Yunqi finally calmed down a little. She knew that it was inappropriate to make a ruckus at the entrance. "Stop him." Leaving these words behind, she strode into the room. Gu Qi Sha naturally wanted to follow, but Gu Beiwe hurriedly blocked him with his body. "Lord Pill Fiend, scram." Gu Qi Sha didn't hold back at all. Gu Beiwe maintained his warm smile and asked in a low voice, "Lord Pill Fiend, what's wrong with esteemed Wang Fei?" Gu Qi Sha was already planning to climb over the wall, but when he saw Gu Beiwe's attitude, he was surprised. "What does it have to do with you?" Gu Beiwe pretended not to hear and continued, "This one has seen Pill Fiend Pharmacy's blueprints. This one mentioned it to esteemed Wang Fei before, but this one still needs to take charge of the warehouse. Has this one seen it yet?" "Were you the one who made those changes?" Gu Qi Sha asked. "That's right. Compared to Lord Pill Fiend, this one can be considered an insider. I apologize for my inappropriateness, Gu Beiwe patiently explained, but Han Yunqi had already walked far away. Gu Qisha didn't realize that Gu Beiwe was deliberately stalling for time. He sneered, "You're quite capable. Why didn't you return to the medical academy? Based on your grandfather's relationship and your current position, you should at least be a 6th-ranked doctor, right?" "I won't hide it from Lord Pill Fiend. This one isn't very interested in medical school," Gu Beiwe said in a low voice. Gu Beiwe had never really taken Gu Beiwe seriously, but when he heard this, he reevaluated him. In his eyes, any doctor who wasn't interested in medical school was a good doctor. He laughed heartily. "You've got guts. This old man likes you." Gu Beiwe smiled faintly and began chatting with Gu Qisha about medical school. As they talked, Gu Beiwe said, "Lord Pill Fiend, the wind is too strong at the entrance. Please come inside." Gu Qisha walked in with a perfectly justifiable reason. At the same time, Han Yunqi had already been brought to the Gu clan's garden by Lil Thing. Han Yunqi had been here once before and had left in a hurry, so she didn't know that Gu Beiwe had hidden such a medicinal herb garden in his home. Every blade of grass and every tree in the garden was filled with medicinal herbs, and all of them were flowering herbs. It was midsummer, so the garden was filled with colorful little flowers, and the air was filled with the faint fragrance of medicinal herbs. The stone path, the lawn, the flowering shrubs, and the shade of the trees were all beautiful to Ningjing. No matter how upset he was, he would be gently soothed here. Han Yunqi finally understood why Lil Thing would come here every day. She sat down on the swing under a large tree and gently swayed back and forth. After a long while, she finally exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, releasing all the pent-up frustrations in her heart. She felt much better. Actually, she didn't know why she had come to the Gu clan. She just wanted to leave the Duke of Qin's residence for some fresh air. In the entire capital, aside from Gu Beiwe's residence, she didn't know where else to go. Of course, Ningjing didn't take long before Gu Qisha's voice reached her ears. "He, using medicinal herbs as flowers, Imperial Physician Gu Shi is elegant. It can't compare to Medicine Ghost Valley's blooming flowers," Gu Beiwe replied modestly. Your place is too plain. Tomorrow, this daddy will give you a few stalks of beautiful purple and brilliant red, evergreen all year round." Gu Qisha seemed to be in a good mood. Han Yunqi knew that Gu Beiwe wouldn't be able to stop Gu Qisha, but she didn't expect that the two of them would actually strike up a conversation. She swayed back and forth on the swing as she watched them walk closer. "Esteemed Wang Fei, there are still some areas in Pill Fiend Pharmacy's blueprint that this lowly official feels need to be changed. Since His Excellency Pill Fiend is here, this lowly official will bring it up to him." Gu Beiwe explained why he had let Gu Qisha in. Han Yunqi was too lazy to chase him away, so she swayed on the swing without saying a word. "Esteemed Wang Fei, this lowly official has prepared some refreshments. Please come to the pavilion," Gu Beiwe said. Han Yunqi had originally calmed down a bit, but when she heard the words refreshments, she suddenly felt suffocated again. She calmly replied, "No tea, just water will do." If it were anyone else, they would definitely ask why, but Gu Beiwe didn't ask any questions. He silently ordered the servants to remove the refreshments and replace them with water. The three of them entered the pavilion and sat down. If it were anyone else, they would definitely ask, "Esteemed Wang Fei, why have you come?" But Gu Beiwe didn't ask any questions. He simply asked, "Esteemed Wang Fei, did you bring the blueprint?" When Gu Beiwe had talked about Long Fei and little junior sister at the entrance, Han Yunqi had been afraid that Gu Beiwe would ask her why she had come. But now Gu Beiwe had misunderstood that she had come for the blueprint, so she no longer felt awkward. "Where's the blueprint?" She unhappily glared at Gu Qisha. Gu Qisha had originally wanted to use this opportunity to sow discord between this girl and Long Fei. then explained the 10% antidote for the broomcorn millet poison. But now that this girl didn't seem as angry as before, he didn't have the heart to try and sow discord between them. He took out the blueprint and unfolded it on the table. The blueprint was covered in dots and dots of handwriting. There was Han Yunqi's, Gu Beiyue's, and even Gu Qisha's. Esteemed Wang Fei, take a look at this. This lowly one thinks that it would be better to change the layout and make it double in size. Gu Beiyue said seriously. Although Han Yunqi wasn't as angry as before, she still felt a little gloomy. She glanced at him and asked, Gu Qisha, what do you think? Gu Qisha thought about it for a long time, then nodded seriously. Indeed. Then change it, Han Yunqi said gloomily. Gu Beiyue and Gu Qisha discussed a few more areas, but Han Yunqi didn't seem to have the energy to continue and seemed to be lost in thought. Gu Beiyue glanced at Han Yunqi from time to time, but he soon changed the topic. A few days ago, I heard a really funny joke in the palace. How about I share it with the two of you? Han Yunqi didn't answer, so Gu Qisha casually asked, What joke? Once upon a time, there was a bear. It said that it was really, really cold. It was really, really cold. Gu Beiyue said seriously. And then Gu Qisha asked. And then that's it, haha. Gu Beiyue laughed. Gu Qisha was confused. That's it. Yes, that's it. It's funny, isn't it? Haha. Gu Beiyue laughed heartily. Who would have thought that the humble, gentle, and well-mannered imperial physician Gu could tell a joke and laugh so heartily? Gu Qisha rolled his eyes and didn't want to waste any more time talking. Gu Beiyue, on the other hand, couldn't stop laughing. Han Yunqi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. That's not cold at all. I know something even colder. Gu Qisha wasn't interested, but Gu Beiyue looked expectant. Is that so? This official is all ears. Han Yunqi perked up and said seriously, Once upon a time there was a polar bear that was sitting alone on the ice in a daze. It was so bored that it started plucking its fur for fun. 1, 2, 3, until there wasn't a single hair left. She paused at this point. And then Gu Beiyue asked curiously, Take a guess. Han Yunqi deliberately kept him in suspense. Gu Beiyue shook his head. I can't guess. And then it cried out, It's so cold. Gu Beiyue was stunned when he heard this, while Han Yunqi burst into laughter. She laughed even harder when she saw Gu Beiyue's stunned expression. It's very cold, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Gu Beiyue maintained his dazed expression, but a gratified smile flitted across his eyes. Cold jokes were not meant to entertain others, but to entertain oneself. The person who told the joke would always laugh louder than the person who heard it. Gu Qisha really didn't find it funny, but when he saw Han Yunqi laughing heartily, he pretended to shiver. It's so cold. It's so cold. It's so cold. Ha ha. As he laughed, Gu Qisha's interest was piqued. I'll tell you one too. Once upon a time, there was a eunuch below. Can you guess what happened? Han Yunqi thought for a long time, but couldn't think of anything. Gu Beiyue guess. Gu Qisha asked. Gu Beiyue didn't say anything. So Han Yunqi asked suspiciously, Don't tell me it's gone too? Gu Beiyue couldn't help laughing when he heard this, but Gu Qisha burst into laughter. Han Yunqi, you're a genius. Han Yunqi couldn't wrap her head around it. She pondered for a moment. Once upon a time, there was a eunuch below that's gone? Gu Qisha laughed so hard that his stomach hurt when he saw her confused expression. Ha ha ha. Han Yunqi finally realized what was so funny. She grabbed the drawing and threw it at Gu Qisha. You're shameless. She looked at Gu Beiyue and saw that he was holding back his laughter. Gu Beiyue obviously already knew the answer. All right. She couldn't help but laugh. She had to admit that this dirty joke was amazing. Her gloomy mood unknowingly relaxed, and she didn't even realize it herself. However, just as they were laughing, Gubeiwa's expression suddenly changed. He then pulled Han Yunqi into his arms. Almost at the same time, several arrows flew into the pavilion from all directions. Assassins. Chapter 484. Assassins. Whether it was Han Yunqi or Gubeiwa, neither Gu Qisha had expected an ambush from an assassin. At this moment, they did not have the luxury of time to think too much, as the rain of arrows was extremely fierce. Gu Qisha did not care if Gubeiwa lived or died. He held Han Yunqi tightly in his arms. One hand wrapped around her while the other pulled out his sword and continuously deflected the arrows that were flying towards them. Almost at the same time, the sound of fighting could be heard from nearby. It seemed that the hidden guards protecting Han Yunqi were fighting with the assassins. Gubeiwa! Protect Gubeiwa! In the midst of her panic, Han Yunqi still remembered Gubeiwa, who had no strength to truss a chicken. No matter who these assassins were, if they were not here for her, then they were here for Gubeiwa. Gubeiwa was innocent. She was tightly pressed against Gu Qisha's chest and could not struggle at all. Even breathing was difficult, and she could not see the situation around her. However, she could hear the whooshing sounds of arrows flying through the air, as well as the sounds of Gu Qisha's sword clashing with the arrows. She knew that the situation was very urgent, and there were at least 100 archers lying in ambush around them. Gubeiwa did not know any martial arts at all. Forget 10,000 arrows. One arrow would be enough to kill him. Gu Qisha, save Gubeiwa! Gubeiwa, I beg you, save Gubeiwa! Han Yunqi had never cried before, but at this moment, she was so anxious that she was on the verge of tears. Fortunately, Gubeiwa was not injured because Lil Thing was protecting him. Lil Thing's speed was much faster than Gubeiwa's, and its tiny figure constantly flashed around Gubeiwa like a white shadow. The moment the arrows got close to Gubeiwa, they all fell to the ground as if they had been bitten in half. Han Yunqi had not guessed wrongly. There were indeed many archers in the area, and they were not using ordinary bows and arrows, but the very rare crossbow arrows. There was a big difference between bows and crossbows. Bows and arrows were shot in a parabolic arc and required both hands to operate. Without strong arm strength and endurance, one would not be able to shoot arrows over long distances and would not be able to fight for long periods of time. However, a crossbow was different. A crossbow was very small and could be operated with one hand. It relied on mechanical power to shoot in a straight line and had a long range. Moreover, its explosive power was very strong, and its lethality was also very high. Compared to a long bow, a crossbow was much harder to dodge. The combined destructive power of a single crossbow arrow was comparable to the combined destructive power of 10 bows and arrows. It was unknown how many archers had sneaked into Gubeiwa's courtyard, but it was not an exaggeration to describe the situation in the pavilion as a rain of arrows. If they were not careful, neither Gu Qisha nor Lil Thing would be able to protect Han Yunqi and Gubeiwa. When he heard Han Yunqi's cry, Gubeiwa's gentle gaze became indescribably gentle. To him, such a dangerous situation was nothing to be afraid of. Unfortunately, neither Han Yunqi nor Gu Qisha had noticed the change in his expression. Gu Qisha was completely focused on dealing with the crossbow arrows and was annoyed by Han Yunqi's disturbance. He shouted angrily, "Your poisonous beast is protecting him, so he won't die. I'm about to die from your noise, so shut up." Poisonous beast? Lil Thing. Han Yunqi finally remembered that Lil Thing was here as well. Her heart finally settled back into her chest. With Lil Thing's skills, it should be able to protect Gubeiwa. But Han Yunqi didn't shut up. She said, "Gu Qisha, take me away from here, quick!" She and Gubeiwa had to leave the Gu estate immediately. That way, Gubeiwa would be safe. The enemy had to be prepared for such a sudden and fierce attack. They wouldn't let them off so easily. Where are we going? This is the safest place. Hold on for a while. The soldiers will arrive soon. Motherfucker. Even Long Fei Ye's guards couldn't beat them. Heaven knows how many people are lying in ambush. This old man can't hold on much longer. Gu Qisha was telling the truth. Chu Shifeng had probably followed Han Yunqi here again. If even he couldn't stop the enemy's attacks, then the enemy must have made thorough preparations. Moreover, there had to be plenty of archers and assassins lying in ambush. Under these circumstances, they had no choice but to place their hopes on the Imperial Guards. Something so big had happened in the capital city, so they'd definitely be alerted by now. As long as the Imperial Guards arrived, they'd have no problems keeping their lives. Hearing Gu Qisha's words, Han Yunqi understood the situation even more. She was anxious, but helpless to do anything. Poisons and assassination weapons were useless in a situation like this. If only she knew a bit of swordsmanship, that would be great. She couldn't help but think of Long Fei. Where did that guy and Duanmu Yao go? What are they doing now? Why isn't he here right now? In the midst of the fight, an arrow pierced Gu Qisha's shoulder and narrowly missed hitting Han Yunqi, who was in his arms. Gu Qisha's shoulder had just been injured, but he pretended as if nothing had happened and continued to dodge the arrows. Han Yunqi was buried in his arms, so she didn't see or feel a thing. Gu Beiwe furrowed his brows as he watched. The small flying dagger hidden in his hand almost flew out, but in the end he didn't make a move. Lil Thing stopped, but in that moment of distraction, a sharp arrow pierced Gu Beiwe's shoulder. As the arrow entered, blood spurted out. Gu Qisha's black robes couldn't be seen, but Gu Beiwe's white robes revealed everything clearly. The arrow's wound worsened along with his blood. The design of this arrow was too strange. Only the heavens knew where it came from. It was really difficult to deal with. Gu Qisha's attention wandered for a moment, and 2 arrows pierced his back, causing him to spit out blood. However, he remained unmoved and continued to block the arrows as if he hadn't been injured at all. On the other hand, Lil Thing squeaked when it saw that Gu Beiwe was injured. Frightened, it didn't dare to linger and flew over, turning into a white blur that circled around Gu Beiwe from left to right. Lil Thing grew angry as well and cackled. It wanted nothing more than to pounce on the surrounding archers and bite them to death. But that was the nature of an arrow attack. Once you were outnumbered and outgunned, you had no choice but to keep dodging and evading. Hearing Lil Thing's cries, Han Yunqi asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" "What's wrong with Imperial Physician Gu?" Gu Qisha's body trembled at her words, and he suddenly asked, "Lass, why aren't you worried about me?" Han Yunqi suddenly realized that his tone sounded familiar. She was about to ask when Chu Shifeng's voice carried over. "Esteemed Wang Fei, are you all right?" Chu Shifeng was already heavily injured, but he'd still managed to break through the encirclement. He and his guards had long been ambushed and couldn't take it anymore, so he'd sent in the archers to sneak into the flower gardens. The enemy had not only brought archers, but assassins as well. Currently, the guards were still fighting with the assassins outside, so Chu Shifeng had sacrificed a dozen or so of his own men to force his way inside. He dodged the arrows as he made his way towards the pavilion, but soon enough a black-robed, masked assassin appeared and raised his sword to block his way. Chu Shifeng had no choice but to retreat. Very soon, he and the assassin were fighting to the death. Han Yunqi's thoughts were interrupted by Chu Shifeng. By now, Gu Qisha had recovered his composure. He didn't know what had gotten into him, but he'd almost changed his voice. So close! Soon, the attack of the arrow rain was already very fierce, and it continued to intensify. The number of arrows gradually increased. If there were no reinforcements, they would either be shot to death by the arrow rain or their stamina would be exhausted, and they would still die. They desperately needed reinforcements. Finally, Gu Qisha couldn't take it anymore and raged. Are the Dog Emperor's Imperial Guards all good-for-nothings? Why aren't they here yet? It would have been better if he hadn't spoken, because his words only intensified the rain of arrows. At the same time, Chu Shifeng was kicked off the ground by the assassin, who crashed heavily onto the ground. Fortunately, he could still get up. "Your Excellency, pill fiend, hold on. I've already sent word. The Imperial Guards will be here soon." Chu Shifeng shouted. Gu Qi could only grit his teeth and hold on. His martial arts skills weren't very good, so he turned around to face Gu Beiwe with his back. Gu Beiwe immediately sucked in a cold breath. At some point, 5 arrows had pierced his back, causing blood to flow nonstop. In his shock, Gu Beiwe also noticed Gu Qisha's blood. He knitted his brows and seemed to realize something as his expression grew more and more serious. Finally, just as Gu Qisha was about to give up, the Imperial Guards arrived. It wasn't clear how the guards and assassins outside were doing, but the sounds of fighting had already stopped before Gu Qisha's group even saw the Imperial Guards. The assassin distanced himself from Chu Shifeng and shouted, "Withdraw!" The rain of arrows immediately decreased by half while he himself retreated. Chu Shifeng didn't chase after him, but cut down a few more arrows before charging into the pavilion to help Gu Qisha. Gradually, the number of arrows grew smaller and smaller. Soon enough, the sounds of fighting rose up around the garden again. Most likely, the Imperial Guards were dealing with the archers who hadn't retreated in time. Gu Qisha wasn't holding on so closely, so Han Yunqi could finally breathe in some fresh air. She looked at Gu Beiwe and Lil Thing, then at the scattered arrows on the ground and sighed. This sudden turn of events was like a nightmare. By the time everything stopped, Lil Thing was sprawled on the table, panting for breath. It had almost died from exhaustion. Chu Shifeng was lying paralyzed on one side, his body heavily injured. Gu Qisha was still holding on tightly to Han Yunqi, who struggled to free herself. Besides Gu Beiwe, who was still focused on Gu Qisha's blood, the rest of the group was more scared than hurt. At this moment, the leader of the Imperial Guards and a group of archers emerged from the flowers to appear in front of Han Yunqi's group. The leader of the guards wasn't Mu Qingguo, but a young officer. He didn't approach them, but knelt far away from the pavilion. "This soldier came too late to save you. Esteemed Wang Fei, please forgive me." Although he knelt, the archers behind him didn't. Han Yunqi was still feeling that something was off when Chu Shifeng suddenly cried out, "Esteemed Wang Fei, be careful! It's a trap!" As soon as he spoke, the kneeling young man waved his hand. All of the archers knocked their bows and aimed at Han Yunqi. None of them expected the Imperial Guards they'd been waiting for to change sides. Gu Beiwe was about to throw himself at them when Gu Qisha pulled Han Yunqi into his arms again and turned around, exposing his back to the arrows. Swish, swish, swish. Heaven knows how many arrows sank into his back. This time he didn't need Han Yunqi to urge him to run out of the pavilion with Han Yunqi in tow. Now that the Imperial Guards had changed sides, this was the most dangerous place. Chapter 485. Gu Beiwe used his back as a shield to escape the pavilion with Han Yunqi in tow. However, the archers surrounding the pavilion didn't chase after them. Instead, they drew their bows and surrounded Chu Shifeng and Gu Beiwe. "What's going on?" "Not good, it's a trap." "Esteemed Wang Fei's in danger." Chu Shifeng reacted quickly. Instead of chasing after Gu Qisha, these people had trapped them instead. Without a doubt, they wanted to silence them and prevent news of the Imperial Guards' betrayal from spreading. At the same time, there had to be a trap waiting for Gu Qisha to jump into it. Their methods were ruthless, so vicious. Judging from the current situation, Chu Shifeng was certain that Duan Muyao's appearance wasn't a coincidence either. She was probably trying to lure His Highness Duke of Qin away on purpose. It was very likely that Chu Tianyin was the mastermind, but Chu Shifeng couldn't figure out how the man could mobilize all the Imperial Guards in Tianning. The young commander stood up and said coldly, "Guard Chu, you never thought you'd have a day like this, did you? Do you think you can hide the truth by wiping out our mouths? Do you think His Highness Duke of Qin is a vegetarian?" Chu Shifeng rebuked. "My family's master isn't a vegetarian either." The young commander smiled as he backed away step by step. It was obvious that he was about to give the order to fire the arrows. Gubeiwa's warm gaze turned icy as he prepared to attack. But right at this moment, there was a gust of wind as a sharp sword flew through the air and pierced through the young commander's stomach. Impudent thing. Very soon, Mu Qinggu flew over from nearby to land by the young commander's side. He yanked out his sword and kicked the corpse aside as he asked anxiously, "Imperial Physician Gu, Guard Chu, where's esteemed Wang Fei?" Mu Qinggu had been collecting evidence with the crown prince at the ruins of the black market for the past few days. He'd just returned when he heard that something had happened to Imperial Physician Gu, so he personally led his troops over. Along the way, his attendants reported the situation to him, and he rushed over at the fastest speed in his life. However, when he arrived at the Gu mansion, he discovered that the Imperial guards had betrayed him and colluded with the black-clothed assassins to set up an ambush at the entrance of the Gu mansion. After all, he had tens of thousands of Imperial guards under his control. As soon as he arrived, the black-clothed assassins had retreated and the rebel army had fled in all directions. He had given the order to pursue and capture them, but he had not dared to stay for even a moment. He had directly rushed in, afraid that something would happen to the Princess Consort. But who would have thought that he would not see her after arriving? Gu Qishao rescued esteemed Wang Fei. They're heading west, so there's definitely an ambush waiting outside. Hurry! Chu Shifeng said anxiously. Whether it was Chu Shifeng or Gu Beiwa, they both believed that Mu Qinggu would never betray them. But the identity of this master the young man spoke of was worth considering. To be able to bribe the commander of the Imperial army to do such a huge thing, it was definitely not an easy task. Of course, Chu Shifeng and Gu Beiwa couldn't pursue the matter now. Saving a life was more important. The West. I came from the West. When I arrived, the assassins were still surrounding the area. I didn't see them. Mu Qinggu panicked. Chu Shifeng and Gu Beiwa grew anxious as well. Could it be that Gu Qisha didn't escape? Chu Shifeng asked, hoping for a fluke. If Gu Qisha had escaped, then the black-robed assassins wouldn't still be waiting in the west. Maybe he changed his path. Gu Beiwa said. Chu Shifeng, you wait here. I'll go search the surroundings. Mu Qinggu said decisively. If Gu Qisha hadn't escaped, then he'd definitely come out once he knew the Gu estate was safe. If he'd changed his path, then things would be troublesome. Heaven knows if he'd fallen into the enemy's trap. Not long after Mu Qinggu left, a few injured guards arrived. Chu Shifeng had them stand guard while he ignored his sword wounds and rushed to find His Highness Duke of Qin. As soon as he left, Gu Beiwa excused himself to rest. As soon as he left the guard's line of sight, he vanished from sight. Lil Thing couldn't catch up even if it wanted to. By now, Gu Qisha and Han Yunqi had long left the Gu estate, but were still running for their lives. Gu Qisha and Han Yunqi looked like they were heading west, but they'd met an even stronger group of crossbow archers before they'd even left the gates. These archers didn't just wield crossbows in one hand, but two in each hand. Their killing power doubled as a result. Their leader was none other than the black-robed assassin who'd fought with Chu Shifeng. Han Yunqi's shoulder had been pierced deeply by a crossbow bolt, leaving a trail of fresh blood. As for Gu Qisha's body, it was impossible to imagine. Currently, Gu Qisha was still clutching Han Yunqi tightly in his arms as they fled for their lives in a small, dark alley. He wasn't an idiot, so he knew he had to run towards a crowded area. He wanted nothing more than to run straight into the palace, so he could draw attention to himself and draw reinforcements to him. But there was no way he could do that, because he was completely forced into the alley. Ahead of him was a dead end, while behind him, a steady stream of arrows followed. Gu Qisha grabbed Han Yunqi with one hand and tossed aside a pile of trash by the road with the other. He wanted to stop the arrows and jump onto the roof, but he'd barely made a move when multiple arrows came flying at him from above. He had no choice but to keep going. Phut! Gu Qi cursed angrily, but in his heart he admired these archers. They were too strong and used their crossbows to perfection. Once Xinjin was pinned down, it was hard to seize the initiative. "You're using poison." "I can't do it." This wasn't the first time Han Yunqi had urged him to do so, but Gu Qi didn't listen. The crossbow archers weren't chasing after them at all. Moreover, judging from the trajectory of their arrows, they were constantly changing positions. In this situation where the enemy was in the dark and he was out in the open, it was a little difficult to use poison. More importantly, Gu Qi didn't have any extra hands. He had to protect Han Yunqi with one hand while using the other to deflect the arrows. He had been concentrating all his attention, but he still let Han Yunqi get hit by an arrow. If he used his doppelganger to poison her, who knew if he could still protect Han Yunqi? These assassins were after Han Yunqi, so every arrow they shot was aimed at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi couldn't do anything either. She couldn't even see the archers clearly, let alone aim. Along the way, she'd used quite a few poisons to attract mosquito swarms, ant swarms, and poisonous spiders. She'd used everything she could think of, but unfortunately, nothing came to her. This was the imperial capital. How could there be so many poisonous insects? If there were no poisonous insects in a certain area, it didn't matter how many poisons she used. Her poison skills, which she had always been proud of, had long been despised by her. However, in this situation, even if she had Jun Yixie's master's ability to make use of the wind to poison people, she still wouldn't be able to create a large poisonous fog. In this place and in this climate, there was no fog at all. Suddenly, Gu Qi's body trembled. Han Yunqi's brows furrowed even tighter. She knew that Gu Qi had been hit by an arrow again. Ever since they left the Gu family, she had noticed that his body would tremble. This was already the 5th time. Although she was tightly protected in his arms and couldn't see anything, she could guess that he must have been hit by many arrows in his back. "Gu Qi, hand me over," Han Yunqi said seriously. Gu Qi pretended not to hear her and continued to flee. Although it had only been a little over 2 hours since the Gu family had been attacked, escaping from a rain of arrows was very physically and mentally exhausting. Furthermore, he also had to protect Han Yunqi. Although Gu Qi looked like he was walking with ease, he was actually holding on for dear life. How could Gu Qi not hear her when she spoke so loudly? Han Yunqi knew that he was purposely ignoring her. "Gu Qi, hand me over, do you hear me?" She yelled angrily. Handing her over was the only way out. Otherwise, Gu Qi would be shot to death by a rain of arrows. Gu Qi scoffed. "Stupid woman, do you want to die?" "You're the stupid one. That black-clothed expert's martial arts are far above yours. He probably hasn't approached us yet because he's afraid of my poison skills. Hand me over, and I'll definitely be able to restrain him. Catch the ringleader and catch the thief, understand?" Han Yunqi said seriously. Although she was being protected, she hadn't been idle at all. She had been constantly analyzing the situation and thinking of a way to deal with it. "What if?" Gu Qi asked. "What if?" Han Yunqi didn't understand. "What if they kill you right away?" Gu Qi asked again. "I don't think they're here to kill me. It looks more like they're here to kidnap me," Han Yunqi said seriously. "More like? Are you gambling with your life?" Gu Qi scoffed. Han Yunqi was silent for a long time before she answered seriously. "I'm gambling. I'm gambling. I won't allow you to gamble." Gu Qi suddenly became very angry. As he spoke, he hugged Han Yunqi tightly and pressed her against his chest, as if he was afraid that she would leave him at any moment. Han Yunqi's face was pressed against Gu Qisha's chest, and she could hear his strong heartbeat. She wanted to struggle, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move an inch. The sound of the wind breaking filled her ears as countless arrows flew past her, each one of them fatal. Life and death were separated by a fine line, but she couldn't help but admit that she felt safe in this unfamiliar embrace. Once again, an indescribable sense of familiarity filled her heart. However, Han Yunchi quickly regained her senses and said coldly, "Guqi Sha, you're the one who's courting death. If you continue like this, only death awaits you." She had cheated him out of half of Pill Fiend Pharmacy and broken the rules that had been inconvenient for him for more than 10 years. Shouldn't he hate her? Shouldn't he take this opportunity to take revenge on her? Why was he protecting her so desperately? Even if they were working together, there was no need for him to be so loyal and use his life to protect her. Han Yunchi loathed Guqi Sha's current behavior. She felt guilty when he acted like this. She would rather Guqi Sha be a wicked old man forever. "I won't die," Guqi Sha said unhappily. Han Yunchi would never have guessed that this was the truth. It wasn't a joke, nor was it something he said out of anger. He really wouldn't die. She could only feel the stench of blood on his body growing stronger and stronger. It was so strong that even she, who had never been afraid of blood, was beginning to feel afraid. "Guqi Sha, if you die, who's going to save me? If you die, I'll die too." Han Yunchi tried to goad him into action. Guqi Sha was slightly stunned, but he still replied angrily, "Han Yunchi, remember this, I won't die. I won't die. I'm not in the mood to joke around with you. I don't want to die yet. Don't try to show off and harm me." Han Yunchi deliberately said harshly. Guqi Sha still didn't answer and continued to fly forward. Soon they reached the end of the alley. The end of the alley was actually Chapter 486. At the end of the alley was a bustling red light district. What was a red light district? To put it bluntly, it was a place where brothels gathered. Guqi Sha's gloomy eyes finally broke into a smile. His eyes shone as brightly as the stars in the sky. He had a pair of eyes that loved to smile. Unfortunately, Han Yunchi had never noticed it. He exclaimed, "Little girl, we're saved." Just as he finished speaking, a sharp arrow pierced through his back like a hot knife through butter. Its power was completely different from any of the previous crossbow bolts. "Huh." Guqi Sha grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood quickly flowed down his black hood and dripped onto Han Yunchi's face. "Guqi Sha." Han Yunchi cried out in alarm. Her heart nearly stopped beating. "Poison, lass, don't be afraid." Even his voice had become gentler. It was no longer sinister or frightening. Instead, there was a hint of a smile in his gentleness and a hint of playfulness in his smile. It was so familiar. Han Yunchi was so stunned that she forgot about the danger around her. She froze in his arms. Another arrow pierced through the air. Guqi Sha did not hesitate to bring Han Yunchi out of the alley. Their sudden appearance alarmed many passers-by. "Murder! Murder!" Guqi Sha shouted as he fled. Even though they were already quite far from the capital and were about to leave the city, the ruckus he caused would definitely attract the attention of the soldiers. Sure enough, the crossbowmen did not pursue them after they left the alley. However, the black-robed assassin did not let them go. He stepped on the rooftops of the alleyway and shot arrows as he gave chase. The powerful arrow from earlier had been shot by him. However, he had not aimed it at Han Yunchi, but Guqi Sha. Guqi Sha did not run far. Instead, he unexpectedly barged into a large brothel. His sudden appearance in his blood-stained black robes immediately caused a commotion. The brothel's occupants were thrown into chaos as they fled in all directions. Even though the black-robed assassin had caught up to them in time, he could not find Guqi Sha and Han Yunchi in the crowd. Where is he? The first floor was crowded with people. Everyone was running out. The prostitutes and customers on the second and third floors were also rushing downstairs with their clothes in disarray. However, there were also many people whose rooms were still closed. The black-clothed expert soared into the air and landed on the railing of the second floor. This action startled another group of people. The entire brothel was in an uproar. The black-clothed expert coldly swept his gaze over the crowd, but he still did not see Gu Sha and Han Yunqi. He was not in a hurry. His gaze was steady and shrewd. He scanned the stairs and railings one by one, and soon found a bloodstain on one of the railings. Gu Sha had been hit by so many arrows, so he must have lost a lot of blood. A determined look flashed across his eyes. He followed the bloodstains to the third floor and soon arrived at the door of a room. However, when he kicked in, he found that there was nothing in the room. Where is he? He immediately kicked open the doors of the surrounding rooms. His actions were swift and ruthless. He naturally had to be on guard against Han Yunqi and the others using poison. Unfortunately, after kicking open more than 10 rooms, he found that they were either empty or occupied by someone who was having sex on the bed. If they were not enjoying themselves, how could they not have heard such a huge commotion in the brothel? Could it be that they had escaped from the brothel? The black-clothed expert was about to leave when he saw that the door to the room at the end of the corridor was tightly shut. He did not give up and carefully walked over. After preparing his crossbow, he viciously kicked open the door. "Who is it?" The man on the bed immediately roared. The black-clothed expert walked out from behind the screen and saw an extremely beautiful man on the bed. He was half naked and was lying on top of a woman. The woman was clearly frightened and was curled up in the man's arms, shivering. Her face was hidden. The black-clothed expert seemed to recognize this man. He was slightly startled, but quickly regained his senses. His sharp gaze swept across the man and woman on the bed. Although both of them were naked, the silk quilt covered their bodies, so he could not see everything. The man's legs were long and slender, full of strength. The woman's legs were fair and well-proportioned. One above the other, and the other below, they were intertwined. Of course, most of their bodies were still covered by the silk quilt. The man's shoulders and arms were exposed, and one of his hands was propped up on the bed. The woman's hair was disheveled, and her sexy collarbone was faintly discernible. Such a lively scene, but under the black-clothed expert's sharp gaze, the atmosphere became tense. However, the extremely beautiful man soon narrowed his eyes dangerously and said coldly, "Do you want to die?" The black-clothed expert's gaze was complicated. He looked around the room again and said coldly, "My apologies for offending you." He slowly retreated. However, as soon as he heard the sounds of soldiers coming from downstairs, he quickly retreated and fled. At this time, the two people on the bed breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, that was close. Under their feet, there was a pile of bloody clothes and a medical kit hidden in the bed. The most conspicuous thing was the black robe that was soaked in blood. Beside the medical kit, there were also a few medicine bottles scattered. The man's other hand was propped up, trapping the woman between his arms. He narrowed his bewitching eyes, licked his lips naughtily, and stared at the woman below him with interest. That expression was like a wolf that had trapped a sheep, ready to tear it apart and eat it at any time. It had to be said that although this wolf looked thin, his figure was definitely first class. His exposed chest muscles were clearly defined, tempting one's imagination. However, this woman was not interested at all. Her brows were tightly knitted and her eyes were red. She stared at the man's face as if she was about to cry. "Poison, lass, you don't have to thank me. If you're touched, why don't you repay me with your body?" The man smiled. The woman almost threw a punch at him, but fortunately, she stopped in time. She angrily said, "Gu, get down right now." Big brother, I really don't want to." Gu sighed softly. "Do you want to die? Hurry up and get down, I'll treat your wounds." Han Yunqi said angrily. She never thought that Gu Sha was actually Gu. When she heard Gu's voice at the entrance of the alley, she could not believe it and thought that she had misheard. But now that they were here, in order to avoid being hunted down by the black-robed men, they hid in a room and cleaned up the bloodstains as quickly as possible. Gu Sha took off his black robe, black mask, and his bony fake hands. Only then did she confirm that he was really Gu. The situation was urgent, so she did not have time to be shocked. She hurriedly treated his wounds to stop the bleeding. The two of them had taken off their clothes and put on a show to fool the black-robed men. Now, she wanted nothing more than to hang this guy up and interrogate him. Why did he have to use two identities to trick her? She treated him as a friend, but he dared to lie to her. What was his motive? Of course, she did not have time to be angry or question him. She had to hurry up and treat Gu's wounds. The arrow wound on his back was too terrifying. She had only used an emergency hemostatic medicine to stop the bleeding, but the medicine would wear off very quickly. "You get down here." Han Yunqi's tone was commanding. However, Gu did not move and only looked at her with a smile. If Han Yunqi had been paying attention, she would have noticed that Gu's smile was especially blissful. Unfortunately, her attention was completely focused on his arrow wound. "Are you getting down or not?" Han Yunqi threatened coldly. She was so anxious that she did not mind his teasing and had even forgotten about her disheveled clothes. "Poison lass, let me hug you for a while, okay?" Gu asked seriously. Han Yunqi was angry and was about to push him away when Gu hugged her tightly and buried his head in her bare and warm shoulder as he whispered softly into her ear, "Poison lass, Chi brother, I really like you." Han Yunqi was stunned by his words and was about to open her mouth when Gu sighed, "I want to die in your arms." Originally, Han Yunqi did not know how to face his seriousness, which she had never seen before. However, after hearing his sigh, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Gu, will you die if you don't joke around? Don't think that I won't dare to do anything to you, just because you're seriously injured." After she said that, she decisively pushed Gu away fiercely. However, Gu did not have much energy left, and with her push, he fell sideways onto the couch. He was bare-chested and his trousers were still on, but they were rolled up very high. Han Yunqi was the same, and her outer garment was wrapped tightly around her chest. Once the quilt was pulled away, the two of them could not be considered naked. Gu weakly turned over and sprawled on the couch. Han Yunqi looked at his back, and her heart suddenly throbbed with pain. It was so painful that even breathing was difficult. When she was trying to stop his bleeding earlier, she did not take a good look before hastily applying medicine. Now that she took a closer look, she saw that his entire back was covered with arrow wounds. Each wound was as big as a thumb, and some were deep and some were shallow. Some had even started to bleed. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his entire body was covered in cuts and bruises. When faced with such a situation as a doctor, her first instinct was to quickly treat the wounds and stop the bleeding. However, at this moment, she pursed her lips tightly and tried her best not to cry. When he saw that Han Yunqi was still not moving, Gu Qisha turned to look at her. When he saw that her eyes were red and she looked like she was about to cry, his smiling eyes suddenly softened. "Poison lass, don't worry. I won't die." Han Yunqi finally regained her senses and glared fiercely at him. "Lie down and stop talking." She quickly took out 5 large, life-saving medicinal pills and gave them to Gu. Normally, she would only give 1 small pill during first aid. Only the heavens knew how frantic her heart was under her calm exterior. Gu smiled. "Poison lass, isn't this too nutritious? Don't try to show off." Han Yunqi personally fed Gu the pills and ordered him to lie down and not speak. In her opinion, this guy was only trying to show off by being able to laugh and joke around. How could he still have the energy to joke around when he was so heavily injured and had lost so much blood? Gu obediently lay down and snuck a peek at her. Although he did not say anything, he was smiling faintly and looked especially blissful. Han Yunqi had prepared a pile of medicine, gauze, and cotton swabs. Everything was done neatly and professionally. However, when she sat down cross-legged next to him and was about to treat him, she could not help herself in the end. She covered her mouth and turned her head to the side. Her heart ached so much. For the readers, Jean Mo's Sina Weibo account name was I am Jean Mo. They would not be able to find it by typing in Jean Mo. Chapter 487. Heartache. Heartache was unable to describe how Han Yunqi was feeling at this moment. The number of patients she had come into contact with in both her previous and current life added up to more than 10,000 people. She had seen many who were more severely injured than Gu. She was a very dedicated poison doctor, but she wasn't a good-tempered one. Every time a patient screamed out in pain or fear, she would reprimand them. How could it not hurt when he was injured? There was no use in shouting. He would never recover if he didn't get treated. But facing Gu's back, which was covered with arrow wounds, she felt heartache for him. It was all to save her. Otherwise this fellow wouldn't be in such a state. If she wasn't so useless and knew some martial arts or had better poison skills, this fellow wouldn't have been injured so badly. Besides feeling heartache, Han Yunqi's heart was filled with guilt and self-reproach. Gu saw that she was about to cry, and he was so happy that he laughed. "Poison lass, cry if you want to." He liked it when she cried for him. If she cried only for him, he would be even happier. This fellow was already in such a state, and he was still so shameless. Han Yunqi glared fiercely at him and ignored him as she immediately started to treat his wounds. Gu's back had too many injuries, and they were all thumb-sized holes. They were densely packed and were all badly mutilated. God knows what those people's arrows were. Once they entered a person's body, they immediately rebounded and fell like a sword, causing a second injury and increasing the rate of bleeding. Han Yunqi was afraid that once the effect of the emergency hemostatic medicine wore off, Gu would lose a lot of blood. Although this fellow was still trying to show off his ability, his face was already very pale. She made a prompt decision to apply another round of emergency hemostatic medicine and started to treat each wound carefully from top to bottom. Previously, when she applied the medicine to avoid the black-robed expert, the situation was urgent and Gu didn't feel anything. But this time when the medicine was applied on his wounds, Gu really felt the pain. It was so damn painful. He had been afraid of pain since he was young, and was extremely afraid. However, not only did he not show it, he even laughed and turned to look at Han Yunqi. "Poison lass! Your eyes are clearly red, and your heart is aching. You bitch, get down on your stomach. Do you want to die?" Han Yunqi immediately cursed. It was not because she was embarrassed and angry that her eyes were red, nor was it because she was worried about his wound. She was just depressed that this guy was about to die from his injury. Why was he still so restless and teasing her all the time? The wound would bleed once the medicinal effect wore off. If it wasn't treated within an hour, this fellow would definitely die from excessive blood loss. You only know how to show off. You only know how to tease. Her heart ached so much. Why didn't he feel any heartache for himself? Gu suddenly stopped laughing and asked faintly, "Girl, are you afraid that I'll die?" She didn't know if Han Yunqi was too serious to hear her, or if she heard her and was too lazy to answer. In short, she ignored her. Gu also stopped joking and obediently laid down on his stomach and closed his eyes. He was indeed powerless, but it wasn't fatal. He had an immortal body, as long as he was willing, not to mention one batch of crossbow archers. Even if there were 10 batches, he would still be able to meet the arrows head-on and kill them all. But he had to hide the secret of his immortal body. He could only carry Han Yunqi and escape. He could only pretend that he was extremely weak and stubbornly try to show off. Although this woman's poison skills were exquisite and her medical skills were average. But if he wasn't careful, it was very possible that she would discover something strange. At this moment, Han Yunqi had already treated 2 wounds, disinfected, applied medicine, and stopped the bleeding. The wounds were densely packed, and she couldn't bandage them one by one. She pondered over whether to quickly treat all the wounds, or she would have to wrap Gu up like a dumpling. Of course, although she didn't say it, she was not only concerned about Gu's wounds, but also his complexion, pulse, and mental state. Although he was seriously injured, this guy did seem to be in good condition. She only thought that Gu was just trying to show off. In addition, she had already given him 5 large, life-saving medicinal pills. With Gu's physique as a martial arts practitioner, His performance wasn't too abnormal. The room was silent. Gu's entire body relaxed, but Han Yunqi's nerves were taut. Her entire body was tense, and her hands didn't stop moving for a moment. She was nimble and straightforward, precise and experienced. So far, the wounds she treated weren't deep, so it was easy to treat. She even forgot that she had a wound on her right shoulder as well. Because the arrow had been shot so deeply, the 3CUN bolt was still embedded in her flesh. Gu Qixiao was probably too happy to notice it. At this moment, Han Yunqi found a very deep wound. She had just used disinfectant to clean the coagulated blood when a gush of blood spurted out. She panicked and decisively took out the strongest medicine to stop the bleeding and sprinkled it on the wound. Gu quivered, and his body trembled. His bloody skin and flesh were lacerated. When the medicine came into contact with the blood, it bubbled. Gu was in so much pain that he couldn't bear it. Although his smile was ugly, he still grinned. "Poison lass, are you plotting to kill me?" "Plotting to kill me." He was in so much pain, and he could still say that. Han Yunqi really wanted to tell him that she was convinced, but she didn't have the time. She looked serious as she continued to apply medicine while plugging the wound. However, the bleeding didn't stop. She didn't hesitate and immediately applied anesthesia on Gu. This wound had to be stitched up, and the sooner the better. Without anesthesia, Gu Beiyue's wound became numb and the pain gradually disappeared. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't know how Poison Lass had tormented his wound, but he was very relieved. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but turn back to look. Of course, he couldn't see Han Yunqi's hand movements. All he could see was Han Yunqi's serious little face. "Poison Lass, you're quite scary like this." "Poison Lass, what are you doing?" "Poison Lass, how long will it take?" "I'm a little hungry." Han Yunqi didn't pay him any attention. He was simply talking to himself, but he seemed to be enjoying himself. As he spoke, his gaze couldn't help but move downwards and fixed on her naked neck. It was fair and delicate, as clear as ice and jade. He realized that this woman had a very nice-looking collarbone. He couldn't help but stare blankly and gradually quieted down. At this moment, footsteps were heard from outside the door. It seemed that the soldiers had arrived. A trace of displeasure flashed past Gu's eyes. He suddenly grabbed the blanket and covered Han Yunqi and himself completely. Han Yunqi was busy stitching up his wound and being disturbed. She got angry. "What are you doing?" "So be it if the soldiers were here. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find him in the entire city." She was about to pull the blanket away when Gu suddenly flipped over and pulled her back. "Shuo, are you intending to get someone to catch us in the act of adultery in bed?" Although he was frivolous, he still cared about her reputation. Han Yunqi immediately stopped. There were many things that couldn't be explained away, especially this kind of thing. It was better not to explain at all. If she didn't explain, it was better to hide it. Hence, one was lying down while the other was kneeling. With the blanket covering them, the two people in disheveled clothes put on a lively and fragrant show. When the soldiers barged in, they didn't see Han Yunqi's face, who was covered up tightly. They only saw Gu's bare arms and a look of pleasure on his face. He was enjoying himself very much. The officer glanced at them disdainfully. Seeing that there was no one hiding around, he went out. After making sure that the person had gone far away, Han Yunqi hurriedly got up and locked the door. Gu slowly turned over. The half-stitched wound was gushing out blood again. Damn it! Han Yunqi was angry and distressed. She regretted it. How could she be so muddle-headed in a moment of desperation? She really shouldn't have let Gu turn over. If she was caught in the act of adultery, so be it. If her reputation was ruined, then so be it. Those who believed her would believe her, but she didn't care about those who didn't believe her. Her hands were trembling. She impatiently waved her hands to calm herself down before she started stitching up again. Gu was really tired. He turned his head and looked at her quietly. There were a lot of wounds. There were 3 or 4 deep wounds. Han Yunqi didn't rest and kept working on them. In the small room, the strong scent of cosmetics was gradually replaced by the smell of blood. However, the air was filled with a warm atmosphere. Outside the room, the entire imperial city was in an uproar. The hidden guards in the Gu residence had not seen Gu Qisha appear, and something had happened in the fireworks district in the south of the city. Mu Qingguo was very sure that Gu Qisha and Han Yunqi had been chased all the way to the fireworks district. He acted first and reported later. He ordered the 4 city gates to be locked down and mobilized half of the imperial guards to search the entire city. At this time, he was personally searching the alleys of the fireworks district. The crown prince, Long Tianma, searched for half a day before he found him. "What's the situation?" "We found a crossbow arrow and traces of blood here. They disappeared all the way to the entrance of a brothel. We've also searched the entire brothel, but we didn't find them." Long Tianma nodded and said in a low voice, "Send the other half of the imperial guards to protect the imperial palace." What? Mu Qingguo didn't understand. He had been thinking that if they still couldn't find them in an hour, he would have to send more men. Acting first and reporting later. "If you don't find an excuse for yourself, will you be able to bear the consequences when Imperial Father blames you?" Long Tianma asked seriously. Mu Qingguo was the young general and the commander of the Imperial Guards. He held the responsibility of protecting the Imperial Palace and the Imperial City. For the sake of rescuing Qin Wangfei, he not only ordered the city gates to be locked down, but also mobilized half of the Imperial Guards. What would Emperor Tianhui think? It'd be strange if he didn't seize the chance to strip him of his military power. If he mobilized half of the Imperial Guards to protect the Imperial City and escalated the matter from an assassination attempt on Qin Wangfei to an enemy infiltrating the city, then everything would be different. Mu Qingguo immediately understood Long Tianma's reminder. "Your Highness's reminder is right. This soldier will do it right away." He was about to leave when Long Tianma stopped him again. He purposely dismissed the surrounding soldiers and asked in a low voice, "The Imperial Guards of the Gu residence changed sides? What's going on?" Long Tianma had just returned from the Gu residence and seen the young commander killed by a sword. Based on his understanding of Mu Qingguo, the man was honest and upright but not stupid. He wouldn't kill a traitor out of anger. If the traitor was dead, who would they find to force out the mastermind behind the scenes? This was clearly a move to silence them. But Long Tianma had no reason to suspect Mu Qingguo. Many of his men wanted the Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei dead, but Mu Qingguo would never do that. Chapter 488. Faced with Long Tianma's questions, Mu Qingguo's gaze was evasive. This soldier is very puzzled as well. The situation was urgent at the time, so I killed him on impulse. Fortunately, the junior commander had 2 or 3 captains under him to interrogate. This soldier has already ordered people to lock up all the suspects. On impulse? That didn't seem like Mu Qingguo's style at all. Long Tianma gave him a meaningful look. "Let's not talk about that for now. Hurry into the palace. The sooner the better." Mu Qingguo left in a hurry. Long Tianma inspected the bag of crossbow bolts that Mu Qingguo had collected and discovered that these bolts were much shorter than ordinary ones. Moreover, the arrowheads were as sharp as blades. Even Imperial Uncle Qin's guards couldn't defeat them. As expected, they're not simple. He laughed cold. "Your Highness, hurry and leave. It's not safe here. Those crossbow archers haven't been found yet," the attendant by his side urged. Long Tianma wasn't in a rush to leave. He took out half a bag of crossbow bolts and handed it to the attendant. "Take this to the Xianlong Dragon Gate." Others might not have heard his words, but his personal attendant was very clear. Without a doubt, His Highness Crown Prince was going to use these crossbow bolts to kill the guards of the Xianlong Dragon Gate. The Emperor wasn't stupid. He wouldn't be nervous if the young general mobilized troops to protect the palace. But if he discovered that the guards of the Xianlong Dragon Gate had been killed by the crossbow bolts as well, then the emperor would get out of bed immediately even if he was ill. This subordinate understands. I'll do it immediately. The attendant obeyed and left. Long Tianma's lips curved into a sinister smile. Of course, he was going to make a big deal out of this. The bigger, the better. It'd be best if he could connect it to the gunpowder case at the black market. That way, Chu Qingge wouldn't even be able to keep her position as noble consort, much less the position of empress. Actually, he should have been sitting in the Eastern Palace waiting to watch the show, but he couldn't help but leave in the end. He even brought a group of attendants with him to search everywhere. The Imperial Guards had searched for so long without finding anyone. Who knew where that woman, Han Yunqi, was right now? Just how was she? Was she hurt? Such a big thing had happened. Yet Imperial Uncle Qin still hadn't shown up. Could it be that he wasn't in the Imperial capital? He was still here a few days ago. If Imperial Uncle Qin went on a long trip, wouldn't he bring along Han Yunqi? Long Tianma couldn't figure it out, so he quickly led people to search everywhere. Long Fei Yi was indeed not in the city. At this moment he was in a courtyard outside the city. In the dimly lit guest hall, the doors and windows were tightly shut. Outside, the sharp chirping of birds could be heard. This was the signal of the secret guards of the Yu Pavilion. Once the secret guards made such a sound, it meant that something had happened in the residence. In the quiet room, Long Fei Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His entire body exuded a cold aura, making the already cold room seem even colder. The sunlight outside the window slanted in, shining on his cold and hard face, but not into his deep eyes. Beneath his feet was a pile of corpses, all of them slashed by his sword. Two people stood in front of him. One was the white-robed Duanmu Yao, while the other was Tianshan Kenzo's second-in-command, Long Fei Yi and Duanmu Yao's martial uncle, Songchuzi. It was only natural that Long Fei Yi would show up to honor his martial uncle's visit. But Duanmu Yao had told him that his master had come and even brought his token. Thus, Long Fei Yi had come in a hurry. Duanmu Yao had said that his master missed him and insisted on coming down the mountain to see him. Logically speaking, his master should have gone straight to the Duke of Qin's estate to see him. But in his current state, it wasn't appropriate for him to show his face in public. Even going to the Duke of Qin's estate was out of the question. Thus, he believed Duanmu Yao when she said he was here. Who knew that he'd come to see his martial uncle Songchuzi instead of his master? Tianshan Kenzo had always been the leader of the martial arts circles. Everyone revered and feared them, and it was also the reason why the City of Daughters and Carefree City hadn't dared to stir up trouble. But who would have thought that Tianshan Kenzo had been out of the Kenzo's control for more than a decade? Long Fei Yi knew something was amiss as soon as he saw Songchuzi. He wanted to leave, but was blocked by multiple sword experts. He had no idea what had happened at the Duke of Qin's estate, but Han Yunqi was still there. Cold, he looked at Songchuzi. Fei has important matters to attend to, so it's inconvenient for him to accompany you today. I ask that martial Uncle Song make things easier for us. Senior brother, I was wrong. I was so happy that I called martial Uncle Song, Chuzi Master. Don't be angry. It's rare for martial uncle to come down the mountain, so I wanted to invite you for a cup of tea. Why were you in such a rush? Before Duanmu Yao could finish, Long Fei Yi suddenly raised his sword. Like a gust of wind, it slammed into Duanmu Yao's face. Ah! Duanmu Yao cried out in alarm. Her entire face burned with pain as if she'd been slapped multiple times. Duanmu Yao couldn't believe it. She covered her face and began to cry. Senior brother, you hit me. You might as well kill me. Otherwise, Master will feel distressed when he sees me. Long Fei Yi didn't spare her a glance, but kept his cool. Martial Uncle Tsang, for Master's sake, I'll have to trouble you to step aside. Songchuzi wasn't as impetuous as Duanmu Yao. He was a man in his 40s with a goatee and hair tied up in a ponytail. He was dressed in long black robes and simple cloth shoes. He stroked his beard and sighed. "Faye, you've grown up. Is it so hard for Marshall Uncle to invite you for a cup of tea?" Marshall Uncle thought you'd be happy to come from so far away. It looks like Marshall Uncle's been imagining things. Although Long Fei Yi had already killed a bunch of Tsang Chozi's disciples, he still left him some face and spoke politely. Tsang Chozi was clearly stalling for time. Long Fei Yi couldn't figure out what had happened at the Duke of Qin's estate to make Tsang Chozi show up in person to lure the tiger away from its den. Had something to do with Tianshan Kenzo? Or had Duanmu Yao asked Tsang Chozi for help? Tsang Chozi was a hypocrite, deceitful and avaricious man, but he was also cautious and reserved. If it wasn't related to Tianshan Kenzo, how could Duanmu Yao have asked him to come down the mountain? What benefits did she give him? But Long Fei Yi had no time to think about that. He only wanted to leave. His heart was flustered, worried that Han Yunqi would be in big trouble. What will it take for Marshall Uncle to make things easier for me? Long Fei Yi had no idea that the capital city was in an uproar, much less that Han Yunqi had been assassinated. He was still calm because he couldn't defeat Tsang Chozi. This fellow's sword skills were second only to his master's, especially this year. Whether it was his internal energy or sword skills, both had improved greatly. It was very possible that he could rival his master now. That was the reason why Long Fei Yi hadn't gotten involved in Tianshan Kenzo's dark dealings. He was busy enough as it was. If he provoked Tsang Chozi too, he'd be asking for trouble. He hadn't returned to Tianshan Kenzo, nor did he have any major conflicts with Tsang Chozi. He never expected Duanmu Yao to find someone like this. If he made a move now, he'd only be tied down by Tsang Chozi. If he wanted to leave, he'd have to use his wits. But Tsang Chozi's tone turned cold. "Fei, Marshall Uncle came from afar, but you didn't give him any face. You left in a hurry without even drinking a cup of tea. Marshall Uncle is really angry. What do you think we should do?" Long Fei Ye's eyes turned then. What does Marshall Uncle want to do? Tsang Chozi was waiting for those exact words. "You haven't been back to Kenzo in ages. Your master must be missing you. How about this? I'll test your internal energy on your master's behalf." "How will you do that?" Long Fei Yi asked. "How about you take 3 of Marshall Uncle's palms?" Tsang Chozi asked seriously. "Is this really a test? It's obvious that he's looting a burning house to hurt me." Tsang Chozi said such hypocritical words as a matter of course. Of course Long Fei Yi knew he was harboring ulterior motives. Although his martial arts weren't as good as Tsang Chozi's, and he didn't want to offend him, that didn't mean he didn't dare. If he wasn't in such a hurry to leave today, he wouldn't mind sparring with Tsang Chozi. But the chirping outside was getting more urgent. He had to leave as soon as possible. All right. Long Fei Yi agreed without hesitation. He sheathed his sword and clasped his hands behind his back, holding his breath as he stood there. Tsang Chozi chuckled in amusement before suddenly attacking. His figure blurred as his palms shot towards Long Fei Ye's face, striking him viciously. Long Fei Ye's body trembled slightly, but he didn't budge from his spot. Duanmu Yao was alarmed as her heart ached at the sight. She almost begged her martial uncle to stop, but when she thought of Han Yunqi, she held back. She thought that senior brother would be seriously injured after taking 3 of martial uncle's palms. If they didn't stop him, he wouldn't even be able to leave. Abruptly, Tsang Chozi's second palm hit Long Fei Ye's back with a thud. Long Fei Yi couldn't take it anymore and spat up a mouthful of blood. Still, he didn't move, his expression cold. Tsang Chozi's eyes flashed with astonishment. He never expected Long Fei Ye's internal energy to be so profound. "It looks like I'll have to use all my strength for the 3rd palm strike if I want to keep him here." He circled around to Long Fei Ye's side and aimed for Long Fei Ye's heart. "Long Fei Yi, long time no see. you've made progress. If your master knew, he'd be happy." Long Fei Yi ignored him. Blood trickled from his lips, but he didn't look wretched at all. Instead, he gave off a dignified air that made him seem untouchable. Song Chozi stung his eyes as he raised both palms towards Long Fei Ye's chest. "Martial uncle, don't!" Duanmu Yao cried out, but the palms had already struck. Long Fei Yi was sent flying before crashing into a wall. He spat up multiple mouthfuls of blood as soon as he hit the ground, his entire body dimming. Duanmu Yao's heart ached as she ran over to support him. "Senior brother, are you all right?" But she hadn't even touched Long Fei Yi before he raised a hand. "Scram!" He pressed one hand to his chest and the other to his sword as support. Then he stood up with his head held high and his chest puffed out, his bearing extraordinary. "Cold," he said. "Martial Uncle Tsang, may we meet again someday." Seeing this, Tsang Chozi's heart gave a lurch. He never expected Long Fei Yi to rise to his feet so quickly. His martial arts skills were clearly superior to Long Fei Ye's, but now he was afraid of Long Fei Yi. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Looks like I'll have to be on guard against this guy going back to Kenzo one day to fight for the throne. Tsang Chozi wasn't in a position to stop him, but Duanmu Yao was so angry that she stomped her feet. She wanted nothing more than to grab Long Fei Yi back, but she didn't dare. She could only watch as Long Fei Yi left. Meanwhile, Chu Shifeng showed up as soon as Long Fei Yi left the courtyard. He'd been waiting for ages, but Tsang Chozi's disciples had stopped him from entering. Long Fei Yi grew alarmed at the sight of Chu Shifeng. What happened? Where's Han Yunqi? Chu Shifeng was the one who made those cries just then, so something big must have happened. Chapter 489. Long Fei Yi was stunned by the sight of Chu Shifeng, but the man was even more shocked. "Your Highness, you're injured." Chu Shifeng's heart lurched at the sight of the blood by His Highness Duke of Qin's lips and his ashen complexion. It was obvious that His Highness Duke of Qin had suffered severe internal injuries, or else he wouldn't be in such a state. Chu Shifeng guessed that Duanmu Yao must have invited His Highness here because Tian Shan Kenzo's men had shown up, but he never expected them to injure His Highness so badly. It couldn't be the old Kenzo man who doted on His Highness, so who could it be? Long Fei Ye's cold eyes flickered with impatience. Frightened, Chu Shifeng didn't dare to ask any more questions, but quickly handed over the crossbow he'd brought with him. He gave a concise account of Qin Wangfei's visit to the Gu estate, the assassination attempt there, the betrayal of the Imperial Guards, and the commotion in the fireworks district. Before Chu Shifeng could finish, Long Fei Yi had already crushed the crossbow in his hand. His face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip from it. "Your Highness," as this subordinate sees it, the Chu clan was behind all this. It must have been Chu Tianyin who invited Duanmu Yao. Chu Shifeng had already mulled over the matter multiple times. In the past, he'd found the Western Zhou Imperial clan's rainbow signal flares from Su Xiaoyu's belongings. However, the Western Zhou Imperial clan didn't have any influence in Tianying's capital city, but the Chu clan did. Thus, the Chu clan should have gotten the flares from the Duanmu siblings. A year ago, Duanmu Yao had been crippled by the Western Zhou Imperial clan and had remained in Tian Shan Kenzo without making any moves. Now that she'd come down the mountain to find Long Fei, it was clear that she was cooperating with the Chu clan's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain and plot against esteemed Wang Fei. Long Fei Yi understood all of this at once. He had plenty of time to deal with these people, but the most important thing right now was to find Han Yunqi. Send all the men from the hidden pavilion to the fireworks district. Search every house carefully for your lordship. He gave the orders and left in a hurry, so fast that Chu Shifeng couldn't catch up to him on horseback. Unfortunately, his internal injuries were too severe, so he stopped in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea to land on a tree trunk and spit up another mouthful of blood. Who was Tsang Chozi? He was the second most powerful man in charge of Tianshan Kenzo. Although Cloud Realm's martial arts circles didn't have ranking tournaments, he was definitely the second strongest. Long Fei had taken all three of his palms head-on. His Highness's was Long Fei Yi, had ye of Long Fei Yesav of Fei Chu, S, Zayef of Fei Yezazazav of him. Long Fei Yi didn't reply, but suddenly flew down from the tree. Long Fei Yi had no choice but to let him have his horse, which he mounted and galloped towards the southern gates. According to Chu Shifeng's explanation, Long Fei Yi was 80% certain that Han Yunqi was still in the fireworks district. The crossbowmen had used the spies in the imperial army to betray them. There was no doubt that they were determined to succeed in this assassination. However, they had chosen to take action in the Hidden Gu family and had chosen to withdraw their troops in the fireworks lane. From these 2 points, it could be seen that they were still very afraid of the imperial army in the imperial city. Or rather, it could be said that they were afraid of Emperor Tianhui. They were afraid that the personal grudge of assassinating the Wangfei would be escalated to a major incident that would endanger the people of the imperial city and threaten the imperial palace. After the black-robed men broke into the brothel, they didn't make any other moves. Either Gu Qisha and Han Yunqi had been kidnapped by them, or they were still hiding in the brothel. Long Fei Yi had always looked down on Gu Qisha, but this time he sincerely hoped that the man could protect Han Yunqi well. Currently, the 4 gates of Tianning's capital city had long been sealed. Without Emperor Tianhui or the Imperial Guard's orders, no one was allowed to enter or leave. By the time Long Fei Yi reached the gates, it was already dark. Long Tianma and Mu Qinggu had spent half a day trying to create panic with the crossbow archers, while the other kept lying to Emperor Tianhui about the enemy. Although Emperor Tianhui could tell that the crown prince and the general's estate were taking advantage of the situation to exaggerate, the gunpowder incident in the black market made him uneasy. Thus, he ordered the entire city to be on guard and search for the assassins. As soon as the guards on the city walls saw His Highness, Duke of Qin, they all fell to their knees. But despite that, no one dared to open the gates. Open the gates immediately, Long Fei Yi roared. The guard captain was so frightened that he cried out, Your Highness, Duke of Qin, we've already sent someone to ask His Majesty for instructions. They'll be back very soon. May your Highness remain calm. Would Long Fei Yi waste words with him? Obviously not. He leaped from his horse and flew straight to the city gates. Before the guards on the city walls could react, he had already landed in the city. Seeing this, Chu Shifeng, who'd been chasing after him, jumped over the walls as well to lead the way to the Red Lantern district. Less than an hour later, news of the Duke of Qin's return spread throughout the capital. Very soon, news of the Duke of Qin leading a large group of black-robed guards to search the Red Lantern district spread as well. His Highness, Duke of Qin, couldn't be wrong about the location. Thus, Emperor Tianhui didn't bother to punish Long Fei Yi for his crimes. He sent a large group of men to follow Long Fei Yi to search the Red Lantern district. Long Tianma and Mu Qinggu, who were supposed to have left the capital, not only returned, but also sent men from other places to search for the Red Lantern district. A few imperial princes, a few aristocratic families, various dukes, marquises, the Bailey army, the capital governor, and even the justice court sent men to search for the Red Lantern district. Some of them truly wanted to find Han Yunqi, while others wanted to claim credit from Emperor Tianhui. Others wanted to curry favor with His Highness Duke of Qin. No matter what their motives were, all of them had gathered at the Red Lantern district for the sake of finding a single Han Yunqi. It had to be said that Cloud Realm Continent's history had never seen such a tense situation in any of its capitals, except for usurping the throne. Nor had so many forces gathered at the same time in the history of Cloud Realm Continent's brothels. Tianning's capital city was already filled with fear and trepidation to begin with, But His Highness Duke of Qin's return had turned it into an uproar. Long Fei Yi went straight to the brothel where Gu and Han Yunqi were hiding. Long Tianma, Mu Qingguo, and the rest had also arrived with news. By now, all of the guests had fled the place. Only the procuress, the girls, and a few page boys remained. Imperial Qin uncle. Your Highness Duke of Qin. Everyone paid their respects, all of them wanting to report the situation. Long Fei Ye's internal injuries were severe, and he'd run all the way here. Blood and qi were roiling in his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, but he forced down the taste of blood in his throat. His face was pale white and cold. He ignored the crowd and ordered the secret guards to surround the brothel and search carefully. He strode into the brothel and searched the rooms one by one. He didn't even miss the storage room and the small hall. Seeing this, Long Tianma and the rest followed suit, searching from different floors and directions. Unlike the rough and simple kicks of the soldiers, they were silent and careful, afraid of alerting the enemy. A tense atmosphere filled the entire brothel, but the people in the corner rooms on the top floor had no idea what was going on outside. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. By now, Han Yunqi had finished treating Gu's wounds on his back. He had too many wounds, and 5 of them needed to be stitched up. Fortunately, she'd moved quickly, and the hemostatic medicine in her medical pouch was effective enough to prevent him from losing too much blood. Of course, Gu's body was in excellent condition as well. It had to be said that she'd expended a great deal of effort to bandage his wounds. These wounds were both small and numerous, so she could only stick gauze on them one by one and seal them with medical tape. Then she wrapped a layer of white gauze around them to protect them from causing unnecessary damage. After she'd bandaged his wounds, Gu's originally well-built and well-defined upper body had become as bloated as a dumpling. When everything was finally done, Han Yunqi sighed in relief and patted the dumpling gently. "Hey, your body is unusually good. I thought you would have fainted before I finished treating your wounds." "Haha, these wounds are nothing. A few more stabs won't be a problem," Gu said, pretending to be brave. Han Yunqi snorted. In her opinion, Gu was already at his limit. If he didn't faint after a few more stabs, he must be a monster. She tidied up the medical pouch and the blood stains, then asked casually, "I heard that you're the adopted son of the Medical Academy's first elder, and that you were raised with medicine. Is that true?" A trace of hatred flashed across Gu Qisha's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He joked, "Why else would my body be so good?" As he spoke, he prepared to turn over, but Han Yunqi gently pressed him down. "Don't move around. These wounds will take at least 2 days to form a scab. Don't move around, there's too many wounds. You'll tear them apart if you move. If you bleed again, even the Medical Academy's first elder won't be able to save you," Han Yunqi said sternly as she pulled the covers over him. All right, I'll just lie there for 2 days." Gu Qishao secretly rejoiced. He was eager for Han Yunqi to make him lie on his stomach for half a month. That way, she'd be able to stay by his side for half a month. Of course, he knew they couldn't stay here for long, but he figured that Long Fei Yi had been lured away by Duanmu Yao. With the Imperial Guards and Chu sheafing skills, they'd probably have to wait until tomorrow to search the area again. Perfect, he could spend the night alone with his poison lass. He still hadn't told her about the antidote for broomcorn millet poison yet. After making sure that Gu wasn't moving around, Han Yunqi got off the bed. She wanted to pour some hot water for Gu to drink and find some food. She wasn't planning to go back so soon because there were many things she needed to ask Gu Qisha. For example, why was he hiding his identity? Could he think of a way to help her find the person who'd bought the antidote for broomcorn millet poison? Just what kind of grudge did he have with Medicine City? He had such shocking medical talents and spent so much time and effort to establish Medicine Ghost Valley. Why did he choose to do evil instead of doing good? There was one more thing she remembered. When she'd been kidnapped by Jun Yi Xie's poison humans, This guy had saved her for a reason as well. As soon as Han Yunqi got off the bed, Gu immediately noticed the arrow wound on her other shoulder. Earlier, the two of them had been too busy avoiding the black-clothed experts to notice it. Later, Han Yunqi had been kneeling behind them the entire time, and he hadn't noticed it. As for Han Yunqi, she'd been in a hurry to treat Gu's wound and had only relaxed now. She'd long forgotten about the pain and hadn't even noticed that her clothes were disheveled. Now, she even got off the bed, barefooted, to pour some water. How could Gu care about how beautiful her collarbone was, or how pretty her jade feet were? Looking at Han Yunqi's cold, stern face, Gu Qixiao's heart felt like it had overturned a bottle of mixed feelings. Ever since he'd teased her until her eyes had turned red, she'd been very serious and calm. But in reality, she was still worried about his injury. After pouring the water, Han Yunqi took a sip to make sure it was warm before bringing it to Gu. Gu suddenly sat up, startling Han Yunqi. "What are you doing?" "Be good, don't move." Gu Qixia gently caressed the wound on her shoulder, but the door to the room suddenly flew open. Chapter 490. The door suddenly opened. Before Han Yunqi and Gu could react, Long Fei Yi walked out from behind the screen. The room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. The clothes on the floor were disheveled, and the room was filled with the fragrance of life. Han Yunqi's long skirt was pulled up high, exposing her calves and jade-like feet. Her top was wrapped up to her chest, leaving her shoulders and arms bare. Her hair was loosely tied up behind her back. Gu's slender legs were bare, and his upper body was completely naked. His hand was resting on Han Yunqi's shoulder. Long Fei Yi was stunned. He didn't move, and his face was expressionless. After he swept his gaze over the two of them, he stared coldly into Han Yunqi's eyes. He didn't react for a long time. Han Yunqi and Gu were also very surprised. They originally thought that the intruder would be a soldier. They never imagined that it would be Long Fei Yi. Didn't this guy leave the city with Duanmu Yao? When did this guy come back? How did he find this place so accurately? Han Yunqi's mind was filled with surprise. After all, she had steeled her heart to believe that Long Fei Yi and Duanmu Yao had left. Based on how hurried they were, it would take at least 2 or 3 days for them to return. The room was silent. The three of them didn't speak. Time seemed to have stopped, and everything seemed to have fallen silent. However, Long Fei Yi was even more silent than everything else. His silence was frightening. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps outside broke the tense atmosphere. Ning Jing, someone was coming. Long Fei Yi expressionlessly turned to leave. When he reached the door, he suddenly slammed it shut. Bang! The entire room shook. Han Yunqi and Gu both jumped in fright. Only then did they come to their senses. Long Tianma and Mu Qingwu's voices came from outside. "Imperial Uncle Qin, how is it inside?" "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, is there anyone inside?" "No." Long Fei Yi answered coldly without any hesitation. Long Tianma and Mu Qingwu didn't delay and went to the other side to search. Long Fei Yi stood at the door, and his whole person suddenly dimmed. His deep eyes were so dark that there wasn't a trace of light, as if they were bottomless pits. He cared so much about that he was angry when she took off her shoes and stockings, and he cared so much about her body that he still did not touch her. But now she was practically naked with another man in the same place. What did they do? How long did they stay like this? Long Fei Ye's hands gradually clenched into fists, and the veins on his back popped out one by one. His monstrous anger intensified the churning of his internal organs, and his tall and proud body actually gave people the feeling that he was about to collapse. But he didn't have to wait long. When the corridor was empty, he viciously punched the door. "Han Yunqi, you're still not coming out." Inside the room, Han Yunqi had just finished putting on her clothes. She was so anxious that her hands were trembling, even though Gu repeatedly reminded her that the arrow was still in her shoulder. She didn't even look at the wound. Damn it! in order to avoid the black-clothed expert. She and Gu had put on a show. That was understandable. But how could she forget to put on her clothes when she was applying medicine for Gu? How could she forget? Although she came from the modern era, and it was normal for her to expose her feet and shoulders like this. She knew better than anyone else where Long Fei Ye's bottom line was. After putting on her clothes and shoes, she even forgot about the medical pouch that she always carried with her and hurriedly rushed out. But Gu pulled her back. "Poison, lass, your shoulder is injured. You haven't even pulled out the arrow. I won't die." Han Yunqi pushed his hand away and was about to leave when Long Fei Yi came in. Seeing the two of them tugging at each other, he simply added fuel to the fire and pointed his sword at Gu. "Let go of her. Long Fei Yi, try being fierce to her again." "I won't let go." Gu became unyielding. He couldn't stand seeing Long Fei Yi being so fierce to Poison Lass. He couldn't stand seeing Long Fei Yi lying to her. He couldn't stand seeing Long Fei Yi having other motives. Perhaps many people would think that he clearly knew that Han Yunqi was a married woman, and yet he still insisted on it. But in reality, he clearly knew that Han Yunqi liked this man, so he didn't insist on it. If he really wanted to insist, it wouldn't be like this. As long as this woman said that she didn't like Long Fei Yi, he'd take her away immediately. Wealth, status, reputation. Anything that Long Fei Yi could give her, he could give her too. Even if he didn't have any great ambitions and only wanted to take revenge on the medical academy. If Han Yunqi wanted Cloud Realm Continent, he could still fight for it for her. Gu's unyielding attitude infuriated Long Fei Yi even more. Long Fei Yi wasted no words and stabbed forward with his sword. Gu immediately pushed Han Yunqi aside and pulled out his sword to fight. But as soon as he raised his sword, the wound on his back split open and fresh blood quickly seeped through the white gauze. Han Yunqi had no idea that Long Fei Yi had suffered internal injuries. She only knew that Gu's injuries couldn't be pulled any further. "Long Fei Yi, can you listen to our explanation?" she asked anxiously. No. Long Fei Yi was mad with anger. Where did he get his rationality from? How many men in the world could be rational in the face of something like this? Those who were rational definitely didn't like her from the bottom of their hearts. Long Fei waved his sword and swept it across Gu Qixiao's lower body. Gu Qixiao immediately leaped into the air to dodge the blow, but the blood on his back dyed a large patch of white muslin red. Han Yunqi panicked when she saw Long Fei Yi swinging his sword at her again. She went mad with anxiety as well. "Long Fei Yi, if you want to kill him, kill me first." Long Fei Yi froze at her words. Blood roiled in his veins, but he forced it down. His handsome brows furrowed as he stared fixedly at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi averted her gaze. How was she speaking the truth? She only wanted these two men to calm down. "Long Fei Yi, we only—" she was about to explain when Long Fei Yi's lips suddenly curled into a mocking smile. "Han Yunqi, this prince has overestimated you." Han Yunqi's heart tightened. She clearly wanted to explain, but when she saw the mocking smile on his lips, her nose turned sour and she suddenly fell silent. "Long Fei Yi, what do you mean by that?" "Long Fei Yi, what do you mean by smiling so disdainfully?" "Long Fei Yi, do you know how upset I was when you whispered in Duanmu Yao's ear and left with her without any explanation? You clearly know that Duanmu Yao likes you. Long Fei Yi, why are you always not here when I need you? Long Fei Yi, do you know that it was Gu who risked his life to protect me? Why don't you ask us how we escaped from those crossbow archers? Long Fei Yi, why is there so much in your world that you can't tell us? But in my world, you have to forcefully interfere." Seeing Han Yunqi's despairing expression, Gu's heart ached so much that he was speechless. He threw caution to the wind and circled his arms around Han Yunqi's waist from behind. "Poison Lass, I'll take you away. In your dreams." Long Fei Yi snorted coldly. The blade of his sword circled around Han Yunqi and pierced towards Gu's glabella, who knew that Han Yunqi would suddenly raise her hand to block. Long Fei Yi couldn't stop in time, and the blade grazed her hand. Blood splattered everywhere, and her flesh was torn open. Long Fei Yi was shocked and immediately withdrew his sword. Gu was also shocked. He pulled Han Yunqi behind him and shouted angrily, "Long Fei Yi, do you know that there's still an arrow in her shoulder?" Long Fei Yi was mad with anger. He had seen it earlier, but didn't realize that it was an arrow wound. He looked towards Han Yunqi's shoulder and couldn't see the wound, only the bloodstains on her clothes. That glaring red calmed him down a lot. He went forward to look at Han Yunqi's hand, but Han Yunqi hid behind Gu and didn't look at him. This woman's gaze was always chasing after him. Even if her body was hiding from him, her gaze wouldn't leave him. When had she ever avoided him like this? Long Fei Ye's blood was boiling, and there was an indescribable bitterness in his heart. After a moment of silence, he said indifferently, "Come here." But Han Yunqi's heart was truly hurt. She couldn't accept the sneer on his lips, so she remained silent and looked away. Gu gave a soft snort and prepared to take Han Yunqi away when Chu Shifeng burst into the room with a few guards. Chu Shifeng gave a start at the sight. He glanced at the mess of clothes on the floor and almost misunderstood. But upon closer inspection, he realized that the women's clothes didn't belong to esteemed Wang Fei, but to the brothel girls. The red robes were most likely Gu's. He had long known that His Highness had figured out that Gu Qisha was Gu and wanted to expose him. But he never expected Gu to suddenly show his face. Fine, he had no idea what had happened either. But he'd found esteemed Wang Fei, and she was safe. That was good. Hearing the commotion, Long Tianma and Mu Qinggu quickly rushed over. When they saw Han Yunqi safe and sound and only lightly injured, they all exhaled in relief. "Esteemed Wang Fei, we've finally found you. Are you all right?" Mu Qinggu couldn't hide his concern. "Her hand and shoulder are both injured. Imperial uncle, hurry and call for an imperial physician," Long Tianma said anxiously. The two of them were the main force in the hunt for the crossbow archers. They should have been asking about the black-robed assassins and the crossbow archers' whereabouts, but all their attention was on Han Yunqi instead. Instead, it was the two junior officials from the justice courts who asked, "Esteemed Wang Fei, how did you escape from the assassins? When did the crossbow archers escape? Where did they go? Esteemed Wang Fei, did you recognize the black-robed assassin?" Han Yunqi completely ignored them as she stared silently out the window. Gu's face was full of disdain as he assumed they were all good-for-nothings and good-for-nothings. Meanwhile, Long Fei Yi was staring at Han Yunqi with an ugly expression. Chu Shifeng finally sensed something amiss and thought that something must have happened to the three of them. Otherwise, with His Highness's personality, he'd be in such a hurry to find them. He'd be holding them in his arms long ago. Everyone watched and waited, but the people involved remained silent. The mess of clothes on the ground and Gu's bare upper body made for an unsightly sight. Chu Shifeng wanted to break the silence, but Long Fei Yi only said in a cold voice, "Chu Shifeng, take Wang Fei back to the estate first." Before Chu Shifeng could even move, Han Yunqi had already headed outside. Gu Qishao grew anxious. Is this silly lass really going back inside? He hurried after her. With so many people around, it wasn't good to make a scene. Otherwise, Han Yunqi would be the subject of all sorts of rumors and slanders again. Chu Shifeng knew that His Highness Duke of Qin wouldn't easily let off anyone involved in the assassination attempt, but he was worried about His Highness's internal injuries. "Your Highness, treating your injuries is more important." After reminding him in a low voice, he hurried after esteemed Wang Fei. But esteemed Wang Fei didn't return to the Duke of Qin's estate. Instead, she said back to the Han estate. Chapter 491. Return to the Han estate? Chu Shifeng almost burst into tears at those words. He wanted to coax her, but didn't know how. He wanted to go back and tell His Highness Duke of Qin, but hesitated. Right now, the brothel was surrounded by a crowd of commoners, soldiers, and soldiers. Countless pairs of eyes were watching. If he failed to coax esteemed Wang Fei and angered her instead, she'd lose her temper in front of the gates. Wouldn't that be a joke? But if he went to tell His Highness Duke of Qin, who was on the verge of a breakdown, what if he lost control and rushed out to force esteemed Wang Fei to return to the estate? With Gu in the mix, they'd be nothing but a laughingstock. Rumors would spread like wildfire. Although Gu Qixiao was heavily injured and wrapped up in white bandages, he still wasn't wearing a shirt. Of course, esteemed Wang Fei had saved him in a moment of desperation. That didn't count for much, since he was only half naked. But this was a brothel. It was a very sensitive place. Now that Gu Qixiao had walked out with esteemed Wang Fei, it was inevitable that people would be curious as to how he'd saved her, how long they'd been in the brothel, when the assassins had left, and why esteemed Wang Fei hadn't called for help yet, and so on. Once people started asking questions like these, they'd be filled with all sorts of suspicions that would turn into rumors. Chu Shifeng knew that the wisest choice right now was to make esteemed Wang Fei and Gu disappear from everyone's sight as soon as possible. Then he'd shift everyone's attention to the problem of capturing the assassins. After all, there was still no news of them. Chu Shifeng was about to make a decision when a commotion arose from the crowd. Qi Big Brother, what's wrong? Qi Big Brother, who hurt you? Qi Big Brother. Mu Linger struggled to get to the front of the crowd, but was stopped by the soldiers with their spears in the end. She'd heard that Han Yunqi was in trouble this morning at the inn, so she'd come to Smoke Alley to help search for her. After all, Han Yunqi had saved her once, so she had to repay her debt. Who would have thought that he would actually see Qi Brother, who was heavily injured and wrapped up in bandages? Others might not be able to tell, but as a genius in the medical field, she could tell at a glance that Qi Brother had suffered a terrible injury. If he was not injured in the back, he must have been injured in the front. Otherwise, no quack doctor would wrap him up like a dumpling. Gu and Han Yunqi were both surprised and turned to look at Mu Ling. Chu Shifeng was even more surprised. I'm finished. Now that Mu Ling was here, there was no lack of excitement. When she saw Gu looking at her, Mu Linger became even more anxious. She was so anxious that tears almost fell from her eyes. She threw caution to the wind and kicked away the soldiers who were blocking her as she dashed towards Gu. The officials on the side were furious. They were about to arrest her when a single look from Han Yunqi froze them in place. As soon as Mu Ling drew near, she saw that Gu's wound was on his back. The wound had been torn open and the blood hadn't stopped flowing. She circled around him, too flustered to know what to do. She'd waited and searched for him for so long, but now he was seriously injured. Gu ignored her and was about to urge Han Yunqi to leave when Mu Ling suddenly lost her temper. Han Yunqi, it's you again! Silence fell upon the crowd at her words. Han Yunqi was completely disappointed. She didn't react to Mu Ling's yelling, but murmured to Gu, "Hurry and find Imperial Physician Gu to treat your wound. I owe you this time. What about the wound on your shoulder?" Gu was still worried about that. Han Yunqi smiled and mimicked him with a proud expression. "This old lady won't die." She prepared to leave as soon as she finished speaking, but Mu Ling blocked her way. "Han Yunqi, just what happened? Speak clearly. How did Qi Big Brother get hurt like this?" Mu Ling's first words had silenced the crowd, but her second brought whispers to the crowd. Chu Shifeng wished he could muffle the damned girl's mouth. But how could the impulsive and straightforward Mu Ling ever consider the consequences? She was very, very angry right now. Last time at the Sky Pit, she assumed that Qi Big Brother was interested in the poison beast, but after finding out about Han Yunqi's bet with the Medical Academy's third elder, she realized that Qi Big Brother was looking for the poison beast for Han Yunqi's sake. Qi Big Brother had suffered a lot in the snake den at the Sky Pit. This time it was because of Han Yunqi again. When she recalled how Han Yunqi had said that she wasn't familiar with Qi Big Brother and didn't know where Qi Big Brother was, Muling, Er's rationality would have long been eaten by a dog. Once one's heart was tired, many things were easy to do. Han Yunqi remained silent. She circled around Muling, and prepared to leave. Muling, wanted to stop her, but Gu suddenly pulled Muling, into his arms and laughed out loud. Lass, esteemed Wang Fei rewarded me with 30,000 taels. How about I split half with you? What kind of play was he singing? Even Muling, was stunned, to say nothing of the crowd. Qi Big Brother, did you lose your mind because of the pain? What are you talking about? Your Qi Big Brother and I were playing in the building when I saw a man in black and esteemed Wang Fei being chased by an assassin. Esteemed Wang Fei said that as long as this old man saved her, she would reward me with 30,000 taels. Gu smiled and looked at Han Yunqi. Esteemed Wang Fei, although you helped me apply medicine, you can't miss out on a single tael of 30,000 taels. Han Yunqi looked at Gu's heartless smile and inexplicably felt like crying. She knew that this guy was protecting her reputation. He was the one who often teased her and spoke nonsense in front of everyone. He was also the one who belittled her. Okay, I won't miss out on a single tael of 30,000 taels. I'll ask His Highness, Duke of Qin, for it later. Han Yunqi replied loudly. Muling wasn't an idiot. She knew that Qi Big Brother was spouting nonsense, but she wasn't smart enough to consider the consequences of such a public uproar. She was about to speak again when Gu tilted his head to look at her with a piercing gaze. In a low voice, he said, "Shut up!" Muling really did shut her mouth. Although the man she loved was holding her, she felt like he was a stranger to her, so unfamiliar that she was afraid. With Gu's explanation and his embrace of Muling, both commoners and officials were all watching. What kind of rumors could there be? Chu Shifeng never expected things to take such a turn for the better. Thrilled, he shouted, "Su Donglin, escort esteemed Wang Fei back to the estate. Everyone else, keep searching." His Highness Duke of Qin said not to let a single assassin escape. Han Yunqi silently boarded the carriage. As soon as she sat down, she realized she'd forgotten her medical pouch, but she didn't go back to get it. Instead, she glanced upstairs and said, "Let's go." Chu Shifeng didn't know whether esteemed Wang Fei meant going back to the Duke of Qin's estate or the Han estate. He only hoped that Su Donglin could coax esteemed Wang Fei back to the Duke of Qin's estate. He didn't dare tarry and quickly went back upstairs. After all, His Highness's internal injuries were very serious, so he couldn't stop worrying. As soon as Han Yunqi left, Gu left with Muling, in his arms. Everyone's focus shifted to catching the assassins. After all, His Highness Duke of Qin was still in the brothel. Inside the brothel, Long Fei, Long Tianma, Mu Qingguo, and the rest were all gathered in a room. Many of them had asked Qin Wang Fei about the whereabouts of the assassins, but she'd left without saying a word. Many of them were displeased with her decision, but none of them dared to show it because everyone could see that His Highness Duke of Qin's expression was very ugly. Currently, Long Fei Yi was sitting on the messy bed and cleaning up Han Yunqi's medical pouch. A few gauze, cotton swabs, and other small items had fallen onto the bed. He carefully inspected each item before placing them into the pouch. His movements were very, very slow, and he was as quiet as an abandoned person. Everyone present wanted to ask him about the assassin's whereabouts, but no one dared to rush him. A long while later, Long Fei finished packing up the medical pouch before rising to his feet. Gu Qisha lured the assassins away. Judging from the time the city gates closed, those archers should still be in the city. His voice suddenly turned cold. "Search from house to house for your lordship. This soldier obeys." Mu Qingguo was the first to carry out his orders, followed by the crown prince. Everyone else left in a hurry as well, afraid that someone else would find the archers first. His Highness Duke of Qin was right. After esteemed Wang Fei's accident at the Gu estate, Mu Qinggu had ordered the city gates to be sealed as soon as he arrived. It was only after the gates were sealed that something happened in the fireworks district. This meant that the archers were still in the city. As long as they were sure they were still in the city, it was only a matter of time before they found them. Once everyone was gone, Long Fei ordered his guards, "Take care of the things on the bed." The guards were puzzled. What else was on the bed besides the quilt? But when they walked closer for a closer look, they discovered a large black robe and a pair of imitation gloves. The robe was covered in blood and looked frightening. Without a doubt, Gu had left them behind. Long Fei had hardly left the room when Chu Shifeng arrived. "Where are they?" Long Fei asked. This subordinate had Su Donglin send them back. Chu Shifeng really didn't dare to mention the Han estate at a time like this. "Let's go back first," Long Fei murmured. He walked very slowly, one hand clutching his medical pouch while the other rested on his sword. Chu Shifeng's heart grew alarmed, but he didn't dare to make a sound. Long Fei climbed into the carriage and finally couldn't take it anymore. He leaned weakly against the pillow and closed his eyes. Once the carriage was far away, the two junior officials from the justice courts emerged from the building. "Looks like we'll have to search for them ourselves." The Duke of Qin, is in a hurry to go back and comfort that woman. How could he possibly go after the assassins? Don't you think His Highness Duke of Qin is acting strange today? Even if he's strange, it's none of our business. Hurry up and search. This case will fall into the hands of our justice courts. If we can't solve it then, we'll all suffer. They were almost at the Duke of Qin's estate when Chu Shifeng peeked into the carriage and saw the Duke of Qin hugging his medical pouch as if asleep. Chu Shifeng didn't dare to disturb him, but kept moving forward. He had no idea who was still in the brothel, but he knew that once news of His Highness Duke of Qin's injury spread, both the assassins and Emperor Tianhui would seize the chance to make trouble for him. Now that all 4 city gates were shut, the assassins could only hide and not escape. Let Emperor Tianhui search for them. His Highness had to treat his injuries first. Chu Shifeng was more concerned about whether esteemed Wang Fei had returned to the Duke of Qin's estate. He was apprehensive the entire way, but when he saw Su Donglin and the carriage at the gates, his heart finally settled back down. Unexpectedly, Su Donglin rushed over as soon as he saw him. "Boss, esteemed Wang Fei went to the Han estate. I couldn't stop her. What do we do?" Inside the carriage, Long Fei's eyes flew open. Chapter 492. That woman went to the Han estate. Long Fei's heart had finally calmed down, but now it flared up again. He told her to go back to the estate, but she went to the Han estate instead. What did she mean by that? Was she not planning to go back to the Duke of Qin's estate? Did she want to leave him? Long Fei was so angry that his cold face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. He emanated a frightening aura of danger and almost crushed the medical pouch in his hands. But he didn't say a word. Outside the carriage, Chu Shifeng was trembling with fear. He didn't know if His Highness had heard Su Donglin's words, but he still had to report it. After all, His Highness had left the task of escorting esteemed Wang Fei back to the estate to him. Chu Shifeng glared at Su Donglin a few times before gathering his courage to speak. But Long Fei suddenly said coldly, "Why aren't you going in yet?" Frightened, Chu Shifeng quickly drove the carriage through a side door. As for whether His Highness was going to find someone, he didn't dare to ask. But somehow, he felt like His Highness would tell him something. Unexpectedly, Long Fei went straight back to his quarters and shut the doors. He didn't say a thing. Zhao Mama, Bailey Mingxiang, and Su Xiaoyu blocked Chu Shifeng's way, but all 3 of them were concerned about different things. Where's esteemed Wang Fei? Didn't they say she was saved? Zhao Mama asked anxiously. Su Xiaoyu was curious. Guard Chu, did they save that pale fiend too? Bailey Mingxiang, on the other hand, was completely focused on His Highness Duke of Qin. She discovered that his complexion didn't seem very well and was rather pale. Chu Shifeng didn't answer a single question, but jumped out from between the three women and went straight to the Han estate. Although there were guards there to protect him, it was better for him to go personally. The assassins wouldn't dare to make a move now, but what if? Actually, Chu Shifeng wanted to tell esteemed Wang Fei that His Highness Duke of Qin had suffered serious internal injuries. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to speak too much about His Highness's affairs. At this moment, Han Yunqi was in the leisure cloud park of the Han family. After Madame Helene became the head of the household, she renovated the Han residence and rented out all the empty courtyards, leaving only 3 courtyards, one of which was reserved for Han Yunqi. Because Han Yunqi's courtyard in the Duke of Qin's mansion was called Leisurely Cloud Pavilion, she reversed the 2 characters Leisurely Cloud and named it Leisurely Cloud. Madame Helene and little E were standing guard at the door. Even now they were still confused and had no idea what had happened. The Princess Consort had been saved, so why was she here? Madame Helene had already tried to persuade him several times. Helpless, she could only keep winking at little E, asking him to persuade him. Sis, open the door. Big sister, did His Highness Duke of Qin bully you? Sis, please open the door. E is begging you. Finally, Han Yunqi spoke up. 7th Madam, all of you should go and rest. I'm tired and want to sleep. Madame Helene had no choice but to leave with little E. After calming down, Han Yunqi finally exhaled. Unfortunately, her heart was still stifled. She hugged her knees and sat on the couch. Her head was heavy and in a mess. From the assassination attempt at the Gu estate to Gu Qishao saving her, to the betrayal of the Imperial Guards, to Gu Qishao taking her away, to Gu Qishao revealing his true face, to Gu Qishao's serious injuries, to Gu Qishao's urgent treatment, and then Long Fei's appearance. Everything had happened so quickly that she still hadn't recovered her senses. She only felt like she was in a dream. In her dream, Long Fei had returned, but it wasn't a beautiful dream. She knew that Long Fei would be angry if she shared a bed with Gu with her disheveled clothes. Anyone would be angry. But why didn't he listen to her explanation? He clearly knew that she had been attacked, didn't he? He clearly saw that she and Gu were both injured, didn't he? She had applied medicine for Gu with her disheveled clothes. She really deserved to die, but she was really anxious at that time and forgot. It wasn't intentional. As a doctor, she was anxious in the face of such a terrible injury. Besides, Gu was injured because of her. Why didn't Long Fei think about it? If it wasn't for Gu, would he have come back to collect the corpse? Right and wrong. Scene after scene flashed through Han Yunqi's mind. However, the one that repeated the most was Long Fei's disdainful sneer. Long Fei, because I like you, I'm so proud that I can lower myself to the ground. But you can't look down on me like this. What kind of woman do you take me for? What kind of woman do you take me for? The more Han Yunqi thought, the more her head hurt. Gradually, she closed her eyes and fell to the side. She was so preoccupied with Gu's injuries and Long Fei's anger that she forgot about the wound on her shoulder. Even now, she hadn't pulled out the arrow from her shoulder. The wound wasn't bleeding, but it was already inflamed. Her head hurt not only because she was vexed, but because she had a high fever. Yeah, the window was carefully pushed open as a furry little head poked out. It was none other than Lil Thing. When it saw that Mama Yunqi was asleep, it crept closer. But it quickly realized that something was wrong and was about to call for help when the white-robed man entered. Chi-Chi, Lil Thing cried out anxiously. Shoo! The white-robed man gently motioned for it to quiet down. Lil Thing really did quiet down and obediently jumped onto the windowsill to stand guard. Actually, it and the gentleman had found Mama Yunqi before His Highness Duke of Qin, but the gentleman hadn't shown himself. The white-robed man carefully straightened the curled-up figure on the bed and sat by her side. He gently touched her forehead and took her pulse. After giving her a small pill to make sure she wouldn't wake up, he began to inspect the wound on her shoulder. She'd worn 3 layers of clothing to hide the wound, but the arrow had sunk deep into her flesh. Only a small part of the arrowhead could be seen, hidden by her clothes. It was difficult to inspect without taking off her clothes, but he was a true gentleman. He didn't touch her, but covered her with the covers. He'd not only given her a fever medicine, but a sleeping pill as well. She'd have to sleep for at least a day before she woke up. No amount of pain would wake her up. Still, he was afraid that she'd be in pain, so his movements couldn't be any gentler. He carefully lifted up the hole in her clothes and examined it. It seemed impossible to see clearly, so he knelt on one knee by the bed and found a suitable angle to inspect it. He repeatedly adjusted the angle and checked over and over again until Lil Thing yawned by the window. His eyes remained focused and serious. Finally, he found the most suitable position. First, he used a magnet to pull out some of the bolts. Then, he quickly used his fingers and middle fingers to clamp the bolts. With a sudden pull, the 3-inch bolt was pulled out of the ground. Strangely, Han Yunqi's wound didn't spurt any blood, but only a little. After all, the arrow had been shot so deeply and for so long. Pulling it out would definitely cause a lot of blood. He cleaned up the bloodstains and sprinkled some medicine to stop the bleeding. This time his movements were no longer slow. He quickly wrapped up the wound so it wouldn't bleed. After that, he sighed softly and touched her forehead again. Although he was reluctant to do so, he quickly let go of her hand. Her fever had already begun to recede, which was good. Only then did he rise to his feet, his legs numb from kneeling. He smiled helplessly, a gentle smile hidden beneath the white gauze covering his face. All that could be seen was his clear, handsome features filled with tenderness. He poured out a cup of water and placed it by the bed. After some hesitation, he took off his white gauze and wrapped up the arrow before placing it by the bed as well. If Han Yunqi woke up now, she'd definitely see his doting, helpless smile. It was the most gentle face in the world. Unfortunately, Han Yunqi was still asleep. "Silly girl, the wound is so deep you mustn't move around." He looked at her for a long time, long enough for Lil Thing to assume that he'd stay. But in the end, he turned to leave. Lil Thing finally realized that he wasn't wearing a mask, but it wasn't shocked. It had long known who he was. His scent was the cleanest in the world, and the faint scent of medicinal herbs was the best in the world. After leaving the room, he suddenly vanished into thin air. Lil Thing panicked and quickly leapt onto the roof. Fortunately, he was standing right there. Naturally, Lil Thing had to stay behind to protect Mama Yunqi, but it had something to tell the gentleman. It quickly scurried onto his shoulder and dug out a clot of congealed blood. Cheep, 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 cheep. This was Gu's blood. It had long sensed that something was off about Gu, but never expected his blood to be so delicious. It didn't know what was wrong with the blood, nor could it tell that it was poisonous, but it made its mouth water as soon as it smelled it. It really was delicious. Seeing this, the white-robed man smiled and took out a clot of blood as well. "You noticed it too?" Lil Thing was stunned. Cheep, 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 cheep. A poison Gu human with an undying body. That child from the medical academy, it really was him. The white-robed man's expression grew heavy. It was precisely because he'd discovered Gu's undying body that he hadn't made a move. If an undying poison Gu human couldn't protect her, who else in the world could? But was it a blessing or a curse to be friends with this ruthless poison Gu human who didn't care about the world? Sensing the approaching guards, the white-robed man set Lil Thing down and quickly vanished from sight. Lil Thing cradled the clot of blood and wanted to hide it from Mama Yunqi to see. But when it remembered that Mama Yunqi's skills were limited and she wouldn't be able to tell, it simply swallowed it whole. So delicious. Chu Shifeng and a few of his guards patrolled the area before vanishing back into the shadows. That very night, while the guards were still patrolling the area, Gu Qixiao openly showed up with Lady Hellion. He was still dressed in his usual flirtatious red robes that hid the numerous wounds on his back. Aside from his slightly pale face, he looked just like a normal person. Lady Hellion had no idea what the truth was, but she'd heard rumors outside that Gu had saved esteemed Wang Fei. Thus, she treated Gu with extra courtesy. "Sir Gu, esteemed Wang Fei's been shut up in her rooms ever since she arrived. She refuses to see anyone," Lady Hellion said anxiously. Gu was alarmed. "Didn't anyone treat your wounds?" Lady Hellion was startled as well. Wounds? Han Yunqi had been shot very deeply. Moreover, she'd taken off her clothes and put them back on after being shot, so the arrow was hidden beneath her clothes. It was impossible to tell unless one looked closely. Gu immediately realized what was going on and prepared to kick the door open. But Chu Shifeng suddenly appeared to block him. "Gu, don't be so impudent." Chapter 493. Of course Gu knew there would be guards at the Han estate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here so openly. He chuckled disdainfully. "You think you can stop me? Gu, if you really have the skills, then go find those assassins. Stop stirring up trouble here." Chu Shifeng huffed. Gu laughed out loud. "So you're saying that Long Fei doesn't have the skills to find those assassins? You're the one who doesn't have the skills." Chu Shifeng raged. "So His Highness Duke of Qin has already found them?" Gu feigned shock. Chu Shifeng couldn't beat him in words and drew his sword in a fit of rage. Gu's gaze turned cold before he kicked the weapon out of Chu Shifeng's hands. "Poison Lass's injury hasn't been treated yet. This old man will deal with you later." Esteemed Wang Fei was injured? Untreated? Chu Shifeng grew anxious as well. He followed Gu to knock on the door, but there was no response. Han Yunqi could naturally hear Chu Shifeng and Gu's voices, but she didn't have time to pay them any attention. She was too busy inspecting the wound on her shoulder. It had to be said that the way the wound had been treated left her astonished. She'd been shot very deeply. The 3-inch bolt had practically sunk into her flesh, but the person who'd treated her wound had pulled out the arrow without even taking off her clothes. They hadn't even cut open the clothes around the wound. How had they done that? Han Yunqi quickly tore off the gauze and took off her clothes to get a better look at the wound. But the sight left her even more stunned. The person who'd pulled out the arrow hadn't stitched it up at all. More importantly, the wound hadn't worsened or bled out. How did they pull out the arrow? Han Yunqi muttered to herself. She suddenly realized that all the stitches she'd stitched up for Gu were too weak. Although the wound had stopped bleeding, it still felt like her flesh had been split open. Han Yunqi quickly rebandaged the wound before putting on her clothes. After she was done, she saw a bottle of medicinal powder and a crossbow wrapped in white gauze on the bedside table. This medicinal powder was actually the famous Guangninyu Ji powder. It was a top-grade medicinal powder for blood coagulation and muscle growth. The Han family did not have such a good thing. She looked at the white gauze again. This gauze looked like a mask. There was no pattern at all. She couldn't recognize the head at the moment. Who was the person who treated her wound? Although her head was still a little heavy, it was not as dizzy and messy as it was during the day. Han Yunqi touched her forehead and felt that she had a high fever. Was she unconscious from the fever? Or did someone deliberately drug her? Otherwise, with such a deep wound and the arrow being pulled out, it was impossible for her not to wake up. She looked at the white veil again and thought of that white-robed man. But was that fellow's medical skills that good? His ability to treat wounds was not inferior to Gu Beiyue's. In the midst of her bewilderment, the door to the room was kicked open. Gu, Chu Shifeng, and Lady Hellion all rushed in. Han Yunqi gave a start. They were stunned as well. After knocking for so long, they wondered what had happened to this great aunt. "Esteemed Wang Fei, how's your wound?" "Poison Lass, have you treated your wound yet?" Chu Shifeng and Gu were both anxious, but Lady Hellion's eyes were sharp enough to notice the object by the bed. "Esteemed Wang Fei, you've treated your wound?" With Lady Hellion's words, Han Yunchi was certain that the person who'd treated her wound wasn't a member of the Han family. A seed of doubt had been planted in her heart. She silently hid the white gauze and said, "Mem, it's taken care of. The small wound is fine now. You can all leave." Gu examined the wound carefully and saw that it had been treated. Only then did he relax. "Esteemed Wang Fei, you should return to the Duke of Qin's estate with this subordinate. His Highness has already gone back," Chu Shifeng urged. He did not dare to reveal that His Highness had suffered internal injuries, but he said that His Highness had already returned to the palace. The Princess Consort should have guessed that something had happened to His Highness. Otherwise, at this critical moment, His Highness would have searched for the assassins and would not have stayed in the palace. Unfortunately, Han Yunchi only pretended not to hear. "Seventh Madam, you and Guard Chu should both leave." She wasn't stupid, but too smart. With the city gates closed, the assassins wouldn't be able to escape. If she was the Long Fei, she'd return to the estate to drink tea and sleep. Long Tianma and Mu Qinggu had already escalated the situation to the point of endangering the capital. In that case, Emperor Tianhui should be the first to worry. The assassination and gunpowder cases were so close to each other that Emperor Tianhui had his own suspects. He'd rather kill the wrong person than the wrong person. "Esteemed Wang Fei, you're only leaving Gu alone." Chu Shifeng suddenly broke into a cold, disdainful laugh. Esteemed Wang Fei and His Highness had fallen out because of Gu Qishao, but she still left him alone in a room with a single woman? Did this woman really not know how to avoid arousing suspicion, or was she really a fickle woman who wanted to have a foot in two boats? Seeing Chu Shifeng's expression, Han Yunchi felt unwell all over. Long Fei Yi was doubting her, and now this servant was doubting her as well. Do I need to explain to you what I do? She'd always done things her own way. Back in the medical academy, she'd refused to budge even when the academy head and board of directors threatened her. Ever since she was young, she'd lived 2 lifetimes, but she'd never taken the initiative to explain herself to anyone except Long Fei Yi. But Long Fei Yi would never listen to her explanations. If not for the fact that she held the title of Qin Wang Fei and was afraid of tarnishing it, why would she care about the rules and etiquette of this world? Why were there so many rumors and slanders? She, Han Yunchi, would never give face to anyone, much less this world. Chu Shifeng fell silent. This subordinate has overstepped his bounds. "Esteemed Wang Fei, please forgive me." "Scram," Han Yunchi said bluntly. Chu Shifeng was both angry and aggrieved as he turned to leave. Lady Hellion glanced at Gu and hesitated to coax him. But Han Yunchi turned to Coldwater and said, "Seventh Madam, you should leave too." Helpless, Lady Hellion could only silently withdraw from the room. As soon as she was outside, she chased after Chu Shifeng to put in a good word for esteemed Wang Fei. Perhaps esteemed Wang Fei had left Gu Qishao behind for business, but Chu Shifeng was long gone by the time she ran after him. Heaven knows if Chu Shifeng would complain to the Duke of Qin. Meanwhile, Han Yunchi had left Gu alone in the room because she had business to discuss. "Have you taken care of the injury on your back?" Han Yunchi asked. "Mu Ling always taken care of it, don't worry. Gu would never seek out Gu Beiwe. What if that guy picked up on some clues? Actually, he hadn't sought out Mu Linger at all. Once the bleeding reached a certain point, it would stop on its own, so he was too lazy to treat it. Mu Ling had long been poisoned by him and was now sleeping in the inn." Han Yunchi was relieved to see that Gu seemed to be in good spirits. She sat down and fell silent for a while before speaking. "Gu Gu Qisha, how should I address you?" She'd remembered the favor of saving her life, but she still had to pay for his deceit. Gu could guess that Han Yunchi had asked him to stay because of that. He grinned as he sat down. Chi Big Brother would be the best. Han Yunchi was in no mood to joke around. She said coldly, "You're investigating my origins too." Why did you bring me to Mute Granny? Why did you fall out with Medical City? Are your poison skills related to the poison sect? Gu laughed heartily. Girl, don't you get tired of thinking so much? Answer my question. Han Yunqi said seriously. Hey, Chi Big Brother, let me tell you something. Before Chi Big Brother met you, he already had two identities. The Medical Academy will keep an eye on Gu Chi Sha, but not on Gu, understand? This is Chi Big Brother's own secret, Gu said with a smile. Han Yunqi understood. Everyone had their own secrets, and there was no need to explain them to anyone. Just like the secret of her transmigration and the secret of her detoxification space, there was no need to tell anyone. She didn't want to pursue these questions, but there was one thing she had to clarify. Why are you investigating my origins? She asked sternly. From the time this fellow started to pay attention to her poison skills, to the Tang sect's hidden weapons, to the embroidered words on her medical bag, to investigating Madame Tianxin, to finding Mute Granny from the Mu family. All of this was to investigate her background. Don't think that just because he's always joking around, she'll take him for a fool. This guy still doesn't know that her biological father isn't Hong Kongan, but a descendant of the poison sect. When he first brought her to Mute Granny, he was already suspicious of her relationship with the poison sect. The reason he'd noticed her at first was probably because he suspected that her poison skills were related to the poison sect. Han Yunqi had asked him why he was looking for a descendant of the poison sect. He'd joked, as a catalyst to refine an antidote. She'd even asked him what kind of poison he'd been afflicted with, and he'd said, the most poisonous poison in the world. Han Yunqi didn't believe his joke, but she firmly believed that this guy had a motive for getting close to her. This time, Gu wasn't smiling. Instead, he wore a rare expression of seriousness, but he didn't answer Han Yunqi's question. Instead, he said seriously, Poison lass, trust me. No matter what I do, I won't harm you. Is he trying to brush me off? Han Yunqi was clearly angry, but when she saw Gu's stubborn and sincere gaze, she couldn't bring herself to question him. She was afraid that she'd hurt his heart. Just yesterday, he'd risked his life to save her. What reason did she have to not trust him? Han Yunqi was silent for a long time before she said, I believe you, but I have the right to know the truth, don't I? She'd inherited everything from this identity, but she still didn't know the secret behind it. She really was a failure. When he saw Han Yunqi's stubborn and sincere gaze, Gu Chi Sha suddenly laughed. Poison lass, you're not the person I'm looking for. This matter has nothing to do with you. You have no right to know. He'd been investigating all this time, looking for the descendants of the poison sect. Ever since Poison Woman and Mute Granny had been imprisoned, all his leads had been cut off. So far, this woman in front of him was the biggest suspect. However, his words today weren't just brushing her off, nor were they a lie. He hadn't just said it for Han Yunqi's benefit, but for himself as well. His poison lass wasn't the person he was looking for. She definitely wasn't. Even if she was, he'd pretend that she wasn't. He had plenty of ways to take revenge on Medical City, but as for the antidote, her existence, every smile, every frown, every word was the best medicine for him. Antidote my ass. It's fine if you don't understand. Han Yunqi was skeptical, but she couldn't refute Gu. He was right. She had no right to know anything that had nothing to do with her. Gu Chi Shao rose to his feet and stretched lazily. Poison lass, Chi Gij likes to joke around, but I've never lied. He turned to leave, but when he reached the door, he turned back and added, That's right, poison lass. Chi brother really didn't hide the antidote for the broomcorn millet poison. Chapter 494. He didn't keep the 10% antidote for himself? What did he mean? If he didn't keep it, where did the antidote go? Han Yunqi's other reason for keeping Gu Chi Shao here was to ask him who he'd sold the antidote to back then. Who knew that Gu Chi Shao would leave her with such a line? Gu Chi Shao, wait. Han Yunqi chased after him, but Gu Chi Shao was already nowhere to be seen. She stood at the door in a daze. Her fever and sleeping pills had just subsided, but her head was still a little heavy. She tried to recall what happened with the antidote, but soon her head started to throb. Back at Pilfiend Valley, she'd used the serpent fruit to calculate the true amount of antidote. Meanwhile, Gu Qishao had used useless medicinal powders to mix with the antidote, causing the inside of the bottle to turn black. This proved that he'd given Long Fei a full bottle. At that time, she didn't think too much about it and immediately assumed that the inner wall of the bottle that Gu had given her was completely black, thus denying Gu's evidence. If Gu had mixed the fake antidote, then so be it. Why did he choose the fake antidote that would react with the porcelain bottle? Why did he have a trick up his sleeve? At that time, she had also thought about this question, but she didn't think too much about it. She just thought that Gu had left this trick up his sleeve so that he could cheat them of the antidote. To be honest, although she had been so serious about the quantity, she didn't want to prove anything. She just wanted to deny Gu, because before she went to the Medicine Ghost Valley, she had already denied Gu completely. She couldn't possibly doubt her own husband and trust someone who had mixed the fake antidote to cheat them. But what about now? The person who had mixed the fake antidote to cheat them was Gu. It was Gu who had brought her to find Mute Granny. Therefore, Gu had no reason to kidnap Mute Granny and secretly hide the 10% antidote for Mute Granny. 10% of the antidote was just enough to cure the broomcorn millet poison once. If it wasn't Gu, then who had the 10% antidote? What was he going to do with it? Han Yunqi suddenly realized that she was afraid. She didn't dare to think further, nor was she willing to think further. Now it seemed that Gu had purposely used the ineffective powder to blacken the inner wall of the porcelain. Did that guy know something? Gu, come out. Gu, I know you're here. Come out and explain yourself. Gu. Han Yunqi chased him to the courtyard and shouted desperately. Unfortunately, this time Gu really left. No one responded to her for a long time. Can I pretend to be stupid? Can you pretend you don't know anything? Han Yunqi asked herself in her heart. She had never been a timid person, but this was the first time she felt scared. If the Long Fei Yi had lied to her, then what was the purpose of the Long Fei Yi? She felt like she needed to calm down. She didn't dare to think any further and weakly turned around, only to see a familiar figure standing in front of her door. That tall and proud figure, that cold and stern face, was him, Long Fei Yi. Your Highness. As if out of habit, she couldn't help but call out his name. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she stopped abruptly and chose to remain silent. Long Fei Yi looked at her in silence as well. Dressed in black robes, he emanated a merciless air. The two of them were less than 10 steps apart, but it felt like they were separated by centuries. When you were born, I wasn't. When I was born, you were already old. Time was the greatest distance. Long Fei Yi, if I hadn't transmigrated here, would you have grown old in my world and become history? Would I not be so sad then? Long Fei Yi didn't speak. Han Yunqi's mind was a mess, and her heart was even more confused. She needed to calm down. She turned to leave, but Long Fei Yi suddenly said coldly, "You're looking for Gu?" So Chu Shifeng went back to complain. Thus, it took him an entire day and night to find his way here because of Gu Qishao. She'd realized she'd left her medical pouch outside the brothel, but purposely didn't go upstairs to get it. Hadn't she left it there for him? She'd left him with a reason to find her. She knew he'd check the room and find the pouch, but he'd only come now because Chu Shifeng had complained. Han Yunqi's heart grew cold. She didn't answer but turned to leave. Long Fei Yi flew over to block her way. "You still haven't answered your lordship's question." Han Yunqi took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. "Yes, I'm looking for him. May I ask if your Highness Duke of Qin has any other business?" Her reverence was an eyesore to Long Fei Yi. "What? You can't bear for him to leave. It looks like your lordship came at the wrong time," he laughed coldly. Han Yunqi's eyes began to sting, but she stubbornly held them back. She gave him a provocative look. Yes, Han Yunqi. Long Fei Yi flew into a rage. He pressed down on her shoulder and gripped it so tightly that he almost crushed it. At this moment, Lady Helene arrived. Seeing the situation, she cried out in fright, "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, please have mercy! Your Highness, Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei's shoulder is injured. You can't. You can't." Long Fei Yi finally remembered that he'd seen her shoulder injured at the brothel. He abruptly released her, but it was already too late. Fresh blood seeped out from her bandages and clothes to stain his hands. He stared blankly at his bloodied hands, then at Han Yunqi's pale, stubborn face. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He was about to apologize when Han Yunqi smiled, her dimples as beautiful as a flower. "Long Fei Yi, everyone can see my injury. You're the only one who hasn't seen it since last night," she said. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, if there's nothing else, please do as you please. I'm still in a rush to find Qi brother." Qi brother? Long Fei Ye's entire being emanated a terrifying killing intent. His bloodied hands slowly clenched into fists that crackled as if ready to punch her at any moment. Lady Helene was scared witless. She gaped and couldn't speak. Han Yunqi's shoulder hurt like hell, but it couldn't compare to the pain in her heart. She didn't say anything else, nor did she want to ask about broomcorn millet poison. She curtsied and turned to leave. Long Fei Yi narrowed his eyes at her retreating form. She was already far away, but he didn't move. It wasn't until Chu Shifeng found him that he recovered his wits. "Your Highness, this subordinate. Chu Shifeng didn't know what to say. He wanted to go back and complain, but he couldn't find His Highness anywhere in the Duke of Qin's estate. He had no choice but to turn back, only to find His Highness at the Han estate. Before Chu Shifeng could figure out the situation, Long Fei had already turned to leave. The hand behind his back had been clutching a medical pouch. If it wasn't Han Yunqi's, who else could it be? "Guard Chu, did you complain to the Emperor? Which servant doesn't want the best for their master? It's fine if you don't try to mediate, but you even added oil to the fire. What are your intentions?" Yunqi definitely isn't that kind of person. She must have something to discuss with Sergu. I'm telling you now, His Highness won't forgive you easily once they make up. Lady Helene warned angrily. Chu Shifeng felt wronged. "I didn't say anything. I've just found His Highness. Then why are they arguing again?" Lady Helene huffed. "Go ask your family's great aunt." Chu Shifeng was filled with grievances and anger as well. He couldn't care less about that now, but he should hurry and chase after His Highness. Who cared if that ignorant woman lived or died? His Highness's health was more important. He'd need 2 or 3 days of closed-door cultivation to treat his internal injuries, or else he wouldn't be able to hold on. With everyone gone, the Han estate resumed its silence. Han Yunqi hid in the medicine room and treated her own wounds. They were very deep to begin with, but Long Fei Ye's pinch had wasted all of her previous efforts. Fresh blood kept flowing out. She used the bottle of medicine left behind by the white-robed gentleman and the Han estate's own medicine to stop the bleeding. Fortunately, the effects were good. After bandaging the wound, she was exhausted and weak. She lay paralyzed in the pile of medicine, unwilling to move. Her head hurt, so she didn't want to think too much. But Mute Granny's incident, Gu's reminder, and Mu Ling, Er's curses kept popping up in her head. As she thought about it, she didn't know why she fell asleep in the end. Lil Thing popped out from the side and looked at Mama Yunqi's injuries with heartache. It had been hiding on the side, itching to bite His Highness Duke of Qin to death. But in the end it didn't dare. It knew that Mama Yunqi couldn't bear to part with him. It could only obediently curl up by her side. It really wanted the gentleman to take Mama Yunqi away. The gentleman was the last person in the world who'd hurt her. The night was still quiet. All of the capital city was brightly lit, and the imperial guards were still searching for assassins from house to house. How many people could sleep peacefully? Not far from the Han Estate's medicine room, Gu was lying on a roof with his hands behind his head as he stared at the stars. As he stared, he began to mutter to himself, "Chi or be good! Chi or be good!" When he was young, his father must have coaxed him to sleep like this. It had been a long time since he thought about his childhood, but Poison Lass's questions today made him recall his childhood. He'd already forgotten how old he was back then, only that he was like a wild child who liked to roll up his sleeves and pants and run around the mountain forests behind the medical academy barefoot. Every time his father found him, he'd carry him high up in his arms and ride him on his neck all the way home from hiding in the woods. Back then, he had a strange illness that made it difficult for him to fall asleep. No matter how tired he was from playing during the day, he needed someone to coax him to sleep at night. His father would hold him and call out softly, "Chi or be good! Chi or be good! Chi or be good! Chi or be good! Chi or be good!" But one day his father suddenly handed him over to the head elder of the medical academy and told him, "Chi-er has been afflicted with a demonic illness and needs to be adopted by the head elder. In the future, he can only follow the head elder and take medicine every day." His father explained a lot, but Chi-er didn't understand. Later, he learned that his father was the head of the medical academy and that his reputation was very important. He didn't allow illegitimate children to exist, and his hidden home in the mountains was forbidden to the public because it was a forbidden area of the poison sect. From then on, he became the head elder's adopted son. From then on, he never saw his father again. It was also from then on that he began to take medicine every day for 3 meals. Every time he was about to vomit, his adopted father would tell him that he only had to obediently take his medicine and stay alive to see his father again. He wanted to see his father because he didn't have a mother. He only had one father from the time he could remember. Suddenly, there was a loud bang that shook the entire capital. Gu snapped out of his daze and shot to his feet. Where did that explosion come from? What happened? Chapter 495. In the middle of the night, a huge explosion shook the entire capital city. Gu jumped to his feet. He didn't know where the gunpowder had come from, but when he saw that the Han estate was fine, he lay back down. He'd never been a curious man, nor did he have the leisure to meddle in other people's business. Whether it was the chaos in Tianning's capital city, Tianning country, or Cloud Realm continent itself, none of it had anything to do with him. His childhood memories had been interrupted, so they wouldn't continue. Aside from his nightmares, he'd never think of them when he was awake. He stared at the stars in the sky, which were reflected in his clear and bright eyes. His world had quieted down, but Tianning country had begun an era of turmoil with this loud boom. Han Yunqi was startled awake from her deep sleep. At first, she thought she'd had a nightmare, but when she heard the commotion outside, she knew something big had happened. The explosion was so loud that even the houses in the capital city shook. Without a doubt, the explosion had happened near the capital, or even within it. Even the explosion at Sky Domain Black Market had caused panic in the capital, to say nothing of an explosion so close by. Han Yunqi hurried out the door and discovered that everyone in the Han estate had been startled awake. The streets outside were noisy as well. Su Donglin, come out!" Han Yunqi shouted. She knew there were guards around. As expected, Su Donglin immediately appeared. "Esteemed Wang Fei, you weren't scared, were you? Why don't we go back to the estate? It's safe there." "What's going on?" Han Yunqi asked seriously. "I'm not sure either. His Highness ordered me to guard the place at all times." Su Donglin was obviously lying. With his position in the Shadow Guards, he didn't even have the right to speak with His Highness Duke of Qin. Han Yunqi didn't have time to expose his lies. She said anxiously, "This is a very serious matter. Hurry and go to the Duke of Qin's estate to see what's going on with His Highness. Find out where the explosion happened." Su Donglin grew anxious as well. He ordered the other guards to keep watch and left immediately. Where did the gunpowder come from? Han Yunqi frowned and pondered. She was really afraid that the whole city search would drive the Chu family into a corner, and they would use the gunpowder case to bite back at Long Fei, other than General Mu's residence. Only the Chu clan had gunpowder in their hands. At this time, Long Fei Yi had just returned to the Duke of Qin's residence, and was also shocked by this matter. Your Highness, it's not far from the armory on the western outskirts of the city. The secret guard immediately investigated. Armory. Interesting. Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with a complicated light. After a moment of silence, he ordered, "Tell Chu Shifeng that your lordship is going into closed-door cultivation for 2 days. Send more people to keep an eye on the Han family." After he finished speaking, he entered the palace and did not mention a single word about the explosion just now. Does His Highness, Duke of Qin, have no opinion on such an important matter? The guard was curious but didn't dare to ask. He quickly went to find Chu Shifeng. The entire capital city was brightly lit by lanterns. Both the common people and the imperial family were panicking, but Emperor Tianhui was the most panicked of all. He was in the imperial study asking General Mu and Mu Qinggu about the betrayal of the imperial guards when the sudden explosion caused the teacup in his hands to shatter on the floor. General Mu promptly sent someone to investigate. At this moment, everyone in the room was silent. Emperor Tianhui sat upright and still, his hands clutching the armrests of his chair. His cold face was tense and solemn. Since the explosion, he had allowed General Mu to send people to investigate without saying a word. In front of him, Crown Prince Long Tianma, General Mu, and Mu Qinggu all had their heads bowed, their expressions ghastly. Leaving aside the question of who was behind the explosion, Mu Qinggu, the commander of the Imperial Guards, and the heavy responsibility of protecting the capital and the Imperial Palace, would be hard-pressed to escape blame. Moreover, Emperor Tianhui had just reprimanded Mu Qinggu over the betrayal of the Imperial Guards before the explosion. Now that such a thing had happened at such a sensitive time, how could Emperor Tianhui not investigate Mu Qinggu's negligence of duty? In the silent room, Emperor Tianhui's breathing was heavy. Long Tianma and the Mu family were both on tenterhooks and on tenterhooks. The guards hadn't returned yet, so it was unclear what the situation was. Who wouldn't be nervous? Of course, Long Tianma was the most anxious of all. He was feeling uneasy. Over the past 2 to 3 days, he and Mu Qinggu had put in plenty of effort to convince the emperor that the crossbow archers had something to do with the black market gunpowder case. Both of them were a threat to the capital. But someone had whispered something into the emperor's ears, causing him to summon the Mu family to the palace that very night to ask about the betrayal of the Imperial Guards. Everyone knew that the young commander of the Imperial Guards had been stabbed to death by Mu Qinggu in a moment of desperation, while the 2 captains had been imprisoned and interrogated. But who would have time to pay attention to such details when the city was still searching for the crossbow archers? The emperor had only asked once before, then told them to use torture to interrogate them. After that, he'd stopped asking. But tonight, he suddenly wanted to ask for more details. Then there was the sudden discovery of the explosion. Wasn't all of this too much of a coincidence? Suddenly, a rush of footsteps broke the silence of the imperial study. The guards who'd gone out to investigate had returned. In a flash, the tense crowd grew even more tense. Just what was the situation? Eunuch Luo hadn't even brought him in before Emperor Tianhui couldn't take it anymore. Where was the explosion? Just what happened? To reply, Your Majesty, it was the military depot on the western outskirts that exploded. The explosion destroyed 2 storehouses full of weapons. We're still counting the casualties, and the military doctors have all rushed back. At these words, Long Tianma, Mu Qinggu, and General Mu all looked up at the same time, their faces pale with shock. The military depot exploded. How could this be? The depot on the western side of the city belonged to the Imperial Guards under General Mu's command. It was a large storehouse for weapons, an important location that was heavily guarded. How could something like an explosion happen there? Moreover, there were no explosives stored there at all. In Tianning's 3 countries, gunpowder was all in the hands of the military. Tianning country's gunpowder was controlled by General Mu's estate because it was precious and limited in quantity. Unless there was a major war, it was rarely used. Even the cavalry and naval forces could only be transferred from General Mu's estate if needed. Emperor Tianhui looked icily at General Mu, his hawk-like eyes filled with anger and suspicion. Imperial Father, these people are too audacious. They dared to challenge our Tianning's military might, as a Ken sees it. Before Long Tianma could finish, Emperor Tianhui cut him off angrily. General Mu, why would the military depot explode for no reason? Where did the gunpowder come from? Tianning's gunpowder storehouses were scattered all over the country, while the capital was located on the eastern outskirts of the city. Without Emperor Tianhui's permission, even General Mu couldn't use it. Where did the gunpowder in the armory come from? Did someone do it on purpose, or was there a secret stash of gunpowder in the depot that accidentally ignited it? It was hard to say. Imperial Father, it must be those people from the black market. They're probably trying to create panic and divert attention so those archers have a chance to escape. Those people must be accomplices. Imperial Father, Tianning's gunpowder controls are so strict. I'm afraid the gunpowder was smuggled in by a foreign power. Long Tianma explained anxiously, although he didn't specify which country the foreign power was from. A smart person would know without thinking. Such a sensitive matter could only be muddled through trade at the border. Northern Li and Tianning didn't have any trade, but Western Zhou and Tianning did. Unfortunately, Emperor Tianhui didn't even spare him a glance. Seeing this, Mu Qinggu grew anxious as well. He was about to speak when General Mu silenced him with a look. In the end, the crown prince and the young general were still too inexperienced. Since the emperor had summoned them to ask about the betrayal of the imperial guards, it meant he was already suspicious of them. If they pointed the spear at the Chu clan like before, it would only make the emperor feel disgusted and suspicious. General Mu stepped forward and fell to his knees. Your Majesty, this soldier is guilty. Seeing this, Mu Qinggu followed suit. Long Tianma's eyes flashed with a complicated look, but he didn't dare to speak. Your Majesty, this soldier neglected his duties and allowed the assassins to run amok. The people's hearts were in a state of panic, and I know it's difficult to escape punishment. Whether or not the military depot was secretly stashed with gunpowder to cause the explosion, or whether or not someone else brought gunpowder to cause trouble remains to be investigated. But no matter what, this soldier is guilty of failing to supervise and protect the depot. These 2 crimes are heinous and unpardonable. May your Majesty meet punishment. His words sounded like an apology, but he was tactfully explaining the 2 reasons for the explosion. Emperor Tianhui's anger faded a little, but he still gave a cold snort. So you know you're guilty too. General Mu kowtowed on the ground, not daring to speak. On the side, Long Tianma and Mu Qinggu were even more afraid to speak. Emperor Tianhui clenched his fists and slammed them against the table. After a long silence, he said, Zhan will give you 3 days to investigate this matter clearly. Otherwise, don't think Shin won't touch you just because you've been an official for 2 dynasties. Thanks to your Majesty for your grace. General Mu thanked him repeatedly. Mu Qinggu, we will also give you 3 days. If you can't catch those crossbowmen by then, I'll give you 3 days. If you can't catch those archers, then you can go accompany your 2 subordinates in prison. Emperor Tianhui said coldly. This soldier obeys. Mu Qinggu was even more afraid to speak. After the 3 of them left the imperial study, they exchanged glances. None of them dared to discuss the matter. It wasn't until they were far enough away that Long Tianma lost his temper. Young general, just what's going on with the defection? Don't tell this crown prince you didn't know. If it wasn't for the defection, How could the emperor have raised suspicions for no reason? Mu Qingwu's gaze was still evasive, but General Mu was serious. Your Highness Crown Prince, the 2 captains of the Imperial Guard are still locked up in the prisons. There's plenty of people who'd like to take advantage of the situation to hit them while they're down. It's inevitable that His Majesty would be suspicious. It's Qingwu's fault for being impulsive. He shouldn't have killed that commander. Since General Mu had already said as much, what else could Long Tianma pursue? He sighed heavily. Right now, the most important thing is to find evidence. As long as we can prove that the military depot didn't have any hidden gunpowder, this crown prince refuses to believe that Imperial Father will sit still. They even dared to touch the military depot. Those people must be tired of living. It was easy enough to prove that the explosion wasn't caused by the secret stash of gunpowder. The military depot was heavily guarded and filled with people trained by General Mu himself. There was no way they'd betray General Mu. So General Mu was confident that the explosion had occurred outside of the depot. As long as they could find the source of the explosion, the Crown Prince could continue to nip at the Chu clan. For General Mu, who'd been in charge of the gunpowder depot for many years, finding the source of the explosion was easy. But while General Mu and the other 2 split up, a woman in the Eastern Palace grew frantic. She was none other than Mu Luiwe. What had she done?